I declare open this hearing of the Senate Economics Legislation Committee into the 24-25 supplementary budget estimates. I begin by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which we meet today and pay my respects to their elders past and present. I extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples here today. The committee has set 14 November 2024 as the date by which senators are to submit written questions on notice, and 19 December 2024 as the date for the return of answers to questions taken on notice. The committee's proceedings today will begin with the Reserve Bank of Australia. Under Standing Order 26, the committee must take all evidence in public session. This includes answers to questions on notice. I remind all witnesses that in giving evidence to the committee, they are protected by parliamentary privilege. It is unlawful for anyone to threaten or disadvantage a witness on account of evidence given to a committee, and such action may be treated by the Senate as a contempt. It is also a contempt to give false or misleading evidence. The Senate has endorsed the following test of relevance of questions at estimates hearings. Any questions going to the operations or financial positions of the departments and agencies which are seeking funds in estimates are relevant questions for the purpose of estimates hearings. I remind officers that the Senate has resolved that there are no areas in connection with the expenditure of public funds where any person has a discretion to withhold details or explanations from the Parliament or its committees unless the Parliament has expressly provided otherwise. The Senate has resolved that an officer of a department of the Commonwealth shall not be asked to give opinions on matters of policy and shall be given reasonable opportunity to refer questions asked of the officer to superior officers or to a minister. This resolution does not preclude questions asking for explanations of policies or factual questions about when and how policies were adopted. Witnesses are reminded of the Senate order specifying the process by which a claim of public interest immunity should be raised. I incorporate the public immunity statement into the Hansard. I remind all senators that as we continue our work implementing the Set the Standard report, as Chair, I will ensure that proceedings are conducted in an orderly, respectful and courteous way. The committee has agreed to authorising all media outlets to record the proceedings of the public hearings, subject to the broadcasting resolutions in the standing orders and the following conditions. Media entry is subject to not exceeding the maximum capacity of the room, and social distancing must be observed. The committee or a witness may object to being recorded at any time, and the committee may require that recording cease at any time. Recording must not occur from behind the committee or between the committee and witnesses, and must not otherwise interfere in the proceedings. Computer screens and documents belonging to senators, members and witnesses must not be recorded, and flashes must not be used, and the directions of the committee secretariat must be followed at all times. An officer called to answer a question for the first time should state their full name and the capacity in which they appear. I remind committee members and witnesses who are appearing via video conference and who are not speaking to please mute your microphones. And I remind colleagues and witnesses that we have a hard marker of 10 p.m. tonight and modified breaks in an effort to deliver more reasonable working hours. The committee welcomes the Reserve Bank of Australia and its representatives, Governor Ms Michelle Bullock and Assistant Governor Mr Christopher Kent. In welcoming the RBA, the committee recognises the central bank's independence under the Reserve Bank Act, particularly in regard to monetary policy settings. The committee is cognisant that while the RBA does not receive annual appropriations, it does provide the Parliament with opportunities to discuss its insight and performance, which the committee greatly welcomes. As such, no government minister will be in attendance with the committee while representatives of the RBA are present. So good morning, Governor Bullock. Good morning, Dr Kent. Did you have any opening remarks that you'd like to give, or are you happy to proceed straight to questions?
No opening remarks, just happy to proceed.
Great, thank you. I'll go to Senator Smith.
Good morning, Governor and Dr Kent, and thank you very much for your participation this morning. Governor, can you share with the committee the RBA's perspective on some of the geopolitical risks and how that might impact the inflation outlook?
Well, inherently they're very uncertain, clearly, but there's a number of them in the wings. There's obviously the Russian invasion of Ukraine, which remains ongoing. It has potential impacts on commodity prices and commodity trade. There is the Middle East conflict as well, and although at the moment oil prices and commodity prices have remained reasonably well insulated from that, if it spreads, there's potential issues there. Obviously, there's issues to do with elections, particularly the election in the United States. What happens there remains to be seen, so I think it's a bit early to judge what some of the implications of that might be. There are obviously people talking about the potential implications of tariffs and those sorts of things, so there's some of that around as well. The potential implications for inflation, not just Australia but around the world, I think it's pretty hard to judge at this stage. I think we need to we can't be setting policy on the basis of things that could happen or might not happen. I think it's difficult. I think we have to wait and see what actually does happen in terms of some of these events and respond as necessary. But it's not just in Australia. There's potential worldwide implications from all of these geopolitical risks.
In your geopolitical snapshot, you didn't mention China. Are there any observations about recent developments in China that the bank has?
Not any geopolitical observations. I think we've made some observations about China in terms of its current growth. It's true that growth in China has slowed, and of course it does have problems in its property market, which for the last couple of years has really, really slowed growth there, and it has implications for consumer confidence, for consumption, as well as production over there. The authorities are actually responding to that, so we have seen monetary policy in China respond. The central bank over there have actually lowered their relevant interest rates, and the government has recently announced some fiscal policy support for the economy as well. So they are responding, and that's been positive. There is some detail that remains to be seen there, but that's a positive sign for China and positive for us, because the main way in which China's growth and economy affects ours is through our trade relationship. They're our biggest trading partner, and they're very important for our commodity exports and the prices of those commodities that we receive. So, yeah.
Some have suggested that the developments in the United States over the last day or so present risks on the upside. Do you agree with that? Meaning higher inflation, higher interest rates?
It could. What I might do is actually defer to ask Chris to make a few comments on what the markets are reacting, because I think the way the markets are reacting goes to the point you're asking.
So the markets had been reacting ahead of the election and making a prediction that Trump may win the election, and then with confirmation of that overnight, they moved further in ways that you would anticipate. So higher US deficits through tax cuts in the US are in prospect, and one of the things that means is probably higher long-term interest rates in the US and higher inflation in the US, and quite possibly higher growth for a time. And because the US is such an important source of funding and the demand by the US government for borrowing is substantial, that'll have upward effects on global interest rates. It's also pushing the US dollar up and other currencies down, but I would note other currencies have fallen by more than the Australian dollar in recent days. So on a trade-weighted basis, we aren't much changed in terms of our exchange rate. The other thing that's in prospect is tariffs, but as the Governor said, we just don't know how big and who they'll be applied to. By itself, though, those should push up the US dollar, because US customers will be buying less goods from the rest of the world, and they'll need less foreign exchange. But it means less demand by the US for global goods. So that's a sort of a negative for growth elsewhere, and that's why European markets, for example, in terms of their equity prices, were down a little bit overnight, because US tariffs on European markets will be poor for their economy at the margin. And then finally, the big concern is large tariffs on China, which may have an adverse effect on us. But as I said, our equity markets have moved up a little bit in response initially, and the Aussie dollar, not much changed.
So is it right to characterise the RBA's position as of this morning as unclear in terms of what the United States election outcome means for inflation outlooks?
It hasn't, at this stage. We would be sticking with our inflation outlook, and obviously as time moves on and the new administration takes up and starts working on its policies, it'll become clearer, and then we can start to think about what that means for us. But at the moment, it's as we released our forecasts last week, or this week, sorry, this week.
And I'm not aware of any comments that suggest that Australia will be immune from the new tariff regime.
Well, I have no particular information
I'm
on
not
that.
aware of any. Governor, in recent days you've expressed a note of caution to policymakers in regards to their spending appetites as they come to end of financial year statements and election periods. Can you just elaborate for the committee what are some of those risks if policymakers don't exercise a prudent approach to government spending?
I find it interesting you use the word that I've been cautioning people. I don't believe I've been cautioning...
I said a note of caution.
I don't believe I've been cautioning anyone. What I've been observing is that the private sector in Australia at the moment is very weak, and the public sector public sector demand has been filling that gap. So what we have is an economy which is not growing very quickly, and the private sector is very weak, and the public sector is providing some support. Our forecasts show that with that sort of mix, we end up with inflation coming back down to target in the next couple of years. So that's what our forecasts, our central forecasts.
With the existing mix?
With the existing mix. Now, it's true that total demand is what is driving inflation in terms of total demand versus total supply. So that's a mix of public and private. I think the governments have been conscious of what they're doing, and certainly when I talk to the Treasurer, he is very conscious that they need to be cautious in terms of what they do in terms of the budget. He knows that, and he's told me this, that fiscal policy has to work with monetary policy on this. We know this. I've also said in the past that fiscal policy, and this is not just the federal government, this is the state governments as well, it has a very large, it's got a lot of things it's got to achieve. It hasn't. We've got one instrument, an interest rate, which we use. Governments have fiscal policy, but it has to fulfil a lot of different roles. It has to, they have to use it in a way that is for the economy as a whole and for the Australian people. So I think that the policymakers are being very conscious of what they're doing with their spending. I think they have to, there are certain services that government has to provide, and the government needs to provision for that, and they are. And so I would just say that I think the attitude at the moment that I am hearing from the government is the right one. They're conscious that they've got to have fiscal policy working for the Australian people, but they're also conscious that they've got to use it in a way that doesn't exacerbate the inflation problem, because frankly, the government knows, as we know, as the Australian population knows, that inflation is the thing that's hurting everyone. And if we don't get inflation under control, then it's worse for everyone.
Are you able to identify what characteristics of government spending are a more prudent use of public money, and what characteristics of government spending might be less prudent or inflationary. So some government spending, age productivity gains, for example, etc., etc. Are there any particular characterisations that help you understand or help casual observers understand what might be a prudent use of public money and what might be a less than prudent use?
No, that's not our role, is not to do that, and our forecasts don't actually go into that sort of detail. Our forecasts are based on the overall envelope of public spending. We don't go into, and I wouldn't want to go into, suggesting what is appropriate spending and what is not appropriate spending. That's not my role.
But surely some spending has characteristics that are that would be less inflationary, might bring gains to productivity. Wouldn't there be some sort of characteristics rather than saying this particular policy is good or this particular policy is bad, but policies that have these sorts of characteristics or these sorts of general attributes?
No, we don't go into those sorts of details. Again, we take what is in our forecasting processes. We take basically the overall envelope of public spending, and that's what goes into aggregate demand and spending. If you wanted to speak about the cost of living relief, which has been bringing down headline inflation, which you're aware, that at the margin, personally, I think probably helps a little bit on the inflation side, because it obviously is what people are facing. So people are seeing that the inflation they're facing is lower. So that's good for them, because it sort of gets in their head that inflation is a bit lower. It's also helpful at the margin in terms of indexation, to the extent that things are indexed to the CPI. It's helpful at the margin there. And it's also maybe marginally helpful in the context of people thinking about wage rises and those sorts of things. So the cost of living relief, as sort of adding to spending, yes, it is adding to it is giving people more money in their pockets, but there's a sense in which at the margin it's also helping on the inflation story as well. But other than that, I really, as I said before, we're not looking at specific characteristics of specific decisions on spending in our forecasting.
At yesterday's hearing, the Secretary Treasury shared with the committee that the Treasury had done some work analysis in regards to its observations about certain policy developments in the United States following the election. Did the Secretary, or has the Treasury shared its analysis with the bank?
Well, I haven't seen it. Doesn't mean to say that the team haven't seen it, but I wouldn't be surprised if they have. We've done a little bit as well, but not a lot. I think everything we've pretty much done we talked about in our statement on monetary policy, but I haven't personally seen what Treasury have done.
Not a lot, because it's the bank's preferred position to sort of make judgments based on what is known as opposed to what is speculated?
Yes, when we're doing our forecasts, we base those on what we know, not what we think might happen. Forecasts are about forecasting what we think might happen, but if there are particular events that may or may not happen, you can't take those into account. You've got to have reasonable certainty that an event will occur.
Just one final point. Governor, you often mention that the bank has one tool available to it, and that is setting the cash rate. But the bank really has two tools available to it, and that is the psychological element as well. You as the Governor stand up and make a speech. Many Australians think about that. Financial advisors might comment or reflect on that. How have you been conscious of the extra tool available to you, the power of your words in sort of making the psychological case to Australians around being prudent with expenditure, being careful about rises in interest rates? Are you conscious of that when you make your contributions, that there's perhaps a wider audience than those that are in the immediate ecosystem of the bank?
I am conscious of it in the sense that what I want to do and what I'm trying to do is to explain things to people in a way that they will understand. I'm not sure I'd classify that as psychological, but I do think that it is important that people understand in simpler language, not technical language, simpler language, what the issues are, how we're trying to address them, and if that helps them to respond in a way that is helpful for us, then that's great. But my primary purpose is to try and help people understand why we're in this situation with inflation, why it is not a good situation, and why we need to address it.
And just finally from me, we'll come back to coalition senators, but inflationary expectations. Can you share with the committee where you think they are at the moment?
So there's a number of ways that we look at this, and I'll let Chris speak to the markets, but basically we have some measures, survey measures of people's expectations. Basically at the moment we think they're around about 2.5%. We think they're pretty anchored at the middle of the target band, which is where we wanted. Those survey data we get from various organisations, but we do get pretty much read real time from the market. So I'll let Chris talk a little bit to market expectations.
Yeah, so various interest rate markets give us an indication of what's happening there. The broad story is after a period of those expectations being very low, including through the pandemic, they obviously picked up quite strongly with the rebound in inflation, but nowhere near as much as actual inflation. And medium-term inflation expectations for some time now have been fairly consistent with the Reserve Bank's target of 2.5%, between 2 and 3%, but aiming for a midpoint of 2.5. So that's where markets have been, and that's fairly true not just for us but for other central banks, where market expectations are pretty consistent with central banks' inflation targets around the world. And that's telling you markets are placing a good amount of stock in what central banks are saying, which is they will assign a very high priority to returning inflation to target.
Is it a measure of trust? Is it a measure that the market has confidence in the central bank's approach?
I think it very much is.
Yeah. They're putting their money where their mouth is, so I think it is.
So
I'll share the call. Yep. Have you got
25 minutes or 30-minute blocks?
I'll share the call and come back to you, Senator Smith. Senator McKim.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks to you both for coming in today. So we've all woken up this morning with the sobering and, for some people, actually a terrifying reality of a Donald Trump presidency in the US. He's an economic extremist, an unstable wrecking ball in perhaps the most influential position in the entire global economy. His policies are highly protectionist. They're highly expansionary, particularly in terms of tax cuts, particularly for people at the top end who are already very wealthy. He's promising a 60% tariff on goods produced in China, which is Australia's largest trading partner, plus tariffs on products from everywhere else around the world, including Australia. Surely you did some work before yesterday to advise the government on what the impacts of a Trump presidency would be on monetary policy in Australia and the exchange rate for the Australian dollar. And surely you did that work.
We said earlier, we have a broad understanding of the way some of these policies, if they are implemented, will work out. But we haven't done very explicit scenario analysis on what it might mean for monetary policy, because there's things going in all sorts of directions here. It might be inflationary in some ways, but it might be deflationary in other ways if China ends up badly affected by this and that badly affects us. So it's not easy to dissect what's going to happen with all of this, particularly as we don't know what's going to happen, Senator, with respect. He says he's going to do certain things. He doesn't actually take up duties until next year. We'll wait and see what's going to happen.
So, Ms Bullock, is what you're telling us today that the RBA didn't take the policy announcements of someone who was at least a good chance to become the US president in one of the most influential positions in the entire global economy? That his presidency is going to send shockwaves through the global economy. Is what you're saying the RBA didn't actually look at his policies and consider what implications they might have for things that are in your remit, monetary policy and exchange rate?
We did, and we have looked at what it might mean. I think our initial feeling is that if he does some of what he said, so some of his 10% tariffs and his expansion in spending and so on, that maybe it doesn't have a lot of implications for us. If he does some more extreme things, maybe it does. But again, Senator, I think people have this feeling that this is a very precise and mechanical process, that you take these inputs and you put them into a model and it churns out this is what you must do with monetary policy in these circumstances. It doesn't work like that.
That's your job, isn't it, Ms Bullock?
No, that's actually
take a whole bunch of complex realities and distill it down to the blunt instrument of interest rates. Isn't that your job?
Can I give an example here? I mean, I think you've focused a lot, and rightly so, on Trump's policies, and obviously we're aware of those and thinking about how they'll work their way through the global economy and affect Australian economy. One of the big effects potentially is on China.
That's right.
But you can't imagine that the Chinese will do nothing. And one of the things they'll do, and one of the things they've even announced of late, is more fiscal stimulus. And we don't know the size of that, and we don't know where it's directed to. And a lot of people are observing maybe they're holding off on announcing those elements of just how much and how, because they know there is a possibility that Trump would get elected, which has happened. And so part of what matters for us is what the Chinese authorities might do in response, and we don't know.
So
so there can be offsetting things, and the net effect may be not so much for our economy as a whole. But we don't know, and markets don't know, and they spend a lot of time looking at these things. And that's why, as I suggested, you know, the Australian dollar trade-weighted index hasn't changed very much of late. In fact, it's appreciated a little bit over the past week, including overnight.
Sorry, Ms Bullock, did you want to add?
Chris has said that very nicely. Thank you. It's not mechanical and it's not precise.
No, but isn't distilling complex, multifaceted scenarios into policy decisions why we pay you the big bucks? Like, isn't that your job to do that? I mean, you talk a lot about you've got this one tool which is setting the cash rate. I mean, that's what you do, isn't it? You take a range of different, highly complicated, potential different scenarios across private sector decisions, potential government decisions, international supply chains, like the whole lot, and then you distill it down. Like, that's why we pay you very large salaries, isn't it? Why can't you give us, like, instead of saying this is complex and difficult, like, why can't you distill down some of the potential scenarios that we've known about for months from Trump? Like, we know he's committed to putting in place a 60% tariff on goods produced in China. Like, we know that. We know he's going to put Elon Musk, another dangerous, unstable individual, in charge of some government efficiency program. I mean, like, why can't you give us a more firm view on even a weighted risk assessment of whether you think there's more risk on the upside to the downside on interest rates in Australia from a Trump presidency, more risk on the upside compared to the downside on the Australian dollar? I mean, why can't you do that?
Just a point of order, Chair. I think maybe it would be nice if the questions were framed with a little bit more respect and less personal counselling session for Senator
for Senator over there. I know he's doing it tough this morning, but these officials come here, and I think they deserve to be treated.
And I do appreciate. I guess I'm just asking why we can't get more clarity around these matters. I mean, I would have thought. We know Treasury provided advice to government on the implications of a Trump or a Harris win. Did you provide advice to government on the implications of a Trump?
That's not our job.
You weren't asked to do that?
That's Treasury's job.
Did you consult with Treasury during their preparation of that advice?
I don't know. I personally did not consult with Treasury on what advice they provided to the government on that. That is their business. Our teams might have talked. In terms of scenarios, I would come back to the point, yes, we've thought about it, but Chris has already set out. There's so many unknowns here. You say with absolute certainty this is what is going to be done. We don't actually know that yet. He said he will do these things. We don't know. So basically we have to look at what that might imply. A first pass suggests that if he does a few things, it might not imply a hell of a lot for us. Depends also on what happens with China and how China responds. All of these things we don't know. So we have frameworks that we can consider them in, but setting out in a very precise manner that if X, Y, Z happens and you plug it into a model and it's not that simple, and we do need to make sure that we take into account the fact that some things might be reactions, as Chris has already pointed out. So, yes, we're looking at it. Yes, we are trying to understand the potential implications of it, but the way you are framing it as such a very precise way of thinking about it, inputs, outputs, it's not like that. Economics isn't like that, and we do have to exercise judgment.
All right, thanks, Ms. Bullock. Can I just ask one final question on this matter? Do you think that a Trump presidency increases the risk that the cash rate in Australia will need to be held higher for longer?
I don't have a view on that.
All right, thanks. Your annual report showed another $4.2 billion loss for the RBA. That takes the total accumulated losses from what I might just broadly call COVID stimulus to $51 billion. And you've asked the Treasurer not to draw down any dividends from the RBA for a decade, so that's obviously got an impact on future government revenue. Can you even roughly break down what the share of those losses are from the term funding facility and from the excess reserves policy, and what proportion would go to any other measures? Are you able to just provide that in broad terms?
Well, Chris can talk to. We did some work on the losses associated with the term funding facility, so Chris can talk to that. So I think that was about $9 billion we could attribute to the term funding facility.
Is that $9 billion off the 51?
Yes.
Yes.
Yep. Okay. And what about for the excess reserves policy and any other?
What do you mean by the excess reserves policy?
Well, isn't it the case that under the prudential rules there's a requirement for exchange settlement balances?
No,
I think what you're referring to is our policies, particularly our bond purchases,
yes,
led to higher reserves in banks' accounts.
Yes.
And we remunerated those at the ES balance rate. We receive the yields on those government securities. And when the interest rates rose, we were paying out more than the yields. So they would make up the vast bulk of the rest of that number, minus the $9 billion from the TFF.
So that's basically a scenario where, because the RBA makes the decision to put up interest rates, it costs the RBA more money to pay the interest on those reserves.
Yeah, that's right. There's two effects. So we have the bonds on our balance sheet, and as interest rates rise, the prices on those bonds decline.
Yep.
So we get an unrealised loss that we carry forward. So that's part of it. And then the other part of it is that as interest rates rise, the exchange settlement account balance interest rate rises, but the bonds we're holding are only returning 2%.
Yeah.
So there's a profit loss. There's two impacts.
Yeah, okay. So those losses are going somewhere. Do you know whose balance sheets those losses are going onto? Are they going onto the bank's balance sheets in the main?
They're on
our balance sheet.
I beg your pardon?
They're on our balance sheet. So we've lost the money.
As losses, but are the banks making a profit from those losses?
No.
We actually talked about that in the recent review of the term funding facility.
Yeah.
So with respect to that $9 billion loss on our balance sheet, we asked the question, yes, who on the other side is benefiting? And in the main, it was actually bank customers, because they passed through those very low rates that were provided by the term funding facility to home loan borrowers, to household borrowers and to business borrowers.
So that's for the TFF?
Yeah.
And so just as a subset then, can I just ask, thank you Dr Kent, from the TFF you said in the main the beneficiaries are customers, to the banks, but the banks would take a margin, right, out of that? I mean, that's how banking works.
Some, but their margins were actually compressed during that period of very low rates.
So do you know how much from that TFF went into the bank's bottom line as opposed to...
As I said, most of that $9 billion, our estimates are, were passed through to their borrowers, to customers.
I understand that, but do you know, do you have a quantum of how much of that stayed in the bank's bottom line?
No, I don't.
You don't, okay. And what about for the, what I called excess reserves, but we've just had a discussion about that.
The quantitative easing, for example, and the purchases under the yield target, that very much depends on the individual bank's approach to hedging their interest rates. And what we understand from talking to them is many of them took those low rates and in many cases hedged it in a way that they would not have benefited as interest rates went up. But others through the market may have benefited, depending on who's on the other side of those hedging arrangements.
So the RBA's lost $51 billion due to COVID stimulus. Do you know what percentage of that has ended up in either the bottom line for the banks or the bottom line for other corporations in Australia? Like what percentage of that has gone to profits?
I don't think you can trace that.
You can't trace that?
No, because it very much depends on the different strategies approached by people in the markets. I mean, the other thing which we noted, including in our review of the bond purchase program, was that, and what we haven't said here is, taxpayers benefited to the extent that governments, both federal and state, issued bonds during that period at lower rates than otherwise. And the other beneficiary is taxpayers generally through a stronger economy than otherwise through that period, which would have benefited the bottom line.
So just to be clear, you don't know how much of that $51 billion ended up in supporting profits from banking corporations in Australia?
No, and I don't think you can trace that through. An individual bank may be able to make their own assumptions and look through that. But there are many moving pieces here. Wouldn't
it be in the public interest to do some work on that? I mean, the issue here is that those losses that the RBA suffered are going to impact on government revenue because you've asked the Treasurer not to take dividends for quite a time now, so that presumably you can rebuild your balance sheet. That's going to impact on the capacity of the government to provide the services you spoke about earlier, Ms Bullock. I mean, wouldn't it be in the public interest for folks to understand whether this was actually a mass transfer of wealth out of the public sector into the profits of big corporations in Australia? Like, that's a pretty fundamental question, isn't it?
Well, I think the answer is we don't think it was. I think, as Chris said,
or how much
what we observed was that basically the TFF was basically transferred. It transferred to the customers who got the benefits of that.
Yes.
I think, remember where we're coming from here, the reason for those bond purchases was to keep interest rates as low as possible so that businesses could invest, so that businesses could borrow and that consumers could borrow. And all of those benefits, if you can't just make an assumption and say, well, this is all transferred. It's been absorbed. It's been passed through into the pricing of companies, and they've had benefits from it as well. So you can't just take the costs on one side and not think about all the benefits that came from those low interest rates on the other hand. The other point is that if you look at the totality of the government balance sheet, so the Reserve Bank is just part of, we get rolled up into the total government balance sheet. And to Chris's point, the AOFM did very nicely during this period. They were able to borrow very cheaply, and that was positive for them. So there's offsetting forces here.
All right, thanks. Thanks, Ms. Bullock and Dr. Kent. That's helpful. Just one final question on this. In terms of your view that from the TFF measures, in your view that in the main, I think, I'm not trying to misquote you, but in the main, the benefit of that went to customers. How do you actually know? Is that what the banks are telling you, so that's just what you accept? I mean, do you do any work to understand that, or do you just go, oh yeah, the banks have told us that, so that must be true?
No, absolutely. I mean, you can see through their profit results, their net interest margins, you can see the behaviour of their lending rates through that period. And many households particularly took out very low fixed rate loans for 2 or 3 years in a way that was quite unprecedented compared to the past behaviour. And those households would have benefited through that period as rates were rising because they weren't facing those extra interest rate costs. And the same is true of small businesses and larger businesses that benefited from lower interest rates.
But the answer to your question is no. We have data, and we use the data to analyse where we think. And we don't just say, take someone's word for it, we follow the data.
All right.
I mean, the broader point, if you look at profits of the corporate sector through this time, you would not have seen the sort of increases that you would expect if all of that money ended up on the bottom line of businesses in terms of their profits. So some of this went to their customers through keeping their prices down lower than otherwise. Much of it would have gone to the workers who kept their jobs in a way that they might otherwise not have done.
All right, thank you. So we're on track now for 3 degrees of global warming. I'm sure that's a concern to everyone in the room. CSIRO's just reported that Australia's exceeded 1.5 degrees now. We need to rapidly decarbonise our economy. I'll just put that as my view. No reason to think you wouldn't share that view. I'm keen to understand whether the RBA has thought about how the bank could assist to shift asset allocation from high emission sectors through to sectors that will help with the radical decarbonisation of the economy. And I'm aware in Europe that they've calculated the emissions impact of monetary transmission. I'm not sure if you're aware of that, but for example, in their targeted longer-term refinancing operations that are used to support business rather than investment into housing, 151 million tonnes of emissions were created in the Eurozone in 2019, in the Eurozone in 2019. So they're doing some work to understand the emissions impact of some of the decisions that are made by bodies that set monetary policy. So I guess my question is, a slightly multifaceted one. Will the RBA dedicate any resources to looking at where your monetary transmission ends up in terms of its emissions impact? And we've talked about the Section 36 powers in the Banking Act before. Those are currently still in place, and as you both know, I very strongly hope they remain in place into the future, which would allow the RBA to guide or at least put some parameters around which parts of the economy you want to stimulate and help grow. In my view, that's a really crucial power that the RBA has. So, and it can be used to help stop the climate collapsing around us. So I guess my question is, have you done any work on understanding the emissions impact of the decisions that you make? Would you consider allocating some internal resources to understanding the emissions impact of the decisions that you make, and allocating internal resources into whether or not you take a more interventionist approach to guiding the allocation of credit.
So I'll start, and Chris might have
I know it's a big topic.
So we do have internal resources devoted to a couple of things in this respect. One is thinking about climate change, physical and transition risks, what that might mean for how we set monetary policy, what it might mean for the economy, how we might need to adjust monetary policy. One of the things that I think everyone recognises is that if climate change proceeds as people expect it is, then there's going to be a lot of physical risk. It's going to have supply shocks going through the economy, so that might have implications for monetary policy. There might be changes in the investment mix, which might also change the economy, and that might have implications for monetary policy. The second thing is sort of separate, which is looking at our own emissions and things like that. So we're doing work on that as well. So yes, we are engaged in that, and I think we've got a reasonable group of people now which are working on this issue from the angle of the economy, the financial markets, because one of the things, and Chris might speak to this, there is a role for financial markets in allocating resources to the transition. To answer very directly your question about Section 36, no, I do not envisage that we will be using Section 36 to direct lending of the banks.
No, you've made that clear in the past, Ms Bullock. Thanks. I guess before Dr Ken, thanks for that response, Ms Bullock. That's helpful. I guess the question was more framed around working to understand the emissions impact of like QE that you engage in or you might engage in the future, or other kind of high-level decisions. I understand, and no dispute around your response, Ms Bullock. I think it's all entirely reasonable, and I'm glad to hear that you're thinking about those things, but didn't quite address the question, which was do you do work to understand when you make a decision to engage in sort of large-scale QE, for example, or money printing? Do you make a decision to have, do you do any work to understand the emissions impact of that? Is my question.
So I think I can try and give an answer to that by actually discussing what you're referring to with the ECB and also the Bank of Japan. So what they're talking about is purchases they made during the pandemic as part of their unconventional monetary policy, and they were of a different nature to ours. We focus solely on purchasing government bonds, state and federal. What some other economies central banks did, including the Bank of Japan and the ECB, they also bought corporate bonds and supported those markets. And so that's where there's a role to play in thinking about what sort of bonds would we buy in terms of what industrial sectors may we buy or choose not to buy and support according to their emissions. And indeed, I believe the Bank of Japan had an approach whereby they said they would be more supportive of companies that had a greener approach in their activities and would support lending that way. We didn't ever purchase corporate bonds, so that was not an issue for us. And then the other aspect that the Governor referred to and you intimated was we are working closely with others in Australia and internationally in terms of setting up financial infrastructure to guide corporate disclosures of their activities in this area, so that people who want to direct their funding towards companies who are doing more to, say, reduce their carbon footprint can do so properly with full information and accurate information. Right. So we're working with others in that.
Right. Thanks.
I'll share the call now, Senator McKim. Thank you. Senator Smith.
Thank you very much, Chair. Governor, is it a correct characterisation of the RBA's forecasts and current policy thinking to say it is focused on headline inflation, not underlying inflation?
So let me just clarify. The Reserve Bank's target is headline inflation. So our focus is to make sure that we get headline inflation back into the target band in a sustainable way. That's our focus.
Is it a correct characterisation of the RBA's forecast to say that you expect inflation to be under control by June next year?
We think a couple of things. Firstly, that we've made a lot of progress on inflation. That's true. I don't believe we've said any words quite like that. It's true that our forecasts have headline inflation falling to 2.5% in June next year. It won't stay there. Our forecasts see it moving back up above 3 again. And that's why I think when we talk about underlying, we're not targeting underlying, but what underlying is giving us a flavour of is what is the underlying pulse of inflation. So if you look at headline, our forecasts show it comes down to 2.5, goes back up again, and then it starts to decline again in line with underlying inflation. And through that period, underlying inflation continues its decline. So we're focusing on headline, but we're using underlying to give us an indication of where headline is heading.
So the statement that was contained. So the statement that was issued on Tuesday, the Statement of Monetary Policy, when it said the forecast published in today's Statement of Monetary Policy do not see inflation returning sustainably to the midpoint of the target until 2026, that's still a correct statement?
It's a correct statement, and the key word there is sustainably. In your comments on Tuesday, you also noted that you said that the Treasurer is aware of the inflationary impact of his policies. Is he also aware of that statement in the Statement of Monetary Policy that says that inflation will not return sustainably to the midpoint of the target until 2026? Well, if he's read our Statement on Monetary Policy, he would be aware of it. Thank
you very much. Could I just ask one question before deferring to Senator Bragg, just about cryptocurrencies?
And I may not have an answer.
Much talk, of course, in regards to the new President-elect Trump and tariffs and etc. But he has some strong views also in regards to cryptocurrencies. Has the bank thought about those policies and how it might need to respond to that in terms of its own preparations around cryptocurrency, digital?
No, we've not given that any thought. Crypto, we are doing work in the area of central bank digital currencies, but cryptocurrency to date really has been more a matter for ASIC, I would say, in terms of the consumer protection side of things. It hasn't really figured in either our monetary policy thinking or our thinking about the economy.
And there's nothing in the in President-elect Trump's policy speculation framework around digital currencies that may require the bank to sort of expedite its work?
I don't believe so.
Great, thank you very much. I'll defer to Senator Bragg if that's okay.
Senator Bragg.
Thanks very much, Chair. I just wanted to come back to these inflation forecasts. So can you confirm that you do not see inflation coming down sustainably until December 2026?
So the numbers are, I can read them out to you, CPI inflation forecast to be 2.6 headline, 2.6 in December 24, 2.5 in June 25, 3.7 in December 25 as current legislative arrangements have cost of living coming off, and then 3.1 and 2.5 in December 26.
Yeah, so what is the impact here of the energy price rebates?
So it was quite substantial in the September quarter numbers, and we're expecting a bit more of that to come through in the December quarter numbers. So it drags the quarterly numbers down and it keeps the year ended down below 2 until for another year. So that's the impact of the rebates. And I should say that's the state government rebates as well.
So But are you seeing this as like a V-shaped movement in headline inflation?
Can we get a value?
Yeah, if you look at the Statement on Monetary Policy in the forecast graph, you'll see exactly that. It comes down, it goes up, and then it starts to come back down again as it basically reflects underlying inflation from there.
And how much of that is linked to the temporary subsidies, do you think?
I think we said about 0.45 of the decline was the subsidies, another 0.25 was petrol, I think, because there was a big petrol price decline in there as well. So of the percentage point decline in the annual rate, I think 2/3 of it roughly is subsidies and petrol prices. Petrol prices was another big negative in the quarter.
Okay. On real wages and productivity, can you confirm in your latest forecast that real wages fall over the year to December 2025?
Real wages to December 25. My recollection is they do fall over that period.
I think over that period, the headline inflation...
Maybe not, actually. I think real average earnings per hour over the year to December 25, did you say?
Yeah, to the year to December 2025, yep.
The year to December 2025, real average earnings per hour is pretty flat. The real wage price index falls over that year. But it had been having a positive year ended prior to that.
That's the CPI picking up.
Yeah. So that's
it's pretty
so what
flat.
happens in December 25, you recall the headline inflation number
it goes
moves
up to 3.7.
and that's the effect of that. So in the previous quarters, the real wages are rising.
So real wages are falling next year?
They're slightly, but again, if you look at the level, they're coming up.
And what about productivity? Do you think that will fall over the next year and a half?
I have no idea about what productivity will ultimately do, but I want to caution against putting too much stock in what's happening to productivity in quarterly movements. We know it hasn't risen in level since 2016, or it's at the same level it was in 2016.
Yeah.
It's had massive swings through all of that period. Our forecasts have productivity gradually picking up to its pre-COVID trend of around about 1% over the medium term.
So can I just confirm your medium-term assumption is 1% productivity growth per annum?
That's the medium-term assumption.
That's your medium-term assumption, okay. So Treasury's medium-term assumption, I think it's 1.2%. So it might not seem like much, but it can be a significant difference. What do you put this discrepancy down to?
I don't know what the discrepancy can be put down to. Everyone has their different forecast for productivity.
Has it been discussed?
We're currently looking at whether or not that's still a reasonable forecast for productivity. There's good reasons to think that it will pick up, including the fact that we've got a lot of technological change, that as we've come out of COVID, there's been a massive employment surge as those people get better skilled up at the jobs they're doing. There might be some productivity from there, and the other positive thing is there has been business investment, which you would also expect ultimately to lead to more productivity. So there's reasons to think it will pick up.
And has this been a matter of internal discussion between the two organisations?
I'm guessing probably at the working level they've had a bit of a discussion, but again, we do separate forecasts.
Okay, and what are the risks you see on the horizon on the productivity front?
Well, there is a risk that it doesn't pick up as we would hope it would do. And the reason productivity is important is because it grows the pie for everyone to share more in the pie. So we need productivity to pick up if we want to see real wages grow in a sustainable way. So the risks that it doesn't pick up means that wages can't grow by as much as they could if productivity was growing. That's a fact.
Okay. I want to go to the RBA board members. So I think the AFR reported in October that you were considering asking board members to reveal their judgments on individual interest rate decisions and require members to give speeches. Is that something that's happening?
No, the board, as you know, Senator, the legislation to create the separate monetary policy board and the governance board has stalled in the Senate. That's a matter for the government. If that monetary policy board gets up, then we will look at that issue of disclosing votes and things. But
so it's linked to legislation. So you're not going to move on it in the absence of legislation passing?
We will wait and see what happens to the legislation before we make any decisions on what to do about that.
Okay. Are you consulting with current board members about this?
At the moment, the board members are focused on doing their job on monetary policy, and we will let the government sort out what it's doing with the legislation. That's helpful.
So effectively it's on hold until the Parliament works it out.
We are not going to preempt anything to do with the legislation.
Okay. Can I ask you about the RBA dividends? AFR said on 25 October that the RBA has asked the government to put on hold RBA dividends for at least a decade to help repair the balance sheet. Have you received a government response to this request?
We wrote to the government when we did our financial statements and asked the government to not take a dividend this year, and we got the commitment from the government they wouldn't take a dividend this year. The government quite rightly says, though, that this is an ongoing proposition and they will continue to consider it year to year, and that's quite right.
Okay, so you have had a response?
Yes, we have had a response, yes.
Okay. I just have one last line of questions here, Chair.
Yep.
We had the Treasury here yesterday, and we were able to inquire about the debit card changes. So there was an announcement by the Prime Minister about the debit card surcharging. I have to say I thought it was unusual to see the Prime Minister of the country announce a change like that, but effectively the Treasury said that they were consulting with you, working with you, and trying to determine a way of actually giving effect to that change. Is this a change that the bank was thinking of making anyway?
So you will know, Senator, that we have recently put out a discussion paper, an issues paper, and it considers two things: interchange regulation and surcharging regulation. That issues paper and that issue was already on the agenda of the bank to consult on prior to all of this. Given that our current Payment System Regulation Act reforms are also stalled in the Senate, we decided that instead of a big package of consultation, we would go to consultation on the two things that we knew we could consult on. So, short answer to your question is it was already on our radar well before this.
Yeah, I know you know a lot about payments. The surcharging, though, was not dependent on the Senate, was it?
No, that's what I'm saying.
You've already got that power.
No, we already got that power. So, with respect to certain parts of the payment system. All I was making the point was that we were going to do a large consultation which took in a much broader suite of the payment system.
Yes.
With the legislation stalled, we decided we would just address the things that we had the power to currently do so.
Okay.
And surcharging is one of those.
Okay, that's helpful. So right now there's a process to take submissions until December, is it?
I think it's December.
And then you'll do another paper next year, is that right?
Then the idea is that we would take the feedback from those submissions and we would decide whether or not there was a need to make some changes to the surcharging regime and the interchange regime, and then we would put out another paper with proposal for consultation on what we would do.
So it sounds like it's a long time away still. Could be at least a year until a final judgment.
No, I wouldn't say it'd be a year. I'd say we would get out some proposals in the first half of next year.
Well, the government's saying 18 months.
Well, again, we will go through our processes. We've got a process we have to go through in this. We have to consult, we have to get feedback, and we will go through and we will make sure we do it thoroughly, because you would understand, I understand that there's a lot of public angst about this. It's actually not a simple topic, it's actually quite a complicated topic, and we need to do our consultation properly.
Okay, but as it stands today, surcharging is not banned, and there's at the moment no concrete proposal to give effect to any ban on surcharging, is there?
We are consulting at the moment through our issues paper on what people's views are on how we should be thinking about surcharging.
And if you were to progress this, as the Prime Minister has indicated that he would like to see, you would make your own instrument under your existing powers?
Yes. The way it works at the moment is that we don't... At the moment, the way it works is we say that payment schemes can't put on no surcharge bans. So that's what it does at the moment. So one way to address it is just to remove that instrument. Don't put another one on, just remove it.
Okay, so just to play this out, this is my final question, Chair. So there'll be a process to take submissions in until December this year.
Mm-hmm.
There'll be another paper next year, which will be, I imagine, a firmer view or an option.
A proposal. It would put out a proposal to say this is how we approach to address it. What do you think?
Okay, and that would be sometime in the first half of the year,
I would imagine it would be.
Okay, and then you then intend to resolve that. What's the usual timetable for? Well,
we'd usually give a couple of months for people to put their submissions again on our concrete proposal, and then we would make a decision and then we would implement it.
Okay, so a year, 18 months.
It could be later next year that a final decision is made, and it depends on what decision is made. If it requires more regulation, then we'll have to put in place that regulation. If it requires removing regulation, that might be a little bit easier, but we'll wait and see.
Doesn't sound like an immediate term cost of living measure, but thank you very much.
Take that as a comment. Senator Rennick.
Hi guys, how's it going? Look, I just want to follow up actually on those bonds, that bond issue throughout COVID. Do you think that if Scott Morrison had gone to the Australian public and asked the public for $300 billion to lend to the government with no security and basically to pay people to stay at home and get brainwashed by the premiers, do you think that the people would have lent the government $300 billion?
I don't have a comment on that, Senator.
Okay, well, I guess my point is I think it's probably fair to say that the people wouldn't have lent the government $300 billion, but the RBA did. That's a fair statement, isn't it?
Well, we purchased in the secondary market government bonds, which was designed to lower the interest rate structure in the economy.
Yeah, exactly. Why wouldn't you actually, if you can do that and you can issue bonds that aren't secured against anything, unsecured bonds, wouldn't the RBA go about issuing infrastructure bonds actually secured against the nation's infrastructure as a form of dealing with inflation? So by issuing infrastructure bonds that builds infrastructure to increase supply, you would actually be doing something productive rather than something speculative, because lowering interest rates isn't actually solving the underlying productivity issue, is it?
That's not our role. That's not our role, Senator, to finance infrastructure. It's the government's role to decide what infrastructure it wants to build and how to finance that infrastructure. It is not the Reserve Bank's role.
Isn't it your role, however, to deal with prices and inflation?
It is, and the way we do that is through our primary tool, which is the interest rate.
But you have two other tools at your disposal, which is also quantitative easing as well as macroprudential controls. Is that not correct?
We don't have macroprudential controls. Macroprudential controls are the more in the line of APRA's work, not ours. We do purchase bonds, but they are that was an extraordinary circumstance, which I personally hope we never find ourselves in again. And it was when we're at the lower bound of interest rates. We are not at the lower bound of interest rates now. Interest rates are higher than that, and the appropriate tool is the interest rate.
I would disagree with that, because interest rate, when you manipulate interest rates, you're manipulating the price of money. That is a speculative lever. It is not a productive lever. And when you say that you don't do it, the fact is other central banks do issue bonds, and namely the Federal Reserve, the European Central Bank and the Japanese Central Bank. Now, the government can either go offshore and borrow that money that's been created out of thin air, or it can issue its own equity. So if I was to say that the government, the companies can't issue their own equity in their own wealth, if BHP wants to issue new shares for a coal mine, okay, they do that all the time. Why can't you issue infrastructure bonds on behalf of the government to the state and federal government, rather than them going offshore and borrowing money from other central banks?
Well, that's a matter for the government. That's a matter for the government. If the government wanted to task us with some different legislative responsibilities, then the government can do so.
So you've got no capacity at the moment or authority to issue infrastructure bonds?
I don't believe we have, but
I don't think we do. We have no need.
Okay, are you familiar?
And quite frankly, we don't even have the infrastructure to issue those sorts of things.
Right, okay.
Internally.
So are you familiar with the 1937 Banking Royal Commission? One of the findings of that said that effectively the central bank should control the volume of credit in the system. Have you read the 1937 Banking Royal Commission?
No, I haven't read it recently, no.
You haven't?
No.
Because that principle was overturned in 1985, and Paul Keating lifted all capital controls, and our domestic banks have subsequently gone offshore and borrowed money offshore without any regulation. So they've inflated house prices without a corresponding increase in incomes. And now, of course, it was all great for the first couple of decades, because people were, living under the illusion of asset inflation or asset wealth, but it was an illusion, because now that our children are coming through, they can't afford these houses based on their incomes. So, and it's interesting you say that that's the responsibility of APRA, macro-prudential controls. That used to be under the domain of the RBA once, wasn't it?
I wouldn't say they were macro-prudential controls. The Reserve Bank, Senator McKim mentioned earlier Section 36, but the Reserve Bank did direct credit. We lived in a world where interest rates were fixed by the government and the central bank. The exchange rate was fixed. There were capital controls. We don't live in that world anymore. We live in a world where, as you highlight, there is free-flowing capital. That ultimately is a benefit for us, because it allows good investment opportunities in Australia to be financed. It allows capital to flow to the most productive uses. Ultimately, it is
a lot of younger people would disagree with you.
I just make sure that the Governor had finished her answer.
Yeah. A lot of younger people would disagree with you, because the percentage of home ownership amongst younger people, actually people up to 50 now, is declined over the last 3 decades. We've got household debt as a percentage of incomes up to something like 120%. We're running at record levels of household debt, or close to record levels. It's been topped out for a while, but it's still very high. I don't see how you can say, and we've sold a lot of our infrastructure offshore, so I don't see how, or offshore foreign interests have bought our infrastructure. I don't see how you can say we're better off when younger people cannot buy a house. I mean, I think the median price of a house in Sydney now is 1.6 million. How do you think that's better off?
The point about housing, which is a separate point, is that, like all things, supply and demand is the critical point here.
Exactly. Yeah, totally agree with that.
So the demand for housing and the supply of housing, demand for housing is higher than the supply of housing, and basically that's what's driving housing prices. So we've had this discussion before. It's also a key factor in the rents situation as well, supply and demand for rentable accommodation. But basically, when you've got a population growing like you have in Australia, and you're not able to build enough houses, then that's what happens. The price of housing goes up.
But that's the case in the last decade. That wasn't the case between 1985 and 2008, when foreign debt in the 4 major banks went from $8 billion to $800 billion, and most of that was lent against housing. That house inflation was as a result of lax capital controls that inflated house prices.
And the point earlier, prior to removing the the restrictions on lending was that a lot of people couldn't get a housing loan. So the problem was that people were credit constrained. So there was a lot of people in those days who really wanted to get a house but couldn't because the bank wouldn't lend them the money.
So they had to save first.
Now they basically can. So but the problem with the housing prices is the demand-supply issue.
Right, okay.
Last question.
Okay, thanks, Chair. I note you made a comment earlier on where you said one of the issues causing demand was the states investing in infrastructure. And of course, to be fair, states have to build infrastructure as a result of this increasing population, and I accept that's outside of your control. But this is where I'm coming back to the need for an infrastructure bank to reduce the cost of building infrastructure, because if the government's going to continue a high immigration policy, we really need to be funding our own infrastructure rather than borrowing money, which then drives up the cost of borrowing, which adds a greater cost to our economy. So do you think the fact that we don't fund our own infrastructure internally is making it harder for states to build infrastructure?
I think what's happening with infrastructure is that, again, population growth means that we need to build this infrastructure, and I absolutely accept that this is the role of governments. They have to do this. I think at the moment there is a particular problem because there is a shortage of... We've got a really strong, tight labour market, and there is actually a shortage of people to work in construction more broadly across the economy, and the difficulty of attracting people into that area means that you're having to pay more. So there's more going into more infrastructure being built, and we need people to actually work in the infrastructure industry. So that's what's driving some of those cost pressures.
Okay, thanks,
you,
Chair.
Senator Rennick. Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for appearing again, Ms Bullock and Dr Kent. So pleasing to hear you say supply and demand is paramount. My first question is regarding the COVID-era term funding facility. The facility was originally due to be repaid by 30th of June this year. Have the banks repaid the entire facility?
Yes.
Thank you. How does the money that was repaid show on your balance sheet?
Well, it doesn't. It basically what it does is it changes the balance sheet because the exchange settlement account balances. So as they repay it, they run down their exchange settlement account balances. So the way the balance sheet reflects that is that on our asset side of the balance sheet, if you like, the term funding facility runs down, and then the exchange settlement accounts run down.
So they're a wash.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So that means it's. So that means you haven't actually got the money. So it's not going to be. You haven't got the money. I mean, you've had the money come back, but it's not sitting there and it's not ready to be
No,
used.
it's just exchange settlement balances run down.
They gave us collateral. We gave them exchange settlement funds.
Right.
Yep.
So the collateral was sitting on our balance sheet on one side. And we
Okay.
had it's like a bank that has a loan. We had collateral, and then that was just all reversed.
That's all reversed.
So it was created with an electronic journal entry and now it's removed with electronic journal entry?
Yes.
Okay, fantastic. So let's move on to gold. Your most recent balance sheet shows gold and foreign exchange assets at $105 billion. How much of that is in gold and how much has our gold holding changed? Could you please provide the tonnes of gold and the value?
So our long-term gold holdings are still 80 tonnes. That's around 6,430 bars. And that's
6,430 bars?
Yeah, that's not changed since 1997. The value at the moment, as of September, was around $9.7 billion Aussie.
Okay. Where's that gold physically located, and has the holding been audited since the 2022 audit?
I don't believe it has. Another audit is coming due. I'd have to take that on notice exactly when. And it's almost all held in the facility at the Bank of England.
Thank you very much. I like your precise answers. Saudi Arabia has just been detected as buying 160 tonnes of gold, and the People's tonnes of gold, and the People's Bank of China 1,600 tonnes of gold over the last 3 years. and now China has holdings of more than 2,000 tonnes, I understand. Russia now holds 2,300 tonnes. This is a large element of the demand for inflation in the gold price. Are you concerned that BRICS is up to something that needs gold, and should we be increasing our holdings as a precaution?
I have no sort of intimate knowledge as to why they're purchasing that gold, and I don't think it has implications for us.
So you're not concerned?
No.
Last question on US Treasuries. BRICS have the capacity to pull the rug out from underneath the dollar. Australia should have mind to that risk, in my opinion. What's our current holding of US Treasury notes and currency?
I'd have to get back to you with the precise figure, but it's an important part of our foreign exchange reserves.
Yeah, okay. Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Roberts. Senator McKim.
Thanks, Chair. The AFR reported last week that at least 3 banks have been reprimanded by the RBA over the last 2 years for discussions at private meetings leaking to outsiders. Is that correct?
There was, I think there was Barrenjoey, there was...
RBC Capital Markets and Westpac.
Westpac were the 3 that were reprimanded for, yes, that's right.
Okay, so what information was leaked and to whom?
Let me just go back a sec, this idea that somehow there was some private information leaked. These are discussions that we have with a variety of market participants, and they're set up usually sometimes by banks, sometimes by law firms, sometimes by industry organisations, and the idea of them is for us to give a little bit of a flavour of how we're seeing the economy and then to get feedback from others. So they're actually quite important because they provide an opportunity for us to hear from businesses. We have a liaison program, obviously, but it also gives us an opportunity to hear directly from the businesses about how they're seeing things, right? So when we say someone leaked, what it actually meant was that someone came away from that Chatham House rules. So Chatham House rules, you know, you can talk about what was discussed, but you can't attribute views. Someone came away in each of those contexts and told someone else that the governor said X, Y, Z. Now, what the governor said wasn't secret. It was something the governor had said in the past. It was something that the governor would say publicly, but that was the point.
We're talking about you here.
In one case, in 2 cases, it was one case it was me.
Yeah.
2 cases it was me. 1 case it was Phil, I think.
Was Mrs. Phil.
So the word leak conjures up these sorts of nefarious ideas. It's not. It's basically what they've done is we've told them it's Chatham House rules. It hasn't been obeyed, and therefore they've been reprimanded.
All right. But it's true, isn't it, that RBC Capital Markets and Westpac were banned for 12 months from holding similar meetings as a result of that breach of Chatham House rules?
That's the way we approach it is if the Chatham House rules is broken, then they get a 12-month suspension, if you like.
And that's what happened to RBC Capital
and Barrenjoey.
Westpac?
Westpac.
And Barrenjoey.
Barrenjoey, Westpac and RBC.
So they were all sanctioned by...
For 12 months.
A 12-month...
Yes, correct.
I don't know what you call it, a ban on attending those discussions.
Correct. They weren't allowed to have another one of those. We wouldn't attend another one of those functions for 12
All right,
months.
and can I ask, are those discussions, are they like one-on-one with the financial institution, or is there different folks come in?
Chris goes to them, I go to them. They're basically a group, so someone will organise it. So take Westpac, they organised a group. The one that, in fact, was a dispute, the one that they were suspended for, it was actually, it was women. They'd assembled a big group of business women from various sorts of parts of the economy, and the idea was to get a bit of a flavour of what was going on in all sorts of parts of the economy. So I do remember there was car dealers there was fashion outlets, there was, it was their sort of customers, and they were participating in a discussion about what's going on in the economy.
All right. So you've said that, I think you said in two of the three cases there was something that you said, and one it was something that Dr Lowe said.
Well, I can't precisely remember what, but someone has gone out and said, oh, I had lunch with, and she said, inflation is coming down. I don't know exactly what they said, but the point was they broke the Chatham House rules.
Could I ask you, please, on notice, to come back with detail, like those details, like what it was that either you or Dr Lowe said that was discussed? I mean, surely, if you're going to sanction... I'm just asking you to take on notice.
I take it on notice. All I'm going to say, though, is that I don't know if we will be able to actually answer precisely what that person said, because all we know is that someone came out and told someone else that they had lunch with the Governor of the Reserve Bank, and the Governor of the Reserve Bank talked about whatever. I don't know if we'll know what that is.
No, but I guess, Ms Bullock, like if you're sanctioning an organisation by banning them for 12 months, like there has to be a reason for that, right?
The reason is they broke Chatham House rules.
But what I'm asking for is, how did they break Chatham House rules? Like you've answered that in a general sense, and I appreciate that. I'm just asking on notice to come back with whatever details you have available, so that the Senate can understand exactly what the breach was in detail, because like we've had situations with PricewaterhouseCoopers where confidential information has actually been monetised by PwC in that case, and you took, actually the Reserve Bank took a very strong stance on that from Pricewaterhouse in regards to the PwC breach. Now, I'm not alleging that anything like that happened, but I would like the Senate to be reassured by the provision of whatever details you're able to provide on notice in terms of the detail of the breach, which was serious enough for there to be a 12-month sanction applied.
Well, we'll certainly take it on notice and we'll do what we can, but can I just tell you that even if the breach was that someone told someone else that Michelle Bullock said that the inflation rate forecast was for 2.5% in June 2025, that's still a breach.
That's still a breach.
It's still a breach.
Public record. I understand that.
And it absolutely gets so. So there's no sense in which we've made a judgment about the seriousness of the breach. The fact is, the breach was they attributed something to me.
Yep.
That's the breach.
Thank you. And when you come back on notice, could you also please on notice just provide like a timeline of when the meetings happened, when the sanctions were applied, and as I previously asked, any details about the information that was leaked. So I'll just ask you if you take that on notice and come back with whatever you're able to provide on those things.
Okay.
Thank you. So we've talked about those three companies that breached Chatham House.
Can I just clarify?
Of course.
It may not have been the individuals who worked at those companies that breached. Somebody at the meeting. But we hold to account the company that organised the gathering.
Point. Okay, thanks. That's helpful, Dr. Kent. Thank you. So
and it may not have been a breach as to what... They may not have even said something about what we said. They may have. They may have just said, I went to a lunch with so-and-so at it. So that's automatically a breach. And or I heard something that somebody else said. So the protection is as much as anything for anyone else in the room, so they can speak freely, which is the best way for us to gather useful information.
Yeah. No, thanks. That's helpful context, Dr. Kent. Thank you. But presumably, if you're able to provide further details, you'd catch the the details within that scope and that context that you've just provided. We've just spoken about the three organisations, so RBC Capital Markets, Barrenjoey and Westpac, that did receive the 12-month sanctions. Is that the entirety of the sanctions that you've applied in the last couple of years?
I think so,
Last
but
couple
I'd
of
have
years.
to
I
check.
recall an earlier one that was related to one of those meetings that I've had, but it was more than a couple of years ago.
Was it? Okay. Do you recall which organisation that was?
HSBC.
HSBC. And with all the caveats that you've just applied, that would be the case. If you're able to, on notice, just provide any details in relation to that as well. Thank you. Do you require participants in those meetings to sign non-disclosure agreements or confidentiality agreements?
No.
You don't. Is that something you might consider if there's been repeated breaches?
Again, it's sort of a well-known and a well-established precedent to say this is Chatham House rules, and that is the... now, Chatham House rules, as I said, doesn't mean that you can't disclose that the general discussion was X. It just says you can't attribute to people, because to Chris's point, people are less likely perhaps to participate openly in the discussion if they think someone is going to pin something on them. So that's the context. So no, we don't sign non-disclosure agreements, but I would argue that the concept of Chatham House rules is a very well-established concept.
No, it's certainly a long-standing convention that's applied in a range of circumstances, but you've had 3 in the last little while, 4 over the last few years, breaches. It is a long-standing convention, but I guess I'm asking whether you think it's enough to avert future breaches of confidentiality in the future.
Can I just make a comment though? I think I couldn't see us doing non-disclosure agreements, because I think a non-disclosure agreement would give the idea that there is something very sort of special that people are getting out of this and they're not allowed to disclose it. I think it would go against the concept we're trying to create with these meetings, which is that it's an open discussion where we can hear two-way conversation. So I think they would be detrimental to those sorts of things.
Thanks. Can I just be clear though, in terms of your evidence today, are you saying that in all 3 of those cases, that's Barrenjoey, Westpac and RBC Capital Markets, all 3 of those cases, the information that was discussed, contrary to Chatham House rules, was already on the public record?
Yes, it is. And
From us.
From us. We basically, we don't say anything in those meetings that is not already on the public record. It might be that we talk about the forecast we've released, we talk about the outlook for the economy, which I give press conferences all the time now, so it's all out there. So there is nothing secret. There is no inside information that people are getting from these things that isn't already out in the public domain.
Okay. So can I ask then, so you have these private meetings that I think you might have categorised them, Ms Bullock, as being with like market participants. Do you have similar meetings with community services organisations, charities, people with like lived experience of unemployment, rental stress? I mean, do you have similar meetings so that you can understand their views about the actions of the RBA?
So, at least in some of those meetings I have been to, in those groups, we have had some of those, because to the extent that they bank with some of those organisations, so I have actually had some of those people. More broadly, we do meet with those sorts of organisations. I, in fact, have a meeting, reasonably regular meeting with Lifeline. I've got one coming up. Our liaison team also include all those sorts of community organisations, places like ACOS. So, yes, we're tapped into those sorts of organisations as well.
Okay. All right, thanks. Can I ask about your policy for managing conflicts of interest for board members?
For board members,
yep.
Did you say?
Yep, for RBA board members. I presume you keep it like a conflict of interest register or something, some proxy for that? And how do you? Is it a standing agenda item on your meetings to give people the possibility to declare a conflict? And as part of that, can I just ask whether there's a publicly available list of the other board positions that RBA board members hold?
So the board members are appointed by the Treasurer, and the board members provide written, once a year, they provide a written piece of paper basically which sets out their interests, if you like.
And that just,
provide,
I don't mean to, apologies for the interruption, Ms. Bullock, but would that include other board positions that they hold?
Yes, but other board positions I think is reasonably public, and I think if you look at the members on the Reserve Bank website, it'll have what their various board positions are.
Okay. And what's the nature of some of the other disclosures, just in general terms, that they would make? And are those disclosures publicly available?
No, they are not. They're private, and they would include investments and things like that, for example, what sort of investments they're holding. They're public board positions, they're on the website, but the private disclosures would include things like investments.
All right.
Last question.
And because I'm on the last question, I'll just ask it in two parts, and I appreciate this, Chair. Firstly, in regards to your website, are you saying that all other board positions held by RBA board people are declared on your website?
I'm looking at some of them, and there's like 5 and 6 for some of them. Now, could I be absolutely reassured that they've got them all on there? I'd have to check, but there's, you know...
Okay, could I just take on notice whether all board memberships of RBA board members are declared on your website? And secondly, in relation to those other potential conflicts like investments that you've raised, Ms. Bullock, how are they... you've said that once a year they're required to disclose those. Is there a process that you go through? Like, if you've got an investment in a particular investment, if you have a particular investment, it's possible that that investment may be materially impacted by a decision of the RBA board to, for example, put up or put down the cash rate. What's your probity processes around understanding whether, in fact, a particular investment would benefit or be disadvantaged by a particular decision that the RBA board might be considering, and do you have a requirement that that be explicitly declared by the relevant person, or that be managed in some other way through a probity process inside the bank, so that then if there is a potential conflict, it's raised and at least discussed at board level and potentially action taken to ensure that there is no conflict by recusal, for example?
So the board disclose their private information. I have oversight. I can see it, but it's private, so others don't see it. We have policies which basically restrict trading and trading. They're not allowed to, they're not allowed to trade in anything to do with interest rates or anything like that. And there are blackout periods around when board members and staff, in fact, can undertake financial transactions. So there's a framework around that which says what you can do, and that applies to the board as well. But the board, we don't tell board that they can't have investments, but there are certain things that they are not supposed to invest in, and those include things like interest rate products and derivative products and those sorts of things that you might think associated with monetary policy.
Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Smith.
Thank you very much. The Financial Stability Review report talked about some of the risks and shocks, in the financial system, and it identified superannuation as being an increasing risk. Can you just expand on the bank's view in regards to that?
It's simply that it is a very big part of the super sector, holds a lot of assets, obviously. It's not a risk in the sense the banking system is, because it's not typically leveraged. So often where financial stability risks arise is where you've got a bank, it's borrowed a lot of money, and you saw this in the United States in some of these banks, when people try to withdraw a lot of their money and the banks have borrowed against that, then they often run into trouble because they can't get enough assets to basically shovel it out the door after the people. So it's not the same. It's not the same as the banks, but they are such a big part of the financial markets and hold so many assets. The question just is, if there are, for example, ructions in financial markets, and we saw a little bit of this in the UK with the. It's a different system there, but if super funds have to, for example, sell some assets to meet margin requirements, then that can exacerbate the ructions in the markets, so that might be a financial stability risk. So it's less about their leverage and it's more about how they're managing calls on their liquidity and what the implications of those might be for markets. That's the way I'd describe it.
That's right. So the report says that consequently superannuation funds have the potential to amplify shocks in the financial system. Yes. This could occur if the investment actions of superannuation funds were to become more correlated or concentrated in times of generalised market stress, for example, in response to members' correlated reaction to a shock. So I'm correct in understanding. Many people seeking to make or seeking to access their superannuation fund at one time. So how would the financial system mitigate against that, and what should superannuation funds be doing specifically to try to mitigate against that?
So this really isn't in my wheelhouse. This is APRA, but there are restrictions on withdrawal limits, and so those are the sorts of things. I mean, it's because super does have a longevity of it and people are restricted from withdrawing, then it isn't a major risk from that perspective. But again, the example in the UK was a good example here, where what happened was there was problems in the financial market, in the bond markets. There were margin calls made on the super funds because they had investments, and then they had to sell assets in order to meet those margin calls, and that was exacerbating the problems in the financial market. But the fact that the assets of and the liabilities of the super funds in Australia are reasonably stable, they're long-lived and they're matched, is actually positive for stability. It's just because it's such a big part of the financial system now, it's just worth watching.
So as Australian superannuation funds become very significant investors in ASX-listed companies, is that the sort of risk that you're talking about or not?
Not really, no. It's no.
Okay. The IMF also talked about superannuation risks in the context of the illiquidity of funds. Do you have a view about and the significant risks that bring? How relevant is the IMF's work, and has the IMF's work been triggered by the United Kingdom experience?
So I'm not specifically sure what specific IMF work you're referring to.
I think just the recent Article 4 reports.
Oh, the IMF. Okay, right. I think what's relevant here is that there are limits on how much you can withdraw from your super. So super funds aren't subject to runs in the sense that banks are. So my comparison earlier was, with a bank, you've got a deposit in there. There's nothing to prevent you from going and taking out as much money as you've got in that deposit. Super funds don't work that way, so it's not quite the same risk. Okay.
So a loosening of the arrangements or the regime by which people can access their superannuation fund, does that, in the bank's view, give rise to increasing risk?
Well, if if there was much more ability of people to take their money out of super, then
starts to look more like a bank.
It's not leveraged like a bank, but again, it does mean that super funds would have to have much more liquidity.
Yep.
You know, and
I think the two aspects that people are focusing on, the Governor's mentioned one already, but one is you can move money between accounts, so you don't take it out of the system, but you can move from one fund to another in quick time. So each fund needs to have liquidity provision to meet that potential need. The other one is funds might be investing in a range of financial instruments, including offshore, and they may take out hedges to protect their investors, but sometimes those hedges require margins to be paid when there are large movements in markets. And so there's a potential, just because they're such big players, that those margin calls, for example, can cause some periods of instability, potentially. But in the main, they're an instrument for stability in the system because they're so long-lived assets and liabilities.
So it's really, so the comment's really putting the matter on the radar. You don't envisage it necessary for a policy response in the need to medium term.
No, it's just putting it on the radar because it is such a large chunk
of
the
super funds. Oh, sorry, thank you, Chief. Are super funds fractionally reserved? They only reserve a fraction of their assets? Their liabilities, I should say.
What do you mean by?
So, like a bank, we have fractional reserve banking system, right?
No. They basically, as I said, they don't have a lot of leverage. Their assets are matched by liabilities.
Aren't they completely different from the banking situation? The big issue, I know, on call and on demand is one issue with banks, but a big issue is they just literally do not have your money, like the scene from. Is it It's a Beautiful Life, or what's the word of that? What's the name of that movie where your money's not here, it's in Jim's house and Joe's home? What's it called? No, the Christmas movie.
Beautiful.
The Jimmy Stewart.
Jimmy Stewart movie, right? So that's the issue, and the banks don't have your cash available at any one time. So if everyone tries to
because they've lent
physically
it out.
That's right.
They've lent it out.
Physically try and withdraw, they can't deliver it. Whereas a super fund's not quite in that situation. They do have liquidity risks, what you're saying, and those sort of things, but not the same as not having the funds.
They're not in that situation at all. They've basically got funds which are preserved and long-lived, and they invest them in long-lived assets, but they do need some liquidity.
True, they have that liquidity risk. I accept that, but it's very different from a banking situation. Yeah, cool, thank you.
Governor, in the statement of monetary policy, the statement reflects on the bank's liaison work, and there's a very, very brief comment here about the continuing stress that community service organisations are feeling as a result of the cost of living pressures. It gets one line. Contacts expect this heightened demand to continue in the period ahead. Can you elaborate on what the bank is hearing through the liaison program about the experience of charities in the not-for-profit sector?
The main thing that we're hearing is that it's inflation. It's the cost of living. It's the price level that is causing people stress. And the reason that's important is because when we talk a lot about interest rates and how much pain interest rates are causing, and yes, that is certainly the case. But I think the point with the community service organisations is that it's inflation which is compounding this whole issue. It is just they don't have the money to buy essentials, and that's what we're seeing from community organisations. It's food. So food banks are seeing people turn up who they've never seen turn up.
Correct.
It's kids going to school without breakfast or because can't afford it. That's the sort of thing that we're hearing from these community organisations.
And the report says in the period ahead. What does that mean in terms of a time frame? So the sentence is that contacts expect this heightened demand to continue in the period ahead.
Well, in the next few months, I expect.
Well, most
I think
definitely.
It's for the time being, because the point about inflation is we've had high inflation, but prices aren't coming down. They're up at a higher level now permanently, and that is going to continue to eat into people's incomes. Now we are going to see seeing real incomes turn around because as inflation's coming down and wage rises are above inflation now, we are starting to see. So there might be a sense in which, as we move through the year, this coming year, not for everyone. I'm talking at an aggregate level. There'll still be people that will really be doing it tough. But as real incomes start to turn around, I think that will help.
Just going back to the matter of surcharging, I want, can you share with the committee the bank's view about the importance of least cost routing in terms of delivering better consumer outcomes, and what is the progress of the work that the bank is doing in regards to expanding least cost routing and perhaps some of the impediments that you are currently experiencing?
Wow, that's a big question.
Well, I think
it's complicated.
It goes to the core of this whole issue of surcharging.
It does, and it's complicated. So I'm going to try to speak about it in a simple way. I'll see how I go. Debit cards come in basically with two options on them. One is a Visa MasterCard and the other is an EFTPOS. Typically, Visa and MasterCard is more costly for merchants to accept than EFTPOS is to accept, right? And when we went to tap and go, so when you used to put your card into the machine, you could choose cheque or savings or credit, even though it was a debit card. If you push credit, it went through the Visa MasterCard system, higher cost. If you pushed cheque or savings, it went through EFTPOS, lower cost. When we went to tap and go, everything automatically went to Visa and MasterCard. Automatically higher costs for all the merchants. Yep. So what we have asked for is that the acquirers, so the organisations that provide facilities to merchants to take cards, offer merchants the ability to route that transaction through the lowest cost method, which is typically EFTPOS. Now, why is that important for surcharging? It's because if merchants are being, and small merchants pay quite a lot to accept Visa and MasterCard products, much more than the big merchants do.
Yeah.
So we hope that by offering least cost routing, there's less incentive for merchants to surcharge because they're paying less. So that's the purpose of it. How have we gone? It's going reasonably well. We've got some acquirers have switched it on fully for all of their customers. Others haven't. The complication, and this is something that we're consulting on in terms of our consultation on surcharging, is that many small merchants like life really simple and they like one price, doesn't matter what card they accept. And some acquirers just say it's all you can eat. It basically, they go to the merchant and they say, pay us 1% per transaction and don't worry about the rest. In theory, if you've got least cost routing behind that, that should lower that cost for merchants. The question is, are merchants really getting the benefits out of competition on that? So that's the complication.
On your website, it has this to say in regards to low cost routing, least cost routing. It says the bank expects providers, including payment gateways, to accelerate progress on making least cost routing widely available for online transactions and enabling LCR for merchants that could benefit from it.
Yep.
So when I read that, I heard that there was sort of reticence or hesitation on the part of some.
No, so again, physical at the terminal,
Yep.
most offer least cost routing.
Yep.
In terms of online, that's more complicated.
Right, yes.
So there's a whole lot of work that's got to be done in the background by these payment gateways to allow people to choose. So when you tick debit card, Or do you have? How do you set out? How do the online people set out the least cost routing options for customers online? That's a separate thing, and that is still being worked on.
So, what is government doing to help or progress LCR using the power that it has in the market, using its payment systems?
So you mean government agencies?
Yes, yeah.
I don't know the answer to that. I'd have to take that question on notice. I don't know what government agencies, who they use as their acquirers and whether their acquirers offer least cost routing.
So this is all being captured as part of the RBA review process that you talked to Senator Bragg about earlier today?
Yes, we are. Well, we are looking. Least cost routing is something that we're just continually working on with the industry to try and get them to achieve it. The consultation I talked about earlier was about surcharging and what is and least cost routing is relevant to that in the sense that if you can get costs down for merchants, then they mightn't have to surcharge. Or they mightn't feel they have to surcharge.
Would mandating LCR be an option that the bank might consider?
We have considered it, and in terms of physical terminals, we have agreed, well, we've come to the conclusion that actually it's widespread enough that we don't have to mandate it. Okay. Some merchants don't want it.
Yeah.
You know, some merchants say no. So on that we're comfortable. We're still watching the online space, and if the online space doesn't deliver, then we would consider whether to mandate it. But they're our powers.
And so that the power to mandate is a power that sits with the RBA?
We have powers under the Payment System Regulation.
To our last question, I'm not sure whether you want it, Senator Smith, or whether you want to share it.
Senator McKenzie can...
Yeah, it's not... I've only got 3 minutes anyway, so if you need to finish, that's fine.
So Senator Smith, I think you get... Thanks.
I just wanted to
Senator
finally
Smith.
then... Finally, again in the Statement of Monetary Policy at page number 60, you make some observations about employment growth over the past year. Around 3/4 of employment, this was raised with the Treasury yesterday, around 3/4 of employment growth over the past year was in the non-market parts of the economy, such as health and social care, etc. What observations do you have about the growth of that? And considerations for productivity achievements?
My observation would be that obviously these are essential areas in which we're trying to get workers into, and it's positive that we've got growth in this area, and obviously these people now have jobs and they can go out and spend, and that's really positive. So the private sector side of things, the market side is much weaker, and we acknowledge that, but I don't think we should in any way suggest that the growth in these non-market jobs is any less important. It's not.
No,
it's really important.
Agreed,
So my only observation would be it's positive, and I would expect that it will continue, because in the areas that you highlighted, we need more resources going into these areas. In terms of productivity, it's a little bit challenging in the sense that non-market typically has lower productivity growth than does the market sector. But I think it's probably fair to say that over the recent past, productivity for everything has not been great. So it's not just a non-market market sort of situation. It's more broad than that.
Thank you very much,
Thank you.
Governor. Thank you, Dr. Kent, for being here and answering all of our questions. That concludes them, and you go with our thanks. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The committee will now suspend for a 10-minute break and resume at 11:10 a.m. with ASIC. The committee resumes, and I now welcome Senator the Honourable Tim Ayres, Assistant Minister for Trade, and officials from ASIC. Good morning.
Morning, Senator.
Good morning.
Mr Longo, welcome, and I see you have an opening statement. Would you like to speak to it?
Yes.
Please go ahead.
If that pleases the committee, I'll get right into it. I'm pleased to be here. I'm pleased to appear before the committee once more today. I'm joined by Deputy Chair Sarah Court on my right and fellow Commissioners Kate O'Rourke, Alan Kirkland and Simone Constant, all of whom I think have appeared before the committee before. I'm also here today with Greg Yanko, our CEO, Executive Director Enforcement and Compliance, Chris Savandra, a recent appointment. The committee might recall he was our General Counsel until a couple of weeks ago, and Peter Dunlop, our Chief Financial Officer here as well. As this is our last estimates hearing for this year, it would be timely to provide a brief update for the committee on ASIC's transformation since I commenced as Chair in 2021. Over the past 3 years, we've been deliberate in our approach to transform ASIC into a modern, confident and ambitious regulator. Our progress can be measured by the way we have systematically implemented the recommendations of the Financial Regulator Assessment Authority's 2022 report on the review into ASIC's effectiveness and capability. Our transformation has included the most significant organisational redesign of the agency in 15 years, resulting in better collaboration across teams and quicker times for matters to progress to enforcement and compliance action. As a result of this work, we are better placed to respond to the rapidly changing domestic and global market, including increased market volatility, advances in AI, data and cyber risks, and the flow of capital from public to private markets. We must continually review, transform and improve how we focus our efforts for greatest impact. The FRA's 4 broad recommendations related to a substantial uplift in ASIC's use of data and technology, better stakeholder engagement, measuring effectiveness and capability, and broadening our mix of skill sets. This work is closely aligned with our vision and our priorities. Many of these recommendations are consistent with what we have heard from our stakeholders over this time and the work of a number of parliamentary inquiries which have appropriately sought to ensure the role we are performing is having an impact. These inquiries include ASIC's powers in relation to insurers and claims handling, the ASIC's CHESS replacement program and the professional services industry. We always welcome parliamentary scrutiny as a key mechanism for driving continuous improvement and transformation. I want to take this opportunity to acknowledge stakeholder contributions to each of these inquiries. They reflect a deep interest in ensuring ASIC is equipped to be the best it can be. We have listened carefully at what has been said and acknowledge there are further areas we need to address. I'm pleased to report we've implemented 19 of the FRA's 22 areas for improvement. Some key initiatives now embedded in our operations and contributing to ASIC being a more effective regulator include innovative new surveillance systems, enhanced data capabilities for strategic planning, a program of more quality engagement of our stakeholders, being led by all the commissioners, and a revamp of our strategic planning process to include longer-term priorities. There are 3 initiatives that remain our highest priority relating to people, data and technology and impact assessment. In our transformation, we have made significant progress in these 3 areas. These are critical, long-term initiatives that require ongoing effort to fully embed. I am very optimistic about ASIC's future. A transformation of this scale has had some short-term impacts, but as a result of the efforts of our people and the renewal that has occurred at Commission and executive level, we are well placed for the next phase. ASIC's mission to be a modern, confident, ambitious regulator is being borne out in a number of regulatory firsts, and the enforcement action we have taken in recent months against some of Australia's largest corporations and institutions. In addition, we have protected vulnerable Australians from harm through our scams work and our Better Banking project, which resulted in $28 million being refunded to consumers, including First Nations consumers, and more than 200,000 customers being moved into low-fee accounts. These are matters we'd be happy to discuss in greater detail today. Before I conclude, Chair, I want to mention that later today, ASIC will be releasing a draft regulatory guide on the sustainability reporting regime for consultation with stakeholders. I've been saying for some time environmental, social and governance issues are driving the biggest changes to financial reporting and disclosure standards in a generation. The draft regulatory guide is therefore an important document for entities who will need to prepare an annual statutory sustainability report as it sets out their obligations, and our ASIC will administer the new requirements. We encourage stakeholder feedback on the draft guide. We look forward to answering the committee's questions. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr Longo. And I'll go straight to the Deputy Chair, Senator Bragg.
Thanks, Chair. Good morning, Mr Longo. I want to ask you about some cryptocurrency issues. So, what exactly is ASIC's role here in relation to these matters? Are you a lawmaker? Are you a law enforcement agency? How do you understand your role?
Well, we're a law enforcement agency. Our job is to administer the law as it is. It's certainly to contribute to public discussion and dialogue, work with Treasury, stakeholders and government if there's going to be any law reform. The position we've taken in recent times is there are actually a lot of crypto products that are actually financial products or financial services. And you will have noted, Senator, that there have been a number of court cases that ASIC has launched in the last 12 to 18 months. And our rationale for that is to, in effect, to test the regulatory perimeter and to basically say to the industry, this is not entirely unregulated. There's existing law which can apply to this activity.
So what is regulated and what is unregulated?
Well, if it's a financial product, we regulate it. If it's a financial service, we regulate it. If it's not, we don't. The difficulty is that there are grey areas, and what we're seeing is the financialisation of a number of crypto products that there's some aspects of the industry that think, oh, well, it's crypto, it's not regulated. That's not really correct. But we've issued an information sheet where we've tried to explain to industry, because we work very closely with industry, as you would expect, to explain where the line might be drawn and when they might need a licence. I know Commissioner Kirkland in particular has done some intense work in that area, because we're looking at publishing for a form of consultation updated guidance or in our information sheet, which will take into account, although the law itself hasn't changed, what has changed is market developments and what we've learned from court judgments. So, that in a nutshell is what's going on.
I think, so this is information sheet 225 you're referring to?
It is. Yeah, I think that is.
Okay, so before you answer that, so I guess the context of some of this is, so you said, Mr Longo, back in 2021 that crypto investors were on their own, end quote. Now, you've just said that there are some crypto products or concepts which could be inside the existing law, but there are others that are unregulated.
Well, I think the two key points are that from the beginning of assuming my current role, I made it utterly clear to all consumers that investing in these activities is highly risky and people need to be really cautious, and I maintain that position.
Okay, so
secondly, let me finish. Secondly, I've never suggested that this activity is entirely unregulated. It is largely unregulated, but if it's a financial product or service, then it is.
That's fine. So your position is it's largely unregulated?
I think that's a fair statement. I mean, it's a complex area with financial products and services regulation. I think it's fair to say, broadly speaking, that the current regime doesn't cover all of the manifestations of this activity. I think it's fair to say.
As you know, Parliament's job is to make rules and your job is to enforce them. So the Parliament has not been able to pass rules in this term for reasons which we don't need to go into today. But the reality is that the Parliament hasn't done its job, hasn't been able to land on rules. So you are effectively trying to regulate what the Parliament has been able to land in prior parliaments. And you're now proposing to give, and just to make it into a question,
sure,
because this is question and answers, not statements from me. So I guess the question is then, your guidance then, I imagine, will be based around the application of the existing statute. Is that right?
Yes. Can we just step back here? The approach we're taking with crypto if I may say so, is no different to the approach we're taking with many areas of our regulatory responsibility. So this is a fast-moving area. We published an information sheet some time ago. There have been some developments in the market. We've had some case law. We're getting a lot of feedback from the market that they would like more certainty about when they need a licence and when they don't. And so the approach we're taking with crypto is, I think, a sophisticated approach to regulation. And we're taking the same approach, a whole range of areas where, as time goes by, our understanding of how the legislation works, we get market reactions, and then we update our thinking.
Yeah. I think what's important here is that you don't overplay your role and you don't step into the shoes of the legislature.
Well, I think that's always a fundamental principle. The legislation we administer is extraordinarily complex and wide-ranging. So we have a lot of experience in where to draw the line. You'll appreciate, Senator, that there are a lot of aspects of the Corps Act where we have the power to modify its operation. The industry expects us to publish guidance and information sheets. So we're very respectful, obviously, of the role of Parliament, but there's a huge expectation on ASIC that when we administer the law, we do so in a, frankly, in a helpful way and give people some guidance as to when, where we think that we have an expectation they need a licence. So putting all that back to crypto, you can see the direction of travel. Commissioner, I might ask Commissioner Kirkland to just, because I know you've been a bit much closer to dealing with...
Give us the timetable as well as part of your contribution, please, Mr Kirkland.
Yeah.
The timetable for...
Releasing your information sheet.
We're expecting to do that before the end of this calendar year at this stage. But just to repeat something the Chair said, that will be a draft information sheet on which we'll be seeking comment. I think because of the issues that the Chair's noted, this is an area where the products and services continue to evolve, where we're applying law that was drafted before digital assets started to exist. So we see it as valuable to put out some draft guidance in that information sheet and seek views from a range of stakeholders, including industry, and we'll consider those views before we issue a final version of the information sheet, which would be sometime during the course of next year at this stage, I expect.
Yeah, and who's mainly working on this?
We have a small team working on digital assets issues within ASIC.
So who's leading it?
I believe that's our Senior Executive Leader, Rhys Bolam.
Okay. And what's he up to this week?
I'm not certain, Senator.
Okay. Is he here in Australia?
I don't know, I'm sorry, Senator.
You don't know what he's doing? Does he report to you?
No, sorry. No staff report directly to Commissioners.
Okay, who does he report to?
He would report...
No staff report to Commissioners?
Not other than to the
me.
Chair as responsible authority. We have a different role under the statute. To answer your question, Mr Boland reports to Calissa Aldridge, who's the Executive Director Markets.
Okay. And do you know whether he's in the country this week?
I'm sorry, Senator, I'm not aware of that, but I might maybe I'll get you an answer during the course of the hearing.
Anyone else know?
If that's a question, Senator, that can't be answered, I'm sure the officials will be happy to take it on notice.
Their obligation is to provide the information if they know.
I understand he's at a fintech conference in Singapore.
Okay. He's at a fintech conference in Singapore?
Yes.
Okay. Is that funded by the taxpayer?
It's funded by ASIC, yes.
Funded by ASIC. Can you just provide on notice the costs associated with that?
Of course.
Thank you. Okay, so that will be released as a pre-Christmas event, will it?
That's our plan at this stage.
Okay. Have you been able to consult with the Minister's office on that?
We wouldn't normally consult with the Minister's office in relation to a draft regulatory guidance, and we haven't on this occasion.
Even though the government's stated policy for, I think it's been in office now for more than 2.5 years, has been to regulate crypto. So you're saying that you put out an information sheet in relation to how the existing law might apply to crypto, which the Chair has just said is marginal, and you wouldn't talk to the government of the day about it?
We would talk to Treasury as part of that process, just so we understand the issues that it's working on. But we wouldn't typically, given our role as an independent regulator, we wouldn't typically consult with the Minister in relation to regulatory guidance.
But don't you have like a government relations function?
We do.
ASIC? Yeah, and so what does that do then?
the typical, the Chair may wish to answer this, but it's the typical functions of a government relations function, which includes correspondence with members of Parliament and senators.
Okay. But you don't talk about issues that might impact upcoming legislation.
Sorry, I'm not sure. With whom, Senator?
It seems, I'm just curious that you're proposing to issue guidance on existing statute where there is a large public debate about regulating this particular sector, and you're saying to me that as an agency, which is quite unusual in that it has a government relations function, doesn't even talk to the government of the day about something like that.
I think the officials explained.
I'm not asking you. I'm asking the official.
The way that it works typically in this
I'll
joint
wait till you
is,
filibuster, and I'll ask the official.
Senator Bragg, be polite.
Look, if you want to behave like that, I suppose it's a matter for you. What I was going to point out is that the officials explained to you that ASIC's got a job to do. It's got an independent statutory function. And it would be surprising if it played that role in a different kind of way to the way that the officials described. The government will consider all of these developments when it produces legislation on this question. I see your implied criticism of the government's approach over the course of the last 2 years. There's not any progress.
Made no progress
over the course of the preceding decade either, Senator Bragg.
When you were in the Senate now.
When you were representing some of these interests outside the Parliament.
Well, if you knew about this, you know there's a bill in the Senate now.
It's not.
This is a filibuster, Chair.
All right. Well, I think you're contributing to that, Senator Bragg. So we'll let the minister finish. Excuse me. We'll let the minister finish. Have you finished, Minister?
I have concluded, Chair.
Chair.
So the minister will conclude his answer.
He has concluded.
I'm done.
You're concluded?
Yeah. Good. So, Chair, would you or any of your officials discuss your approach on crypto with the government of the day?
The approach we talk is no different to the approach we take on the whole range of issues we're grappling with in administering the legislation as it is. Okay. So we're in continuous dialogue with Treasury, for example, as the primary advisors to the government of the day. We provide regular ministerial briefings of one form or another to the minister. I don't think there's anything particularly remarkable or unconventional in our engagement with Treasury and the government of the day. Our job's to do our best to independently administer complex, very complex legislation. There are constant changes in market developments, constant changes in case law. And if I may say so, to return to a really significant theme, we engage a lot with industry. The one we're dealing with at the moment, of course, is the whole crypto sector. And we're trying to listen. There is a lot going on in that sector, and in fairness to significant elements of it, they would like more certainty around the regulation.
Move.
Well, that's a matter for Parliament, but we do have some existing law. And so our job is to do our best to administer the existing law in the most felicitous, efficient fashion.
Yeah. So have you... Sorry.
Just a little follow-up to your questions. So as I take it, your approach to keeping the government informed of your impending draft advice is that it's sort of a no surprises approach for government.
I think that's probably as fair a way as possible. That there's a lot of interaction. I have to say it's continuous between us, ASIC officials, and Treasury. So there's no.
But you also mentioned the ministers.
There's a lot of transparency.
It's not just Treasury, though. To be clear, you mentioned Treasury and the ministers.
Yeah. And Treasury, of course, their primary role is to advise the minister, and we will sort of seek guidance as to whether it's time for a ministerial briefing. I have regular interactions with Assistant Treasurer Jones. To me, it's a sensible, sort of conventional interaction. But if there's a particular concern someone wants to raise, I'm happy to deal with it. But that's it is no surprises. I think there's a fair way of putting it.
So last question, Senator Bragg, and I'll go to you, Senator McKim. Senator Bragg.
So my question is, have you met with Minister Jones and have you discussed these crypto issues, and What can you tell us about that?
Yeah.
Because I think there's a lot of people who are interested in this, and so they want to know where they want to know what the Parliament's going to do, and that's not a question for you. It's a question for the executive government to explain, and then people are interested in, well, what will ASIC do, and how does that all come together? I think it's an entirely reasonable question. So,
well, I meet regularly with Minister Jones. We cover a range of topics, including this one. His office is aware that we're doing this work, as is Treasury. But I really want to stress this work is a continuation of work we've already done. This is an existing information sheet that we're going to update. And that updating in and of itself won't be, how can I put it, fully effective until, as Commissioner Kirkland said, because we really want to do our best to get it right, the way it's going to work is we're going to publish a revised information sheet and allow a reasonable time to go by for industry reaction. We've put a lot of work into getting it right. We've taken expert advice from senior practitioners at the law firms and from industry. So it's a piece of work. There's just so much other work going on at ASIC, but it's in that vein of trying to regulate sensibly.
Very good.
Senator McKim.
Thanks, Chair. Good morning, folks. Thanks.
Good morning.
Thanks for coming in.
Thank you.
I've just got some questions just around a couple of companies and individuals that I know ASIC has had an interest in the past. The first one is a company called Zigno, Cigno, and I'm aware that ASIC has instituted proceedings against Zigno on more than one occasion. Can I just firstly ask, is there any current proceeding involving Zigno or anyone involved with Zigno that's afoot at the moment?
Can you help me with that? I'll ask Deputy Chair Court to... Thank you. You're absolutely right, we're no stranger to that entity in terms of going to court. Sarah, can I ask you to...
Yes, I'll give it my best shot, Senator McKim. Good morning.
Good morning.
We have had extensive legal proceedings against Zigno and associated companies over a number of years. I'm just trying to remember what number case we are up to now. I think it might be the third emanation of a business model designed by Zigno that we have had concerns have been designed to avoid important consumer credit protections. What we have been responding to, Senator, is that, and I think there are various litigations and interest in that company and its various emanations started probably 4 or 5 years ago, and the court has on each occasion that we've taken proceedings in relation to the particular business model has found in ASIC's favour and have in effect found that Zigno has been providing or engaging in financial services without a licence. One of those matters has been on appeal in the most recent, which ASIC won. The most recent emanation, which was yet another variation of the business model that we retained concerns about, we decided to also take action against the 2 individuals that we were concerned were involved in the facilitation, if you like, of this misconduct, and that in the most recent decision the court again found in ASIC's favour and found that this new business model that Zigno was operating was again outside of the, it should have been licensed and was operating outside of the credit laws, and the 2 individuals associated with that were found to be knowingly involved in those contraventions of the law. My recollection, Senator, and someone will no doubt correct me if I'm wrong, is that we're now waiting for the penalty stage of that proceeding. So liability has been determined and we will be seeking a penalty and other orders, and in particular we will be seeking orders against the 2 individuals that have been found to be breaking the law to try to prevent yet another emanation of a similar business model.
Thanks, Ms Codd. That's helpful. Is one of those individuals Mr Swanepoel?
Yes, it is.
Yeah. That's Mr Mark Swanepoel.
That's right.
Yeah. Is ASIC aware of Mr Swanepoel's investment in any other companies or that provide loans or apps that provide financial advice? And I just refer you specifically to a company called Quickle, which is owned by FTA Data Solutions, and my understanding is they have access to Zigno's mailing list of clients, and that FTA Data Solutions is run by Mr. Swampall's brother. Are you aware of those matters?
I'm not personally aware of that sitting here, Senator, but can certainly inquire as to whether or not ASIC has got any activity in that regard. One of the reasons, though, Senator, that we will be seeking particular orders against the individuals that we think have been involved in this unlawful conduct over many years is to try to obtain orders from the court that restrict their involvement in the provision of financial services, however so described, going forward. Now, we have not obtained those orders yet, but we will certainly be seeking to do so. My colleague, Mr Savandra, may well have more information on your question.
Thanks, Mr Savandra.
Thank you, Senator. And for the Hansard, Chris Savandra, Executive Director at ASIC. Senator, ASIC is aware of a new credit model being operated through the website zignoloans.com.au, which appears to be operated by a credit licensee, Finance and Loans Proprietary Limited, which the credit representative is FTA Data Solutions Proprietary Limited, which I think is the entity you referred to. That's right. So we're currently considering that model and its compliance with the Credit Act and the ASIC Act.
Thanks, Mr Savandra. That's really helpful. Thank you. Can I? So, is it fair to? Would it be fair to say that Zigno is like a payday loan provider? Is that? Would that be shorthand for their model?
I don't know that I would describe it quite in those terms, Senator. In fact, I'm not sure I've heard it described as a payday loan provider.
Could you just précis their business model for us?
Well, I think
just in high level terms.
As I've said, there's effectively been a number of business models. That's, if you like, the issue. And so each of these business models has provided loans to consumers in a particular way that has, and I'm perhaps speaking broadly here, Senator, has been designed in a way to, if I could speak colloquially, to use loopholes to avoid having to comply with the important consumer credit protections. And so the challenge for ASIC as a regulator in relation to this kind of conduct is we get complaints, consumer groups raise issues with us, there are vulnerable consumers significantly impacted, we go to court, the court makes a finding, this is a breach of the law, the company then, remanifests, it says, oh, here's another business model, and again, it's very slightly designed to be outside of the provisions of the law. So we are resolute in our determination to put an end to these business models. I should also observe, Senator, that Zigno is not the only company that we have had in court over the last little while in relation to or making allegations of business models that we say are designed to avoid these credit protections, and I can take you through others, but Zigno have been very much in the forefront of our attention for many years, but there are others involved as well that we have a range of both court action and investigations in relation to.
All right, thank you, and I'm pleased to hear about your resoluteness, if I could put it like that. And just in a similar vein, I guess around a person who's been Ms. Dominique Grabisa, who's been disqualified from managing corporations by ASIC and also by the Federal Court for breaches of director duties. Have you had concerns raised with you that Ms. Grabisa is actually continuing to run companies, and specifically a company called Property Lovers? Are you aware of that? And my understanding is that Property Lovers is starting to promote, or has started to promote, products that were the subject of proceedings brought by the ACCC. I guess my question is, are you aware of those matters, and is there anything afoot within ASIC to take action to ensure that the disqualification orders are actually enforced?
Senator, I'm very familiar with the case of Ms Grabisa and her banning by ASIC, and also very familiar that the ACCC have had separate proceedings in relation to her activities and those of her company. I'm not again sitting here now, I don't have in front of me any current information that suggests that we have notice of the issues that you have raised, but we'd be very happy to receive details of that. And again, if Mr Savunda is able to ascertain anything sitting behind me, he may well come back to the table. But I'm certainly not aware of that. If there is a suggestion that Ms Grabisa is engaging in financial services activities while she is banned, then of course we would be very interested to understand the details of that.
All right, thank you. I'll take that on board. Could I just ask if I understand you don't have those any details about that in front of you, and that's quite reasonable, Ms Court, whether you could just take on notice and come back, see if there's any information you can provide to the committee on that.
I was just seeing if it was somebody sending me that information, Senator.
Absolutely fine. It was something else.
But it was not. I did not mean to be rude.
Thanks. No, you weren't being rude at all. Thanks, Ms Scott. I appreciate your engagement.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you. We do have a number of senators who have questions, so I'll wind you up at 10 minutes. So I'll go to you, Senator Canavan.
Thank you. I've just got some questions about the impending climate reporting scheme, or Scope 3 and Scope 3 emissions under that. I believe this comes into effect 1st of January next year, does it?
Yeah, for all the legislation passed, so for any entity that's caught in the first phase that has a financial year commencing after the concluding after the 1st of January next year, then the regime will apply. So that means we probably won't see many reports much before the middle of 2026. Yeah.
Right. So just that last bit, what was that last bit? You won't see much?
Because the legislation takes effect for financial years after the 1st of January, for most of the first tranche of reporting entities, because it's phased in. So the first tranche of what I would call the bigger end of town. And so the bigger end, bit colloquial, but the bigger end of town, their financial year is usually 1 July, 30 June, very often. So that means the first reports we're likely to get are the second half of 2026, because the first financial year after the 1st of January next year is 1 July, 30 June, 25, 26.
So they won't have to report for the half of the year, so to speak?
No.
Okay.
It won't work that way.
So it just depends on their reporting requirements. I presume there might be some...
It depends on their what their normal financial reporting year is.
There might be some... Do some Australian corporations report on financial years that are aligned with their overseas counterparts?
It could be.
Parent companies, some do.
Most will report on the financial year we're accustomed to.
Okay, so it's their full financial year after the 1st of January?
Correct, yeah.
Okay,
that's broadly how it works.
Now, I believe the guidelines, are you calling them guidelines? Or?
Well, later today we'll be publishing draft regulatory guidance. As I was saying earlier in the proceedings, ASIC publishes a wide variety of regulatory guidance and a wide variety of regulatory issues. This is particularly challenging and complex piece of regulatory guidance. So what will happen later today is that we'll be publishing to the market our first attempt at regulatory guidance about how what our expectations are about compliance with these new standards, and accompanying that will be a consultation paper. And so the idea is that over the coming months we will get reactions to our proposed guidance, and we hope to finalise that guidance in the first quarter next year.
This doesn't seem to be... I mean, you've described this before. I know it's the biggest change to corporate reporting, in a generation.
Yes.
So as you said, it's pretty complex. It doesn't seem like a lot of time, and maybe you're constrained by the law, I don't know, and that's a matter for the government, I suppose, but it doesn't seem like a lot of time for companies to adjust, even large companies, to adjust to the biggest change in reporting for a generation.
Well, a lot of the large reporting entities have been voluntarily reporting under the TCFD standards.
But they must be doing that without your guidance, per se?
That's right.
Using their estimation?
It's an observation that I think is a serious observation, if I may say so with respect, that these accounting standards, they're not released by us, by the way. The Australian Accounting Standards Board produces the accounting standards. Our job is to administer them. And those standards in turn were inspired or animated by the International Sustainability Standards Board. Now, so there's a lot of work's been done on these standards over the last several years. there's no question among reporting entities and company directors, there's a lot of interest in how we're going to administer these standards. And so I think it's fair to say there's a lot of appetite in industry for ASIC to be as helpful as possible in this guidance. So that's what we plan to do. But as I said earlier, these standards won't apply for financial years after the 1st of January. So I might ask
But you're not going to have just to be clear, the guidance finished until the first, did you say first quarter or first half?
Well, we're hoping to finalise it by Q1 next year.
Yeah, so still it could be just months from the start of the regime.
Well,
and for some that might have an earlier reporting date.
Well, as you mentioned earlier, we really couldn't release the guidance before the law commenced.
I understand that, where I'm happy for the Minister to intervene here. Obviously the government has ultimately set these timeframes for you. But it does seem strange that guidance won't be finalised until after the reporting regime comes into effect. So people are potentially flying blind.
It's a bit more nuanced than that, but I'll ask Commissioner O'Rourke to comment.
Thank you. So Kate O'Rourke, Commissioner for the Hansard. We were aware of the importance of assisting companies and have been aware of the importance of assisting companies explaining how ASIC will administer the law, and have it had a two-phased approach. So upon the passage of the legislation, we were able to support with some immediate information that was made available, and we've made a web page that includes what was immediately available. So that occurred at the end of September or early October. And then this next step of the regulatory guidance is that second phase of a more detailed explanation of how our expectations are in relation to the legislation that's been passed. Similarly, the AASB will be preparing guidance to support how they'll be administering the standards, and we've been working hard behind the scenes to ensure that they're lined up. We'll both get consultation and we'll get feedback, but the draft guidance, which is going to be published today, will give companies a very clear sense of what our preliminary expectations and likely expectations will be. They may well be some adjustments associated with it, but we hope that that assists companies, including those in the category you refer to, the small number of people who do have a 1 January start date, and therefore we'll see their reports in the first half of 2026.
How many of the companies are in this boat?
I can get that number while we're here. It's a small proportion of the 200 odd who fall within Group 1.
So there'll be about 200 will be in the first tranche.
Yeah, and the large majority of those have the 30 June, 1 July.
It's still not a lot of time for them, but yeah. So look, we've been over before. I think that even on the government figures, this will cost $2.3 billion to Australian businesses to comply with. I've heard reports that some companies may themselves individually need to spend $50 million to comply with these laws. Have you asked businesses about their individual costs of compliance?
That's not been part of our consultation process, no.
So there's no...
It's certainly the case, Senator Canavan, that it is... It will affect, as I understand it, about 1,800 companies, so Australia's largest firms, and there is broad support across industry for the approach that's been taken here.
So I was in the Rural Affairs Committee the other day, and there the Agriculture Department confirmed that some farmers will be captured by these laws through the Scope 3 emissions requirements, especially if they've got dealings with captured banks or supermarkets, the like. You say the 200, they're the first tranche.
Approximately.
Do the Scope 3 emissions of those 200 apply in this first period?
There's a delay for, so for that Group 1, the preparation of their climate, their sustainability report in the first year doesn't include the Scope 3. Okay. So because of the recognition of the additional work associated with the preparation of that. I understand it's a 12-month...
so 1st of January 2026.
I'll come back with
I've got my maths right.
confirmation of that shortly.
Yeah, okay, if that changes, let us know. So for farmers that are facing the prospect of having to comply with these regulations, they will have...
They will only have to comply.
Can I just ask my question? I'm happy for the Minister to respond. He's obviously very defensive about this issue about imposing $2 billion costs on Australian businesses at a time of record low productivity growth. But if I could just finish my question, then I'm happy for you to respond, Minister. For those farmers that have to comply within now 15 odd months, 14 months, they're not going to see the final guidance. They'll get that with less than 12 months preparation.
Yeah, Senator, just sort of step back because it's a really complicated area, so just bear with me for a moment.
Sounds like
the farmers that you're referring to in your question, they themselves aren't reporting entities. There's a supply chain issue here, and what we're hearing a lot from small business and more broadly is that the reporters, when we get to Scope 3, they've got to get the data from somewhere, and that's where farmers, small businesses, entities that aren't themselves required to report, but they'll be asked questions about their emissions in order for the reporter to be able to do what they have to do in their reporting. So there's a whole piece of work going on out there where the large reporting entities are communicating with their supply chain, their providers, in order to be able to do their sustainability.
But can you appreciate my point? Okay, I've got plenty more on this.
So we don't prescribe exactly how that works, and I think in fairness, that is a very significant piece of work.
Can you see where I'm coming from here? Farmers, they don't have spare time to devote to this, and they certainly don't have the kind of P&L which would allow them to employ consultants to do the work. Is there any flexibility for you to defer those requirements for small businesses and farmers further than the 2026 deadline?
So the legislative provisions govern who reports and including the Scope 3, and like I can confirm that there is that 12-month delay. That information will only be in the second year of the reports.
But that's in the law.
That's right.
That's amazing. The government's been so inflexible about this for small businesses and farmers. But
I think, sorry, what's in
Mizo Rock?
Now, can I just have some questions on enforcement then, if I can?
I'll just let Mizo Rock finish her answer.
I did want to convey that what's in the law says whether or not Scope 3 emissions needs to be disclosed, but how that occurs in relation to the supply chain, just to reiterate my chair's point, that is something that will be a relationship based in terms of how information is sought from suppliers in a chain, and there are mechanisms by which if the expenses or the difficulty associated with doing so, there are estimation techniques or alternative mechanisms for achieving some of the information gathering that's required.
This sounds so complex.
Senator Barbara Pocock.
Small businesses. I intervened during Senator Canavan's question, and that was the wrong thing to do, Senator Canavan. I should have let you finish. The reason that I reacted to your assertion that farmers are captured by this is because the legislation captures Australia's largest firms. It is conceivable that in the top 1,800 largest Australian firms, that a very, very, very large farming interest might be directly engaged. But it is not true what's been asserted by, at the very least, some of your colleagues in a scare campaign around this question, that farmers are going to need to engage with ASIC's work here. It may be true that information is sought from them in terms of supply chain questions, but there is no cost attached to that. And and getting out there and beating up another scare campaign. The thing about scare campaigns is you just got to run one or two of them at the time. If you run a lot of them, they lose their impact.
Okay. I'm sharing the call, and I'm going to Senator Barbara Pocock.
Chair, I'm going to ask a question about MinRes, and then I would like to go to a question about PwC, where I table a letter, which I'll ask the committee.
And that was also tabled yesterday.
Did I table this one?
Yes. So we'll table that again.
No, I don't think I did. Senator O'Neill did though.
Oh, yeah, that's okay.
So just going to MinRes, and thanks for being here. I wanted to ask first of all. On the 23rd of October, ASIC confirmed that it is or will be inquiring into mineral resources following the allegations that Mr Chris Ellison, founder of MinRes, has been engaged in tax evasion for more than a decade, and that real concerns exist about Mr Ellison putting his personal financial interests ahead of shareholders. Has ASIC begun its inquiry, and when will it begin?
Thank you for that question, Senator Pocock. The Deputy Chair Court is ready to answer it, I think.
Great.
Good morning, Senator Pocock. Yes, I can confirm that we have commenced inquiries following the various media articles about this suite of issues, and since I gave that evidence before a prior committee, I can confirm we've now commenced a formal investigation into these issues.
What is the scale of the inquiry?
Senator, it's at a very early stage, I think it's fair to say. So this information came to us, like it did to many others, through the media reporting recently. We have examined the allegations. We've had some engagement with the ATO, and the investigation will follow the normal course.
How would you characterise the cooperation of MinRes with your inquiries to date?
It's just too early for me to give any comment about that, Senator. It really is a matter of a week or so that we have had a formal investigation ongoing. Certainly, potentially next time we're before the committee, I might be able to give a bit more information, but things are at a very early stage.
Have you had any earlier engagements or matters in relation to MinRes?
Not that I'm aware of, Senator.
Okay, thank you. If you take that on notice in case they do arise.
Yes, I can.
What will be the consequences for any breaches or misconduct found by your inquiries?
Senator, without trying to be difficult, it is just too early for us to ascertain that. So the normal investigation process is underway. The matter is sitting with one of our investigation teams. They'll assess the information that we've got available. They will, of course, liaise with the ATO. We will then consider the exercise of compulsory powers. We will look at the information that we obtain, and then we will make an assessment as to whether or not we think there's been any contraventions of the laws that ASIC administers. So unfortunately those things do tend to take some time. So as I say, we are at a very early stage.
When many people who are observing this will also be conscious of the current warrants that are out being implemented in relation to PwC. All week we see Federal Police in the head office of PwC in Sydney, and we've seen 2 residential premises also subject to search warrant in relation to a range of criminal activities with penalties of up to 10 years. Are these the kind of penalties that are available to you to consider in relation to MinRes matters?
Senator, again, it's just too early for me to speculate. The amount or the potential severity of outcome will very much depend on the evidence we gather and the particular provisions of our laws that may or may not have been breached. So until we finalise an investigation and reach that conclusion, it's hard to speculate as to what the outcome might be.
Thank you. So I look forward to future updates. Can I go to the next matter, and that is the letter from Diana Weiss to Kristen Stubbins at PwC, dated the 19th of May, which my colleague Senator O'Neill tabled yesterday. And I want to go particularly to this letter puts PwC Australia essentially into default and into supervised remediation. It chronicles the disastrous unfolding of poor practice within PwC over a lengthy period, and is a study of the internal disappointments and extraordinary behaviours in Australia, called to account here in this letter by PwC International. I take you to point 9 on page 7. Is it on page 6? Point 8 on page 5, which states, and it's titled Regulatory Submissions, the firm shall not provide to any regulator or other government or legal authority any formal, significant or substantial submissions or responses, whether oral or written, regarding any of the topics, and there are many topics listed in the preceding words, until the network representative and I, that is General Counsel internationally, have reviewed and approved the materials. What is your view of that imposition of such a constraint on the Australian regulatory bodies to regulate the misdemeanours that are chronicled in this letter and in our own Senate inquiries?
Well, Senator, as you... first time I've read the letter and read it very quickly, and I certainly focus immediately on paragraph 8 for obvious reasons. I think that the premise of the Senator's question started with the idea of how seriously PwC internationally have taken this. So I'm sort of stepping back and saying, well, that's the context of the letter. Now, the drafting of that, it's really a matter for PwC internationally as to what they actually meant, but I think they talk about the author and the network representative is someone who is also representing the international interests.
Yes.
So on its face, I know there's been some concerns expressed about interference and matters of that nature, but I think the idea is, without being an apologist for the author of this letter, is that the international body overseeing the Australian body is taking the matter so seriously, and they've lost so much confidence in the Australian body that they're really worried that whatever it is you tell regulators, we want to be part of that process because we want you to get it right. So perhaps I'm being too, generous, but on its face, when you read the letter as a whole, the international body is clearly very taking the situation extremely seriously, and part of their concern, I think in the early part of the letter, it talks about loss of trust and confidence. So it's sort of understandable in those circumstances, but perhaps the letter could have been more felicitously drafted on this point. But I think that's on its face, the international body is saying we've lost so much trust and confidence in you. When you're dealing with regulators, we don't want you to mess it up. We want to be consulted.
I certainly think that flavour is very evident in the very strong language in the.
But that's really all I can say about it.
Well, you're a regulator, Mr. Longo, and this is saying to you, an international body has come in over the top. It's not domiciled in Australia. You have already, at earlier discussions, made the point that partnerships of this form, you only have a small sliver of direct regulation around, which is a major concern to me and to many others. But the chronicle of failures, which is recognised by PwC internationally, is very evident. But what they're saying here is hold back any communication, any response to Australian regulators, including yourself, until we've checked it internationally. Do you find that? I find that extremely offensive, and it concerns me that it is so dismissive and controlling of a direct response to a regulator and to a range of regulators, ATO.
Well, I certainly wouldn't find that acceptable. That's entirely unacceptable if that was the intent. If the intent of the international body was to some way constrain or restrict cooperation between the Australian body and Australian regulators. But as I said earlier, perhaps I'm being too generous. I don't see that as the intent of that paragraph. But my deputy wanted to say something.
Senator Pocock, I was just going to make the point that, as we've talked about on previous occasions, ASIC has had a series of engagements with PwC and its representatives across the last year or two, and certainly in relation to the information requests and the statutory notices that we have issued to them, they have complied with those notices. Certainly from our perspective, if we issued a statutory compulsory notice with a particular time frame, we would expect materials to be produced within that time frame, and this kind of clause would provide no excuse to not comply with the notice from an Australian regulator to the Australian company.
Last question.
Can I go to the professional accounting bodies I have, which is moving along?
Yes.
And I want to ask about the role of, because it's a related question, about professional accounting bodies in co-regulation of the consulting industry. Treasury's consulting paper on the consulting industry found that self-regulation via professional bodies is not fully effective, may not be fully effective, and that the number of audit standing setting bodies may lead, and I'm quoting, to overlaps and gaps. I understand that professional accounting bodies report to ASIC. Does ASIC share the view of Treasury that those professional bodies may not be fully effective in fulfilling their role in co-regulating the consulting sector?
That's a very good series of questions, Senator Pocock. I'll ask Commissioner O'Rourke, who led the work on that topic at the Commission, to answer it.
Thank you, Senator Pocock. So the first thing to note is that we think it's an extremely important area of consultation to identify whether there are gaps in the regulatory framework as a whole. And our position, as we've said multiple times in this and other committees, is that we do think there are gaps in the regulatory framework, particularly with respect to the regulation of firms that do audit services. As you know, we can only regulate the individual registered auditors. I do think, just to clarify one way you framed the question, the auditing industry associations or bodies that you refer to don't report to us in the sense that they have their own systems of responsibility and frameworks and standards that apply to their members. So I think that is part of the observations that they and you and Treasury have made around how all of these different aspects come together. So I think that it's a very important part of the Treasury consultation process that you refer to identify who should do what and whether the provisions are voluntary in the form of exercised by industry or professional associations, or whether they should be statutory. So I think it's a really important part of, and we're certainly making submissions with respect to that issue.
We're out of time, Senator Pocock. Thank you. Senator David Pocock.
Next, thank you very much. I was just asked some questions about scams, and was interested if ASIC notifies banks about scams that they become aware of. You become aware of.
We've done an immense amount of work on scams,
Yes.
and it's been largely led by Deputy Chair Court, so I'll ask her to answer that question. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Senator Pocock. In relation to scams, Senator, the ASIC is a key partner of the ACCC in the running of the National Anti-Scams Centre, and the way that the current arrangements work in relation to notification of scams is in effect that all scam-related information gets funnelled through the NASC. In relation to particular notifications by ASIC to banks about particular scams, no. Generally speaking, because those matters would effectively be dealt with by the NASC, Senator.
Okay. I've been told of cases where banks have received a warning from ASIC about a known scam, and so that's not the case?
Well, in a broad sense, ASIC has done a lot of work with first the 4 major banks and then secondly a larger range of banks, Senator, where we did a sort of what we might loosely call a deep dive into the scam detection, prevention responses, first, as I say, of the 4 major banks and then of a range of other institutions, the first report being early last year and another report this year. Certainly in the course of that inquiry and engagement, our findings, giving feedback, I'm sure our surveillance team engaged with the various institutions on particular case studies and examples. So certainly not saying it's out of the question that we've engaged with particular banks on particular issues, but as a matter of course, if a member of the public has been the victim of a scam, the normal course is that would make its way through the NASC. If it was an investment-related scam, which is where ASIC's jurisdiction lies, then it may make its way back to ASIC to do some of the work we do, which we do an investment scam takedown service. We have an investor alert list that we put dodgy investment sites and the like on, but it's not
to banks? Do you send that to banks, or how does that work? It's just public?
It's just public. And there is, Senator, a significant infrastructure developing at the moment under the auspices of the NASC, and the ACCC is in a better position to answer these questions in this broad sense perhaps than ASIC is, but one of the things that all of the agencies that are involved in the NASC together with industry is doing is trying to work out how do we have sort of a whole of government, whole of industry data source about emerging scams for the very reason then that information can be disseminated across industry. So there's across banks, we've got digital platforms, we've got the telecommunication companies as well. So trying to make sure that everybody has that information as it emerges.
You've obviously done a lot of work, reports looking at the banks, and you did one on the Big Four, and then recently on 15 banks, and you said that we expect all banks, regardless of their size, to pull their weight in the fight against scams. Boards and senior management have a key role to play in driving improvement. Do you think a mandatory scam reimbursement model, as we've seen in the UK, where the banks are on the hook, is the best way to actually drive that change, given we're not seeing them really step up?
Look, the policy setting for the scam code framework, Senator, is something that I'll defer to Treasury in relation to. I think in relation to the banks, based on the work that we've done, that the approach that ASIC has taken, Senator, is that we have tried to identify those institutions that are in effect doing better than others. We have tried to call out, what is best practice, what minimum standards should be, and the two reports that you have taken me to set that out. And so we have sort of very squarely put the banking sector on notice as to our views in relation to what the approach should be taken. And one of the areas that we've had particular concerns about is how are banks engaging with those who have become the victim of scams. And we found a real variability in our surveillance across the sector we looked at in terms of how people respond. Are the scam areas properly resourced? Are they identifying vulnerabilities? A whole lot of those issues. But in terms of the reimbursement model, as I say, Senator, I think that's best left to Director Treasury.
You don't have a view on it?
Look, my own view is I don't think it's straightforward, Senator. I think is ASIC's view. And one of the things that, based on the policy framework that is currently being proposed as we understand it, it will set minimum standards for the entire ecosystem to deal with. And in the circumstance that, and if I use the ASIC lens and our jurisdiction, we are anticipating on the current arrangements that ASIC will be the regulator responsible for enforcing the code insofar as it relates to financial institutions and banks, that the framework will set the mandatory obligations across the board, and that if a financial institution, including a bank, falls short of those standards and somebody loses money as a consequence, then reimbursement will follow. So I think it's a
fairly convoluted model, though. Looking at it.
Senator, so I'm not going to comment on the model. I think that the main point that I would make is that we welcome a framework and we welcome minimum standards and we welcome having an enforcement role in relation to ensuring that those new standards, once they're determined, are upheld.
Sure. Can I ask some questions about Qantas? I take it that you're all members of the Chairman's Lounge?
Yes, I am.
Yes, you are. Have any of you accepted flight upgrades from Qantas or Virgin?
Not that I'm aware of, Senator.
Would you have to declare them?
I suppose we would declare them.
Do you have some sort of register of interest?
Yes. Yeah.
Would you have to declare a flight upgrade?
I think certainly we've declared all of our Chairman's Lounge memberships. Sure. As far as flight upgrades go, never had one, as in my current role. So I think we would expect that to happen.
Sure.
Yeah.
And which other companies that you regulate give you perks, like the Chairman's Lounge?
Oh, I don't think I can think of a single company that gives me a perk or any of the commissioners a perk.
Sure. And you're comfortable. Yeah. You're comfortable being the body that actually ensures Australians' financial markets operate fairly, transparently and efficiently, and that they're free from misconduct. You're happy to take that sort of gift from a company that you regulate?
We have disclosed each of us our Chairman's Lounge
I understand
membership.
that. I understand that.
And secondly, we have an established policy that deals with conflicts of interest.
Sure.
And as things stand, if Qantas comes within, we have any issues with Qantas, then we'll deal with them.
And so can I ask on that?
Current policies, but
Mr. Longo,
we don't consider membership of the lounge as being a material impediment to discharge of our duties.
So if, on that example, if something came up with Qantas, I mean, you're all going to have to declare a conflict of interest and potentially excuse yourself from making a decision.
Well,
and so who's left?
Well, I think, Senator,
or doesn't it matter?
I'm just trying to answer your question. Some things have come up with Qantas, as we're aware, in the last year or two, and I don't think, and the Commission's view is, that membership of a lounge is without more a conflict of interest that would require any of us to recuse ourselves from a decision relating to Qantas.
Sure, but I mean, no one
without more.
Just a couple more, please, and then I'm done on this.
Okay.
I'm really interested in this though because it's an easy thing to say. Oh, it doesn't affect my decision making, but this is also we have conflict of interest registers and all the rest. Also because of managing perceived conflicts of interest, which I think are really important for the public. Yeah. And if you were getting a discount on your home loan from Westpac, do you think it would be the same sort of thing where it's like, oh, this doesn't really affect the way that I deal with this bank? I'm interested, like, why is there this exception with Qantas?
Well, I think that the question you raise is really, as you put it, very interesting question to look at. All of us have to disclose interests of one form or another, and that includes credit cards, insurance policies.
That's very different to freebies from
our
a company you regulate, though.
Yeah, so we regulate all of them.
But do you get a discount on your telco bill? You get a discount from...
I'm not aware of any.
This is precisely my point, Mr. Longo.
But that doesn't mean I can't regulate a telco because I have a contract with Optus or
Yeah, but
Telstra.
they're not giving you a discount, or they're not giving you some sort of special service every time you walk into the store. It's very different.
Count this as your two questions.
This is the very last one.
Sure.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Kirkland, you obviously have some history with Qantas. You named and shamed them in 2022 at your Choice Shonky Awards, which I think a lot of Australians appreciated given what we were seeing, and I think what Joe Aston has sort of very well put together in a book. I saw that Dana Daniel at the Canberra Times did an article and said that Mr. Kirkland declined to answer questions posed by the Canberra Times, including whether he thought it was important to avoid real or perceived conflicts of interest when regulating a company like Qantas, and if he would hand back his Chairman's Lounge membership. I'm interested what you do think, given you've been in the choice seat on the consumer side, now you're regulating companies like Qantas. What do you think about avoiding real or perceived conflicts of interest?
I stand by the Chair's comments on this issue, and I would reiterate that ASIC has robust processes for managing conflicts of interest that we comply with on a day-to-day, week-to-week basis, and that would apply in any matter concerning Qantas as well.
So whatever the Chair says, you say?
I independently form the same view as the Chair on these issues. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kirkland. We still have a number of senators who have questions. We'll move to 5-minute blocks. I'll go to you, Senator Rennick. Senator Rennick.
Thanks, Chair. My question is just in regards to Macquarie Group. They were hit with what is described as a $5 million penalty by the Markets Disciplinary Panel for attempting to manipulate energy markets. Do you think that the $5 million penalty was enough for Macquarie Bank, given that they've also been fined on other occasions for improper behaviour?
Well, that penalty was imposed by the Market Disciplinary Panel, and it's important to remember that once they paid, in paying the penalty, there was no admission of wrongdoing. I'll just make that clear for the record. But the size of the penalty and the circumstances in which it was imposed was really a matter for the Market Disciplinary Panel. So as we said at the time, was one of the most significant penalties the panel ever imposed. It was what happened there, as I've said on previous occasions, and indeed the panel itself said, was serious. You know, there was a failure to take on board ASIC's warnings. There were issues with marking the close and the way they were conducting themselves, dealing with the trades they were putting on. So I think that's really, it is a significant penalty.
Well, a $5 million penalty. I mean, they made a $4 million gain, or their clients made a $4 million gain, $4.2 million gain. I mean, when they make $3 billion and they're sort of out of pocket less than $1 million, do you really think that's material enough? Well, I mean, it's not really sending us a warning, significant warning, well, a mild warning, but it's not really a deterrent, might be a better way of putting it. A significant enough deterrent to stop this behaviour from happening.
Certainly very reputation affecting. My understanding, I don't have it in front of me, but there were 3 entities that were taking advantage of the automated throughput processing of orders, and there was a failure by Macquarie to filter those orders. So there's a question of how much profit Macquarie made by providing that service, and I don't think the panel decision goes to that level of detail. I wasn't aware that we knew what profit those trading entities made.
I'm quoting what's in this.
Yeah. I don't know whether Commissioner Constant can add to any of that.
I mean, is there any sort of intent to start putting some of these guys that start manipulating markets in jail as a deterrent? I mean, there's a lot of white-collar crime that goes on in ASX and insider backhanders and things like that. I mean, and I acknowledge you can't regulate all these because there's just too much of it, you don't have enough staff, but I would have thought it's about time some of these guys started to be getting serious personal...
Yeah, launched proceedings a couple of months ago against 4 individuals for pump and dump behaviour. They were criminal proceedings where we actually warned users of a site called, I think it's called Telegram, if my memory serves me. They went ahead anyway, and those charges were laid a couple of months ago now. So that's classic market manipulation activity. We were able to get the evidence, and we made a referral, and criminal charges were laid. There are several other matters that are before the civil courts at the moment. One, again, I'll go to a recent example, COFCO, which involved manipulation of the wheat futures market, and that's an action that we've launched. It's going through the federal court at the moment. So market manipulation, market abuse in general has always been a priority area of enforcement for ASIC. But I think the committee will appreciate that establishing the evidence required to get up these cases is not straightforward.
No, I accept that. Yeah. Okay. Cheers. Thank you. Thanks, Jim.
Thank you, Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you for appearing today.
Good morning, Senator.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
That's all right. We all make mistakes. ABC Bullion. ABC Bullion was sold and then stored. ABC Bullion sold and then stored bullion for retail customers, often mums and dads, investors and elderly superannuants. ASIC tasked Deloitte with investigating allegations that ABC's bullion holdings did not meet their requirements, did not meet their commitments, which is fraud on the purchase and fraud on the storage. Deloitte found nothing wrong. Texts emerged, though, from the staff of ABC Bullion, which admitted to the fraud. You have been provided with these, I understand. ABC Bullion maintained their secure storage at an address in Marrickville, which did not have a council development approval. In other words, they were there illegally, in the words of the Inner West Council. This renders their insurance invalid. A builder who worked on the safe room advised my office that wall thickness and fabrication were not fit for purpose. In the past few months, Michael West Media have presented articles with new information. My first question is, I previously asked Deloitte investigation about the Deloitte investigation, which failed to discover at the time of the audit ABC Bullion did not have valid occupancy for their premises, did not have valid insurance, and were charging for safe and secure storage anyway, and that's fraud. Your answer on notice, A0041, said, quote, undertaking property checks in relation to zoning and local council approval matters, for example, is not within ASIC's remit, nor its usual practice as a regulator, and on this basis did not form part of the scope of ASIC's work. So let me get this straight. I can take tens of millions of dollars from the public for safe storage of bullion, store the bullion in my garden shed, in a property I'm squatting in, and you can't do anything about it because property checks don't form part of ASIC's work? Isn't that service being misrepresented? Isn't it fraud?
Thank you for that question, Senator. I'll ask our Head of Enforcement, Chris Savundra, to respond. The activities of ABC Bullion have been the subject of a lot of attention, a lot of resources by ASIC, and so I'm going to ask Mr Savundra to deal with it, unless Senator and the Deputy Chair Court wants to have a first crack at it.
Good afternoon, Senator Roberts. I might start, and Mr Savundra can... No, not at all. Mr Roberts, we've talked about your concerns in relation to this company on multiple occasions before the committee. We have...
If they'd been addressed, I would have dropped it.
I understand your concerns remain. We have, as you know, and as we've discussed before, done an extensive investigation into a range of issues and complaints that have been made with us, including the provision of very extensive documentary material and other evidence. We have formed the view that there is no actionable role for ASIC here, and certainly issues of local councils, insurance issues and the like, as we made clear in the answer that you referred to, are not within ASIC's remit. I certainly don't for a moment, though...
Fraud is, though, isn't it? Fraud is within your remit?
Senator, of course it depends what kind of fraud you're talking about. Financial fraud is within our remit and within the remit of other investigate law.
Misrepresenting products and services, that's within your remit?
Again, if they relate to financial services, Senator, well, no. Gold bullion is specifically excluded from ASIC's remit under the legislation, so representations relating to gold bullion are not within our remit. Issues to do with local councils, things being stored in sheds. I'll just finish my answer.
Do you know whose remit?
Senator Roberts, we'll just let Ms Court finish.
And insurance matters are clearly not within ASIC's remit. I should also add, Senator Roberts, that we have, and I think I've tried to make this clear on previous occasions, we have taken very seriously and expended very considerable resources fully examining all materials that have been referred to us over a lengthy period in relation to these suite of issues. We've responded to multiple questions on notice, and I accept that you are not happy with our responses, but we really have reached a view where we have bottomed out all of the investigation and work we can do in relation to these issues.
Last question, Senator Roberts.
Your answer on notice also said you were aware some of the bullion being advertised as secure was in fact elsewhere in the organisation, an arrangement you called, quote, a layered system of holdings, and this was okay with you. That was, however, only part of the whistleblower information you have been provided with. The whistleblower also said the bullion was counted twice, once in Perth and then flown to Sydney and counted again. The whistleblower advises they have not been interviewed by ASIC. Is that true, and if so, on what basis did you decide to ignore that testimony? And can you assure this committee that ABC Bullion has all the bullion they have charged customers for and that bullion is securely stored?
As I've said, Senator Roberts, I cannot take my answers on this matter any further. The only additional point that I will make in relation to the whistleblower that I understand you're referring to is that the whistleblower we made contact with the whistleblower was unwilling to meet with ASIC voluntarily unless the meeting was recorded. We refused that request.
Does that indicate I'll just follow up on that. Does that indicate surely that he doesn't trust ASIC? And secondly, I noticed that you did not assure this committee that ABC Bullion has all the bullion they have charged customers for, and that bullion is securely stored. Why won't you assure us that?
Senator Roberts, all I can do is repeat my earlier questions. We have responded to multiple questions on notice, and I would just direct you to those.
Thank you, Ms. Court. We are due for a portfolio changeover, and we do want to move to the Department of Industry, Science and Resources, who were due to be in front of us a little while ago. Senator Bragg, you've got some final questions. Senator Bragg.
Thanks, Chair. Just three questions on Dixon Advisory. Now, what was the total amount of losses in the Dixon Advisory case?
Good afternoon, Senator Bragg. Let me just find my notes because I had rather anticipated you may wish to talk to me about Dixon Advisory. You're talking, just to clarify the question, Senator, about losses overall to the Dixon, or claimed losses overall to the Dixon Advisory clients. I don't think I have that figure here in front of me. My apologies, Senator.
Okay, it was a couple of $100 million at least.
Just actually, I may have it here.
It's one of the biggest collapses in recent years.
Yeah, oh no, yes, indeed. So the information I have here is that in December 2022, a DOCA was approved by about 90% of creditors, and that total claims exceeded approximately $368 million. So I think that might be the figure, Senator.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. So a significant collapse, and the settlement that ASIC pursued with Dixon was, I think, in the range of $15 to $20 million, wasn't it?
No, Senator.
How much was the settlement agreed then?
So ASIC took proceedings alleging contraventions of the law. That matter was resolved with the federal court imposing a penalty of $7.2 million, I think, together with ASIC's costs.
Have you collected that money now?
No, as we talked about before, Senator, because Dixon went into administration, we have not collected that.
So that will never be collected?
I think that is unlikely to be collected given the financial circumstances of Dixon. I might also note, though, just on that, Senator, that the court, ASIC, in that particular case, given the monies that were outstanding to creditors, ASIC would have had to seek leave of the court to enforce or collect that penalty, because clearly, were those monies available, they should more appropriately go to investors than into the Commonwealth revenue. The only other issue, Senator, and I don't think we've discussed this before, but you may well be already aware of it, there were a number of class actions on foot as well, and there was some monies returned to investors through settlement of those class actions.
As you know, we now have a statutory compensation scheme of last resort, and a large part of that money will be going to compensate people who lost a lot of money. So I just want to finish on asking you about, I think ASIC has tried to pursue an action, I think through a breach of director's duties in relation to this Dixon saga.
Yes, we do.
And I think that there was maybe there was a judgment this week.
Yes, there was.
And I believe the judge said, and I just wanted to get your reaction to this, I think the judge said this case should have been pleaded in the conventional way, not in the discursive way permitted by concise statements. The lack of the discipline of pleadings meant that the trial of this proceeding took a course that was untethered to precise allegations of fact and their alleged intersection with or relevance to the Act, so that a cause that was opened as raising 3 issues was closed on the basis that it raised 16, which is an unsatisfactory state of affairs, to say the least. So it sounds pretty scathing to me. What do you say about this, and what can ASIC learn?
So, Senator, the commencement of civil litigation proceedings in the Federal Court by way of a concise statement is part of the practice directions of the Federal Court. ASIC and other regulators use a concise statement as a matter of course, because that's what the Federal Court has requested that we do. In more recent times, some of the judges of the Federal Court have formed the view that because the nature of a concise statement, as I think His Honour says in the paragraph you just referred us to, that the precision, if you like, of the allegations being made are not set out with great granularity, as they are in the traditional statements of claim. Some of the judges of the Federal Court are now saying to regulators such as ASIC, we prefer that you use a traditional statement of claim rather than a concise statement. The particular judge in that case was of that view. We accept that, but I do sort of have to say, though, that we use concise statements because the Federal Court has requested us to do so.
Well, we only hope that in future we can put more bad people away.
Senator Bragg, you and I are at one on that issue.
Thank you very much. That concludes the time we have for questions. There's been...
I wanted to have more questions. To a Labor point, and I'm happy for the crossbench to ask questions, but they've probably got equal time to the opposition, which is not really proportionate to the chamber. I'll be 5 minutes. I won't be longer than 5 minutes.
Senator Canavan, I wasn't aware that you had questions and there's been discussions.
I said at the end of mine before, and that's no problem if you didn't hear it, but I did say I had more questions on enforcement.
Excuse me, Senator Canavan. I'm just going to ask you whether you would assist the committee to move to the next portfolio, which is industry, science and resources, and put your questions on notice.
No, I've got these questions.
Senator Canavan.
Thank you. All right, so I'll be as quick as I can. I'm picking up where I left off on the carbon reporting. Will there be any flexibility in enforcement then, given there's not a lot of time between this guidance being released and companies having to... Yes. Okay. Can you give a little bit more detail for people listening?
I've given several speeches. As Senator O'Rourke said, we've made it abundantly clear to the market that in the early years of the implementation of this complex regime, we'll be taking a pragmatic and proportionate approach to enforcement. But in particular, our immediate priority is to get the guidance out and help people comply.
Well, understandably. I understand that some of the requirements, and I think we've learned from Treasury yesterday, that some of the requirements will be for companies to report their internal carbon prices. Is that true?
I must ask Commissioner O'Rourke
I think that if Treasury has had that confirmation, that would be a matter that would be covered by the standards, the AASB standards that include some of the more detailed aspects of how to meet the statutory frame, like the standards that sit underneath the legislative framework. The other piece, just in terms of assisting companies that we may not have drawn out earlier, that I think it's important to note, is that there are efforts on our part in partnership with the wider community working on these issues to increase capability and capacity and expertise across the board. So we think it's important, and that goes not just to those reporting entities, but those that you're, I think, particularly focused on, namely those in the supply chain, who may be assisting with information on Scope 3 emissions, or may otherwise end up providing information relevant to reporting entities. So that is something we've had engagement with the ASBEFIO, Mr Bilson, who has got a particular interest here, and wider small business support and industry associations, because there is an effort to support companies beyond the reporting entities to build their capability and access to data and taxonomy and other work.
So just to be clear, are you imposing the requirement to report internal carbon prices? If they don't, do they face action from ASIC?
ASIC isn't imposing any of the requirements. The requirements come either from the statutory provisions or from the standards. So no, we are not imposing those.
But you're responsible for enforcement?
We are responsible for enforcement of the legislative framework.
Slightly changed my question. Would you enforce, if someone failed to report internal carbon prices, could they potentially face enforcement action from ASIC?
The standards, by their nature, part of the reason the regime is so complex is that these standards are new. The approach to reporting is entirely new, and secondly, they're in some respects not that prescriptive. They're all about taking reasonable steps and having a reasonable basis. And so part of the complexity here is where reporters are going to get their data from. The question the Senator is asking is, it really depends on the reporting entity whether that particular data is required to comply with the standard. So it's very hard in anticipation to say, oh, that particular standard requires this particular thing, which is the challenge. So when you read the standards, there's a lot of room to move, and what reporters and the industry are saying to us is, we need help to understand, how do we comply with this. So I think it's really important for everyone to understand that ASIC is really mindful of the complexity of this regime. It's very, very new. We're engaging intensively with industry, with professional advisors. And so there's going to be a lot of collaboration, I think, in the first 12 months, 2 years, to really figure out how these standards are really meant to work. And as Commissioner O'Rourke said, there'll be additional guidance from the Australian Accounting Standards Board. There'll be international guidance. We're an earlier adopter of these standards, so that there isn't a lot of inspiration we can get from other jurisdictions about how they're administering the standards. So I think that's sort of a fair summary of our approach. Now, 6 months from now, 12 months from now, we'll probably be in a better position to report back to the committee and give an early insight into our experience with it.
Okay.
But we're very mindful of the
concerns.
concerns.
Are there any protections if, say, a farmer doesn't provide information to his or her bank? Are there any protections against them being debanked by that entity by saying, okay, you're not complying with our requests, we're no longer doing business with you?
I'm not aware of any specific protections that are like sector-specific protections like that.
Yeah, okay, more generally then I just used farmers as an example, but there's no protections for small businesses against a larger business saying, hey, you've got to do this or otherwise we're not doing business with you anymore?
I think I mentioned earlier, Senator, that there is within the framework the capacity, different means by which information can be provided, and there's a degree to which if the cost or complexity of providing information is so high, there's an alternative which is, whether it be in the form of an estimate or otherwise, that allows companies to remain or entities to remain in compliance with the standard more generally without having provided all of the information because of that cost, or so a reasonable steps approach there. I think the other point, I think, and I'm sure you're aware of it, is that sense that there's limited liability for the first 3 years associated with statements made by reportable entities. So statements made by reportable entities during the first 3 years under the statutory framework.
My point, I'll just because of time, I didn't mean to, but my point was just that relationship in the supply chain, that question. And look, finally, I have seen the government, indeed the other day in the Rural Affairs Committee, the government said that we need to do this because other countries like the United States are doing it. Donald Trump's said that he'll scrap all of this. Has there been an analysis of how it will impact the competitiveness of Australian business, imposing a $2.3 billion cost on us while American counterparts are not subject to this regime?
So that's plainly a matter for government.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Senator Canavan. Thank you. That concludes the questions we have for you. You go with our thanks. That also concludes consideration of the Treasury portfolio for today. We will take a brief suspension while we get our next witnesses in the room as we move to the Industry, Science and Resources portfolio. The committee is briefly suspended. The committee resumes and we now commence with the Department of Industry, Science and Resources, Corporate Enabling and Business Services. For the benefit of witnesses, the committee has set 14 November as the date by which senators are to submit written questions on notice and 19 December for answers. And I now welcome Senator the Honourable Don Farrell, representing the Minister for Industry and Science and Resources, later on. And I also welcome the Secretary of the Department, Ms Megan Quinn, and officers. Are there any opening statements to be given?
No, Chair.
Thank you very much. We'll proceed straight to questions, and I'll go to Senator Smith.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you to officials for making yourself available. I just want to turn to matters in regards to the appointment of the Anti-Dumping Commissioner.
So, happy to take general appointments. The Anti-Dumping Commissioner arrangements are in our industry section, which is the next item. So I can talk about general appointments here. If there's more details on the anti-dumping processes and the implications, etc., it might be best in the next section.
They can't come to the table now?
I mean, we can check for you. They're not in the room at the moment. So.
Can they come? Are they next door?
I'll check. But if you want to start, and they can come. I know, where we're up to on the process and things like that.
It'd be good if they could come in. Yeah.
Okay.
Great, thank you for your cooperation. Documents tabled in the Senate reveal that the Acting Commissioner, Ms Luckenhausen, is in an acting capacity until the 18th of November. Is that correct?
Senator Julia Pickworth, Deputy Secretary, Industry and Commercialisation Group. That is correct, Senator. And we're working through the process for appointment of a permanent commissioner, and our expectation is that Isolde Luckenhausen would continue acting while that person is both appointed and serves any notice period and commences in the role.
This is a reappointment, is that correct?
Sorry, a reappointment?
A reappointment.
So the previous Commissioner, Mr Armstrong, finished in the role earlier in the year, and so we've run a recruitment process.
But Ms Luckenhausen was appointed into the acting role on the 19th of February?
That's correct, when Mr Armstrong finished in the role.
And this acting capacity concludes on the 18th of November?
So I think
be reappointed or extended?
So the acting would be so the acting was put in place when Mr Armstrong left and has continued through the year, and the expectation would be that she would continue to act while the permanent appointment is made and that person commences in the role.
So where does this 18th of November date come from?
So it would have been, Senator, when we, and obviously the acting is settled through the Minister, and it is the Commissioner's a significant appointment, so in line with the usual processes, acting arrangements are put in place while the recruitment processes are undertaken. And so when that was established, that was the date that the acting was put in place till, while we worked through the recruitment process.
So her position in the acting role will be extended beyond the 18th of November?
So, Senator, it is a significant appointment, and it goes through usual processes, including around the acting arrangements. But my expectation would be that the acting will remain in place until a permanent commissioner is appointed and commences in the role.
When she was appointed in the acting role on the 19th of February, what was the term of that original acting role?
So, Senator, I'd have to take that on notice. So she was acting, and I think as we covered last time, we ran a recruitment process which didn't identify a preferred candidate, and so we have run a second process to identify a preferred candidate, and that process is working through the usual processes of a significant appointment, and at the point of finalisation would be announced, and the permanent appointee would take the role.
So Ms Luckenhausen has been acting in the role since the 19th of February.
That is my understanding, Senator. I will have colleagues join me in outcome 1.1 and we can confirm specifics. But yes, when Mr Armstrong left, Ms Luckenhausen commenced as acting Commissioner.
We're underway now, so why don't officials join us now?
So, Senator, they are not yet here, but I would expect
not in the building. Great, thank you very much.
So we had them coming scheduled for 1.1.
Great. Is it, Secretary, is it usual practice to have acting arrangements extend for such a long period of time? 9 months?
I mean, it certainly does happen. It depends on the arrangements for the process of replacing, and there's lots of reasons why people are acting. As Ms Pickworth has noted, there was a recruitment process, and no preferred candidates found, a second recruitment process. That acting arrangements do extend for lengths of time, in some cases, longer than 12 months.
Are there any other roles in the department that currently have acting positions of a similar or greater length than the Anti-Dumping Commissioner, of 9 months or longer?
So the Anti-Dumping Commissioner is an appointment that goes through Cabinet. I'm not aware of any acting appointments of that length, but I'm happy to take it on notice. The department certainly has had acting appointments for that length and longer in the past.
Could you provide those details on notice?
Happy to take it on notice. The kind of, I mean, do you have a view on how far back you'd like to go? The last few years, or?
Last few years is fine. We can say 5 years.
Okay.
Secretary, the appointment of the Anti-Dumping Commissioner is a time-bound appointment, is that correct? For a fixed term?
People are usually appointed for fixed terms, yes.
And what is the term?
Senator, under the legislation, the appointment can be for a period of up to 5 years.
But not everybody necessarily takes the full 5 years.
So Mr Armstrong, from memory, was appointed for a 3-year period. So yes, the legislation sets a limit of up to 5 years, and then it's negotiated with preferred candidates from there.
Minister, the appointment of the previous Anti-Dumping Commissioner, Dr Armstrong, was made by the previous coalition government and commenced on the 19th of February 2021. Is that correct?
Senator.
Thank you.
I was elevating your status way beyond where it should have been. No, I withdraw that.
Minister.
No, I withdraw that. That was
We're friends.
a cheap shot.
We're all here.
Look, this is not my, portfolio area, so I would have to check those that out, unless somebody happens to be at the table who knows the answer.
Senator, my understanding was that it was for a period of 3 years, so your calculation, so I've got that he concluded on the 19th of February 2024, so yes, if it was a period for 3 years, then yes, it would have been at that point.
Thank you, Ms. Pickworth.
Thank you.
I mean, look, it's obviously an important position. I have a little bit to do with issues that emanate from decisions of the Anti-Dumping Commission in my trade role. It's obviously a very important position, and I would imagine the Minister is making sure that he's going through all the proper processes to ensure that we get the best possible candidate in the job. I mean, that would be what I would be doing in these circumstances, and I would assume he would be doing the same.
Ms Pickworth, you might be able to help me here. Can you confirm whether the date that was the initial term of the contract for Dr Armstrong was just for 3 years, or was the contract originally for 5 and only utilised for 3? What was the nature of the
So, Senator, my understanding was that it was always for a period of 3 years, and I will confirm if that is not the case. I'll come back to you if that's not the case.
Great, thank you very much. So, based on that evidence, and assuming that is the case, there were no contract extensions applied to Dr. Armstrong's appointment.
No, Senator, and Dr. Armstrong retired when his term ended on the 18th of February 2024.
So, given the contract was expiring after 3 years on the 19th of February 2024, the department and the minister that you're representing were very, very aware that this was a role that needed to be filled?
So, Senator, and yes, and as I covered in the previous hearing, we undertook a process which didn't identify a preferred candidate, and so we commenced a second process to ensure that we found candidates of the calibre and skill set that was needed for this role.
What date did the first element of this process commence?
So, Senator, that is something that I may need my colleagues in Outcome 1.1 to... I just can't pull those dates up.
It was in the last quarter of 2023, but we can get you the exact date.
Yep. When we get to that particular... so that was the date at which the process began, but there would have been an internal process of advising the minister that a vacancy was coming up,
yes,
that a process had to be gone through. What was the date that the department first advised the minister of the need to begin a process to fill the anti-dumping commissioner role?
We can take that on notice. We have a process of providing advice on a regular basis to ministers about the status of appointments, and that information is provided on a very regular basis to the minister and their officers on a rolling basis. So it might not have been a specific
single issue brief. So it could have been the first briefing of the minister after the election of the government?
So we provide...
It would have been May 2022?
We provide a standard report on all the appointments in the portfolio that says what the current status is, including the dates of upcoming processes.
Is a matter like the appointment of the anti-dumping commissioner a matter that would be detailed in the incoming brief for the minister?
There usually is a statement about the portfolio and the appointments and appointments coming up in a certain period and how they're appointed. How detailed depends a little bit on the near-term nature of what's coming up. The anti-dumping commissioner is slightly different to some other appointments. We've got a lot of variety of different appointments because it's a public service role that goes through cabinet. So it's not the same as just a pure statutory appointment because they're appointed as a public servant as well.
So the appointment of the anti-dumping commissioner requires more lead time?
It's just a different process because there's the requirement to meet the public service arrangements as well as the kind of statutory cabinet arrangements.
Is it a process that requires more lead time?
Not necessarily. You can double them up at the same time and overlap them.
So am I right to assume that Minister Husic would have been aware of the retirement of Dr. Armstrong as early as his first coming, as early as the first incoming, or as early as the incoming brief he received when he assumed his role as minister?
I don't think so. I don't think that's a necessary characterisation because, as we've said...
That's an assumption, yeah.
Well, the legislation allows for the Commissioner to be appointed for up to 5 years. There would have been, in theory, an option for Mr Armstrong to continue in the role if that might have been a consideration if Mr Armstrong was interested. So it wouldn't have necessarily been clear until closer to the discussion around whether Mr Armstrong was or wasn't interested in seeking reappointment and whether the government was or wasn't interested in reappointing him. So it wouldn't have necessarily been clear at the start of the process that there was a vacancy. And so we would have, as the process was getting closer, made those sorts of inquiries as is standard. If there's a possibility for someone to be re-extended, whether they're interested, those sorts of things happen closer to the date.
So Mr Armstrong is appointed for 3 years, but he could have been appointed for 5.
That's the legal arrangements allow for that to happen.
And his contract for 3 years allowed an extension for another 2.
We'd have to check that. It might have been that we would have
If
to
you
issue
could
a
take
new.
that on notice, yes.
We might have had to issue a new contract.
Yep. And when was Dr Armstrong approached about whether he might be interested in an extension, or was he? Was he approached, and when was he approached?
So, in terms of this appointment, it is a cabinet process, and it's a significant appointment. So there are some constraints around some of the specifics. In my engagement
constraints around some of the specifics.
Well,
specifics that you can share with this committee, or constraints around the process.
So, Senator, I suppose I'm just having an eye to the usual protocols around how we talk about cabinet processes.
As long as you make that clear, Ms Pickworth.
So Dr Armstrong and the Commissioner work within my group, and so certainly as part of sort of usual processes, discussions with people around their plans and what they're looking to do. And so that happened as a matter of course with Dr Armstrong in advance of his term coming to an end. I'd have to check in terms of the legislation around if he had or was keen to continue, what constraints could have been around that, but that would be something I'd need to have my team talk to in outcome 1.1.
Would it have been your responsibility, Ms Pickworth, to have the discussion with Dr Armstrong?
So certainly Dr Armstrong and I caught up regularly, and so as part of those discussions, as part of those catch-ups, we did have discussions around his plans and what he was looking to do.
But it could have been me as well.
Yeah, could have been Megan or... Sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry, I can't hear the exchange.
Sorry.
It could have been me as well. I regularly caught up with the Commissioner as part of my responsibilities. So it's often at a Deputy Secretary or Secretary level, but it could have been through other means as well.
Now, I think this is the scheduled lunch break. I have an appointment at 1, which I've just
we've
been
got
reminded about.
Senator McDonald has some questions,
Okay.
so we'll go to you, Senator McDonald.
And then are we breaking for lunch?
We are in 5 minutes.
Okay,
so
great.
Senator McDonald.
And then I'll come back and after lunch. Yeah.
Excellent.
Great, thank you.
Thanks very much, Chair. Good morning, everyone. Secretary, good morning. I note the recent media statements from Minister King with the Timorese government with regard to the joint statement. What progress is being undertaken on the legal framework to facilitate the transport of CO2 in offshore reservoirs between Australia and East Timor?
So that topic is a topic for the oil and gas team, which are scheduled to appear this evening. So
I'll come back to that then.
Yep.
Thank you.
I'm sure they're listening and be able to answer you at that time.
Thank you.
Are you referring there to the London Treaty? Is that what you're referring to?
Yes.
The treaty that you delayed for a few weeks when we were trying to push it through the Parliament? Is that the one?
Sure. Whatever.
We'll just see if you've got any questions for corporate to
Thank
get
you,
through.
Chair. Minister King delivered a speech at the International Mining Resources Conference last week. In the speech, she spoke about the employment opportunities resources companies provide for First Nations people. Minister, I assume that you'd agree with that statement. How many employment opportunities for First Nations people were lost when your government blocked the development of the McPhillamys gold mine near Blaney?
I haven't read the Minister's speech, but if that's what she said, I'm sure that's an accurate reflection of her views, and she's an excellent minister. So I would endorse, her approach to these things. You're talking about the gold mine in New South Wales. I'm not sure there were any jobs lost there in the first instance. I'm not aware that there was anything actually happening on the ground. Are you suggesting that they were already mining? Is that what you're suggesting?
No, I'm suggesting that the project had an estimated workforce of which a proportion are Indigenous Australians, and I'm wondering if you're aware of what that number was.
So I'm clear. You're saying that the decision of the minister resulted in the unemployment of a number of Indigenous workers at that site? Is that what
well, there will be, because there was prospective work, there was surveys and other things happening. But what I was really interested in was the total number of workforce proposed at the project, of which a proportion were First Nations, and I'm just wondering if you could tell me what that number was, or should I ask the Secretary?
Well, I certainly don't know the figure, but I would happily see if the Minister knows the answer and provide it to you, unless the Secretary happens to know the answer.
I certainly don't know the proportion of types of jobs and backgrounds of employees for a project that hadn't commenced. It was a,
well, it had commenced.
There would have been
done quite a lot of early works, and hundreds of millions of dollars had been spent developing that project. But please continue.
So I don't have those details. My team that look after the resources may well have them this evening. So we can ask them later on, or we can take it on notice.
So Senator McDonald and colleagues will come back after the scheduled lunch break with corporate. So we'll now suspend for lunch and resume at 1:55 p.m. The committee resumes with DISA Corporate Enabling and Business Services, and I go to Senator Smith.
Well, actually, we might, could, Senator Bragg, you might do your line of questioning, and then we can move into 1.1.
Sure.
Then we're all nice and neat.
Well, good afternoon. Now, you may recall at a prior estimates hearing, we had an extensive discussion about the PsiQuantum legal services contract.
Yes, we did.
That went for rather a long time, didn't it?
Hard to recall, but we did canvass quite a lot of issues.
You don't remember it?
Not every blow-by-blow account, no.
It was a long time. Is the Department's Chief Legal Counsel, Ms Richards, here?
Yes, she is.
Well, could you please approach the table?
I'll just note, though, that the contract was managed out of the project team that was looking after the transaction. So all the details around the scheduling, etc., would be best put to them. But Ms Richards looks after the legal.
Yeah, I guess it's I mean, these are governance issues, so I figured that corporate's an appropriate place to raise them. To the extent that you can answer, Ms Richards, can you please inform the committee as to whether this contract is the only legal contract relating to the government's deal with PsiQuantum?
Sorry, Senator. Janine Richards, Chief Legal Counsel. Can you repeat that question for me?
Can you confirm whether this is the only legal contract relating to the government's deal with PsiQuantum?
Which legal contract are you referring to, Senator?
It is the legal contract that we discussed last time. I believe it is with the law firm. And I don't have that detail in front of me, but which is the major law firm that the department has contracted with?
Kingwood Mallison.
Kingwood Mallison, thank you very much. Is this the only legal contract?
It is the, well, let me phrase it from the perspective that legal services to support the transaction were provided by Kingwood Mallisons externally and by internal lawyers within the department.
Yes.
And because there were some international elements of the transaction, there were disbursements that involved the engagement of international lawyers, and that occurred through the contract with Kingwood Mallisons.
Okay, so the department only engaged Kingwood Mallisons.
So we also had other consultants that come under the description of legal services.
Who are they?
So we had Sentia Consulting Limited and Spark Helmore Lawyers.
Who's Sentia?
So they predominantly provided probity advice, but they do come under the general description of legal services.
Yeah. And how much was that contract?
So total expenditure for the financial year that I've got is $160,612.
160K for probity for Sentia?
They certainly provided probity. I'd have to double check with the project team whether they provided other advice, but they certainly were engaged predominantly for probity.
Okay, so what was Kingwood Mallisons doing then?
They were focusing on the commercial transaction elements.
They weren't doing probity?
I mean, to the extent that they had questions or raised things up, but we had a dedicated probity advisor.
Who was that?
From Sentient Consultancy. To manage issues to do with conflict of interest, probity plan, making sure that we were managing the project to the highest integrity standards.
So what sort of advice did Sentia provide on their probity issues?
So they provided probity briefings to people involved in the project. They supported people in managing conflicts of interest. They provided a probity plan to the project team, both within DISA but across elements of the public service. They also managed, it was a dynamic plan, so it was adapted over time depending on the nature of the activities. They supported the accurate record keeping of various parts of the transaction. So all the usual things that probity advisors provide services for. We quite often have probity advisors on significant activities in the department.
Yeah. I mean, I used to be an internal auditor, so we used to do a risk and control matrix. So you would sort of do your risks and then you'd have a control in place. So those
That's right.
Those sort of documents they would produce, yeah?
Yes, they certainly, there's discussions around the risks and then discussions around whether actions needed to be taken and what mitigations might need to be put in place.
Cool. So did Sentia do a risk and control framework or matrix?
I'm happy for the team that managed it in terms of the precise activities that they provided. I wasn't close enough to know exactly what they called their documents, but they certainly had what I understand to be a probity plan and provided dynamic services through the process to manage all the aspects required to ensure that the probity was at a high level.
So there was a matrix done up?
Separate to the probity, there was, as all project plans, we have a risk matrix where we look at all the different risks and the
and what were the
controls
conflict of interest risks?
So there was conflict of issues is managed through our general processes. We have every individual in the department has a requirement to lodge conflict of interest documentation, mandatory training, and then for particular projects we, on a risk-based assessment, increase the oversight. In this case, all the individuals provided specific project conflicts of interest related to the particular project, which would have covered issues to do with protecting confidential information, activities of connecting to stakeholders to make sure that people were not talking to stakeholders on inappropriate matters. We had to manage conflicts because, of course, the government's got an investment in another quantum company, so we put controls in place for those sorts of things.
But what about conflicts of interest to do with the executive government? Were there any conflicts identified there with ministers or ministers' officers?
So the probity advisor did provide briefings to those people involved at a high level in the ministers' plural offices. They received briefings about their obligations. They did provide information about whether they had any actual or perceived conflicts of information, and they were managed appropriately through the process.
Was there one of the conflicts of interest identified, one that may have existed between Minister Hughes's office and the company Blackbird?
So Blackbird was not a party to the transaction and had no connection to the process of assessing PsiQuantum. It
wasn't identified by Sentia.
So the Blackbird was not a party to the transaction. They weren't engaged in any aspect of the project. They weren't party to any of the discussions related to the project. And so I have seen media reports of a connection, but I am not aware of any connection at all.
Okay, so what were the main conflicts of interest that were identified by these independent, these third-party law firms?
So it would have covered the usual issues about whether people had investments in activities associated with the activity, whether they had any family or relationship connections to the company that was involved, whether there was any conflicts between the advisors on the process as well.
Sounds very thorough.
All the usual things that you would expect.
And did they?
Did they identify conflicts? There may well have been conflicts identified through the process. I'm not aware of all the individual things. A lot of the reason why you get a probity advisor is that they can have oversight and manage things in a way that protects confidentiality of people's private information as well.
So there were conflicts of interest identified?
I don't know whether there was or wasn't. All I know is...
Well, is someone here know whether there were?
So the probity advisor has identified that people provided information. He worked through those things. We had discussions around the necessary mitigations, and he has provided a assurance through the process that all necessary mitigations were taken and that all probity processes were done to their satisfaction.
Well, can you provide this risk and control matrix with the identified conflicts of interest?
So I'm not sure that document exists. As I said, I'd have to take it on notice or ask the team that know more about the documentation. Individual conflicts of interest are usually protected for privacy reasons. So I'm happy to take on board, whether we are or aren't allowed to provide material of such a nature.
So are you filing a PII claim?
No, I'm happy to take it on notice.
Okay. And no one else here knows about these conflicts of interest?
So we can, we were anticipating this to be after the break in the section identified as investment, science, technology and commercialisation, which is where the team that did the work will be.
Which outcome is that?
1.2.
Okay, so you want us to come back and ask you a question about that then, do you?
The team that were more involved in the process is there. I can state that the probity advisor has provided a statement to us that they're satisfied that any potential perceived or actual conflicts of interest with any individual who was involved in the project was appropriately managed with adequate controls in place. That is their assessment of perusing all the aspects of the project from when they were engaged until the finish of the project.
Okay, so I note that, Secretary. So Sentia was paid $160,000. How much was Spark paid? Did Spark work on probity as well, do you know?
Total expenditure was $16,619.
$16,000. What did Spark do?
I am not directly familiar with their involvement, but the team that will be here later would be happy to walk you through that.
So maybe I should then ask Ms Richards. So last time we talked about the ratcheting up of the value of this contract with King & Wood. So I think last time it was 3.3 million. Now I believe it's gone to 3.6 million, with 2 increases since the last Senate hearings. Is that right?
Senator, yes, the current maximum approved value of the work order is 3.6 million.
Why has this contract gone from $3.3 million to $3.6 million?
Well, Senator, the legal services engagement to support was a very complex transaction as occurred over 3 stages. And those stages coincided with government's decision-making in relation to the progress of the transaction.
Yeah.
The first stage was a due diligence phase. We called it Part A, due diligence and the development of a non-binding term sheet negotiation. So the department engaged KWM to assist with those Part A services, and they were to provide information before government made a decision on investment.
Now, when did the EOI start?
Sorry, when did we select KWM?
No, when did the EOI on the quantum contract start?
You'd be best placed addressing that to officials in the next outcome, Senator.
Okay, I think we did this last time. Okay, so all I can ask you about is this contract from a corporate point of view then. I can't ask you about anything else.
Not in relation to some of those details about the transaction.
We'll come back to that maybe then. I think, are you aware of any further increases in value of this contract? Beyond 3.6 mil?
Well, there are other elements of the services being performed, but the contract with the department and that work order has ceased.
So that's the end of it, 3.6?
Well, I think that requires me to speculate, Senator.
I'm just asking if you're aware of any increases in the value of this contract.
Well, it'll depend on the steps that are necessary, if any, are outstanding in relation to financial close of the transaction. And financial close of the transaction is being managed under a work order with Export Finance Australia.
Okay, that sounds like it's unlikely. Okay. Now, was there we also discussed last time you were here, the report from the Office of Legal Services Coordination. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
Yeah. So this was flagged as a significant legal issue for the Commonwealth, wasn't it?
The transaction was, Senator, yes.
Now, you took on notice at that hearing when it was made known that it would be a significant legal issue for the Commonwealth. Now, as far as I can see, you haven't answered that question yet in the last 5 months. So do you know what the answer is?
Yes, I do, Senator.
What date? So when did it become known as a significant legal issue for the Commonwealth?
Well, the department notified the Office of Legal Services Coordination about the transaction as a significant issue in February 2024.
What date?
The 26th.
26th February, which year?
2024.
2024. At what stage then was the engagement with King & Wood Mallesons?
King Wood Mallesons were engaged in July 2023, Senator.
Okay, so effectively 6, 7, 8 months after.
Well, King Wood Mallesons' work, as I suggested, commenced on Part A, which was the due diligence and non-binding term sheet part of the negotiation. So that was work that was done prior to government's announcement of a decision to make that investment.
So did King & Wood Mallesons identify issues perhaps concerning probity which caused this notification?
Relating to probity, no, Senator. I think the decision to notify would have been taken on the basis of the work that was, the nature of the work that was being performed. So the second part of the contract with KWM, as I said, we had 3 parts, Part A, Part B and Part C. Part B commenced in February 2024.
Yeah.
That was when KWM were engaged to assist with Part B services, and that was the work that involved drafting and negotiating the contractual documents and legal due diligence. So the notification to the Office of Legal Services in February 2024 coincided with the commencement of that part of the legal work.
And when was the official decision made to do a deal with PsiQuantum?
Prior to the announcement in April
April which year?
2024.
April 2024. So this all happened before it was announced?
So the government announced the decision at the end of April 2024.
Yeah. But the notification to the legal coordination branch was made 2 months before?
In February 24, yes.
Yeah. You don't think that's a bit strange?
No.
When did the EOI finish?
So the EOI process occurred, just trying to get my dates right. So market testing via a confidential expression of interest process occurred through October and September 2023.
So how long did it go for?
So the expression of, but there's a work from the team leading up to the opening of the expression of interest. The expression of interest was opened on the 11th of August and closed on the 11th of September. And then there was a process after...
11th of August 23.
Was when companies were invited to receive the documents for the EOI.
Then it closed in September 23. Of course, at this time, the department had already contracted with King & Wood Mallesons regarding PsiQuantum, hadn't it?
Regarding work on the issues around quantum computing, yes.
Yeah, which is why I think there's been a lot of feedback from the domestic industry that they felt that the EOI was not a serious process for them to compete in.
And that's not a characterisation that I accept.
I'm sure that's... I'm not surprised to hear you say that, but that's the feedback that the industry has no doubt tabled to you.
So we have had discussions. The issue is that we had been in discussion as we canvassed last estimates. The government had been in discussion and asked us to be in discussion as a department with a company. As part of the decision-making process, it was important the government tested the market to see whether other opportunities were available. That market testing occurred in a real and concrete way and was part of the government's decision-making process.
Okay. Just the problem here is now it's taken us 5 months to get the answer about when the notification was made about to the legal services branch. We've now heard that it happened on the 26th of February 2024, which is 2 months before the announcement. Why did it take... I mean, firstly, why didn't the department answer the question?
I think I explained at the last hearing when you asked that question. I'd been in the role for 3 weeks, Senator. I don't recall taking it on notice, so if I failed to answer that, that was my omission.
Fair enough. Well, I will check with the committee, but my sense is we did put it on notice and we'll check that. But
We're happy to check it. We usually provide answers to the questions we're asked to.
Yeah, okay. So it was determined to be a significant legal issue for the Commonwealth on 26th of February 2024. And when was the decision made by the minister?
Prior to the announcement in April. It
But-
was not made by the minister, it was a cabinet decision.
But was it made before 26 February?
I mean, that is a matter for government decision making. You're asking around the connection. Quite often in government processes, there's a various kind of discussions. Legal advisors are brought into different processes for different activities. There's a threshold for significant legal matters to be reported, and we would have gone through our usual processes as we do with all transactions or other activity that we undertake, working with our legal services centre. Clearly, the judgment was in February. It reached that threshold, and we reported it as appropriate.
Is that before or after the decision was made by Cabinet?
I don't know that exact date.
You don't know which day Cabinet decided to go with PsiQuantum?
I don't have that before me, no.
Okay, well, can you take that on notice?
I'm happy to take it on notice.
Yeah, because I would have thought that it would be perhaps hasty for the department to be indicating a significant legal issue before a Cabinet decision.
I would bow to my legal experts as to the criteria for significant legal issue. I'm not familiar with the thresholds.
But maybe was there any informal direction given by the minister ahead of the Cabinet judgment?
You have to be kind of clearer in your questions.
Well, my question is, did the minister indicate to you that he wanted to go with PsiQuantum before the Cabinet judgment?
So we went through a process of extensive due diligence, legal, commercial, probity and national security considerations several times through different various intergovernmental processes, including through Cabinet processes. Through all of that, this project was examined in every way you could possibly imagine it being examined, and the government came to a decision as part of their deliberations to invest in the PsiQuantum company.
So I guess my last question, Chair, is when was the judgment made to go with PsiQuantum, i.e. what day was the Cabinet meeting that made that judgment?
So I've already taken that on notice, Senator.
Thank you. That concludes, I believe, the questions that we have for this group. Is that right?
For corporate?
Yep. Yes, I'm dismissing the whole portfolio. Just kidding. So that concludes corporate enabling and business services. Thank you. Go with our thanks. And we welcome representatives from DISA Program 1.1, Growing Innovation and Competitive Businesses, Industries and Regions, and IP Australia. I'll just take a very brief suspension while we get the right people at the table. The committee resumes with representatives from Program 1.1 and IP Australia. Assuming there are no opening statements, we'll go straight to questions, and I'll go to Senator Smith.
Thanks very much. So we'll continue with our scrutiny of the failure thus far to appoint someone to the role of the Anti-Dumping Commission. Thus far, we know that Dr Armstrong was appointed by the Coalition on the 19th of February 2021 and ceased in the position of the Anti-Dumping Commissioner on the 19th of February 2024. We know that Ms Luckenhausen was appointed in an acting capacity on the 19th of February 2024. In documents presented to the Senate, we also know that that original acting appointment expired on the 18th of May 2024 and obviously was extended because now her current acting role ceases on the 18th of November 2024, but in evidence before the committee, Ms Pickworth said that that also will be extended.
So, Senator, just to clarify that my expectation would be that she would remain acting in that role until a permanent commissioner is in place.
When will a permanent commissioner be in place?
So, Senator, as per my previous testimony, we have undertaken a process to find a permanent anti-dumping commissioner, and that is a significant appointment and is subject to the usual cabinet processes and cabinet handbook, and so that is underway as we speak.
But we're in the second element of that process, aren't we? That process has two parts, because one part has already been fulfilled. That's the Chandler-McLeod element.
So, Senator, yes, as per previous testimony, we ran a process in the second half of last year, of 2023, which didn't identify a preferred candidate, and so the position was re-advertised, which is the process that is working through at the moment.
So when did the first element of the process cease? And when did the second element of the process commence?
So we advertised the first process through October and November 2023. I would have to confirm the details, but I'm conscious that at the last estimates we talked through the fact that the preferred candidate hadn't been found and that the position was being re-advertised. So I just need to confirm the specifics of that, but
first element of the process was undertaken by Chandler-McLeod?
So it was supported, the first element was supported, that process was supported by Beaumont and Beaumont, and the second process was supported by Derwent.
Oh, okay, great, excellent. Thank you very much. We also know, just for the sake of completeness, that Minister Husic could well have been advised as early as the incoming brief that he received as the new minister about the fact that Dr Armstrong's appointment was expiring, based on the contract, was expiring on the 19th of February 2024.
So, Senator, I think the Secretary outlined that we provide updates on appointments in a number of ways, and including around...
I'd be very surprised, Ms Pickworth, if it was not in the incoming brief.
So Senator, I think the fact that the appointment term was of 3 years and would have been concluding in February 2024, I think we've undertaken that we have to provide on notice further details of that. But absolutely, that piece would have been advised.
Further details of what exactly? When the minister first became aware of...
Sorry, yeah, so I'd understood from earlier that, yes, the question we'd taken on notice was around how we, and when we would have provided briefing through to ministers around the appointment. Dr Armstrong's appointment was for 3 years and made under the Customs Act, and Dr Armstrong indicated that his intention to retire. I'd have to confirm the timing of the indications and those sort of things, but in the second half of last year, and so that process was then commenced in terms of seeking a new commissioner.
So you're providing 2 dates to me on notice?
So, Senator, yes, we will provide on notice further details around the timing of that process through, which led to us...
No, you're not hearing me, Ms Pickworth. I'm interested to know the date at which Minister Husic became aware of the need to fill the anti-dumping commissioner role that is currently being filled in an acting capacity.
Yes. In terms of, so the two pieces, that was the first piece that we've taken on notice, the date at which Minister Husic became aware of the anti-dumping commissioner role being needed to be filled. Certainly, Senator, we can take that on notice and come back to you.
Thank you. And then, of course, the second piece is what date Dr Armstrong, as best as you can recall, and to the Secretary, what date Dr Armstrong confirmed he was no longer continuing in the role beyond his 3-year contract. Secretary, at the last hearing, Ms Pickworth helpfully took on notice how many applications were received in total for the role, and that would have been the first element of the process. I don't recall seeing an answer to that question having been provided to the committee. I might be mistaken, but was an answer provided to the committee?
Senator, from my recollection, yes, it was. I will confirm that, but yes, my understanding is we did respond to all the questions on notice, including that one. Yes, so I have it here as having been responded to, question BI13.
And the answer is?
It says... oh, hang on, I might... Oh, no, that's... Yes, OK. It says, as the appointment of an anti-dumping commissioner is a decision of Cabinet, we follow best practice advice from the Department of the Prime Minister and Cabinet. See Cabinet Handbook 15. Details relating to appointments cannot be disclosed. Mr Solder Lukenhausen has been appointed as the acting deputy, as the anti-dumping commissioner until the 18th of November 2024, or until a permanent commissioner is appointed. The process to appoint a permanent commissioner is anticipated to be completed within this timeframe.
Can you read that out again for me, please, Ms Pickworth? So the answer
the full
is
answer?
So the answer is you've not been able to provide an answer.
Yes, Senator, I have.
So just
provided
Just read out, if you wouldn't mind, Ms Pickworth, please read out the first couple of sentences of that answer.
As the appointment of an anti-dumping commissioner is a decision of Cabinet, we follow best practice advice from the Department of the Prime Minister and Cabinet. See Cabinet Handbook 15. Details relating to appointments cannot be disclosed.
So you'll provide no transparency on whether no one, or perhaps 100 people, applied to the first process in recruiting an anti-dumping commissioner?
So we are guided by the Department of Prime Minister and Cabinet on rules around Cabinet processes, and we follow their guidance on these matters.
Who made the decisions, or what was the process involved in deciding that? I'm assuming there might have been one, there could have been 100. If there was no applications, there would have been any process. So what was the internal process to decide that unknown number of applicants were unsuitable?
So, Senator, as we discussed at last estimates, this role is a significant appointment, and it's a decision of Cabinet, and therefore there's, as per that answer to the one, there's a limit to the amount of details that we can go into in terms of that appointment process. I did last estimates talk about the fact that we had undertaken a process and that it didn't identify a preferred candidate, and therefore there was a decision made to re-advertise that.
So for there not to have been a preferred candidate identified, there must have been at least one candidate.
So, Senator, as we've outlined before,
was it a solely departmental process in going through the applicants and their suitability for the role? Were there any external stakeholders involved?
So, Senator, the appointment of the Anti-Dumping Commissioner is a significant appointment, and we do follow the advice and the Cabinet Handbook and ensure that we're in line with those processes. It is also a senior executive appointment within the public service, and so we ensure that we meet those requirements as well as part of the process of appointing the Commissioner.
So the second part of the process, so that first element, that first part of the process was conducted by who did you say? Beaumont?
So Beaumont and Beaumont provided support to the selection panel and to the process. It is both, as I've just said, a significant appointment and also an SES recruitment process, and so very usual that we would have a recruitment company providing us with support in that, including when we advertise senior executive roles.
And who was on the selection panel?
So Senator, I am conscious of the fact that it is a significant appointment and the process is in line with the Cabinet Handbook, and I am happy to take on notice what further information I can provide about the process undertaken around the appointment of this role.
So given, in your own words, Ms Pickworth, the significance of the role, the importance of the role, it's very, very opaque. It's very, very opaque. And that's just the first element of the process. And that element of the process revealed nothing, no suitable candidate, nothing. How much was the contract that Beaumont received to undertake that initial recruitment process?
I think I'd need to take that on notice, Senator. I don't have that in my documents here. I'll see if I can find it and come back to you on that.
And in that first process, the role was advertised for where?
As in?
Location.
Location of where we advertised for the
the
first,
location of the role.
Oh. So, Senator, with the... And again, I'd have to take this on notice to confirm this, but my recollection is that for the first process, we advertised, our first ad went out that said Melbourne, and a second ad made it clear that actually we were open to looking at people who were located outside of Melbourne. So the process ran off the back of an ad that made it clear that we were open to people who might have been located in Australia, but noting that the Anti-Dumping Commission is headquartered in Melbourne.
So
Senator, can I just add on the process? Because it's a dual process, one is significant cabinet process and one for an SES appointment in the public service. And as Ms Pickworth said, we follow the appropriate processes. Just to remind the committee that SES appointments are based on a merit-based process set out in the legislation requiring oversight from the Australian Public Service Commission, which includes usually some allocated member to be the delegate from the Australian Public Service Commission to be part of the recruitment process, and all the usual processes and checks and balances around that.
Yeah, depending on my success here, Ms Quinn, I probably will be taking this to the Australian Public Service Commissioner at the Finance and Public Administration estimates in February next year. Absolutely.
So,
thank you for that.
So the Australian Public Service Commission has had visibility and oversight of this process in terms of the merit-based process aspect of it.
Brevity is a virtue. We've got
Senator
limited.
Smith, I'll just do a time check. Are you one or two questions away? We have questions we'd like to ask as well.
Yes, I'll come back to the second element of the process after your questions. Yeah.
So, can I just get an indication of how much time you think you need?
I've got a whole series of questions to continue to explore, so I can't provide any assistance, I'm afraid.
I have some questions on green metals, and I have the right people at the table. Excellent. So this is a really important future sector for us in this country, and we have the potential to become one of the lowest cost producers of green metals in the world. So it's a really exciting time for us here in Australia. And I understand that the government's launched a consultation on the green metals industry to better understand how we can maximise that opportunity, what some of the barriers might be, and how we can progress our green metals future here in Australia. The consultation, I think, closed a couple of months ago. So I'm interested to learn a bit about what the submissions indicate to us. Was the consultation process sort of well subscribed? How many submissions were there in the process, and what was the engagement like?
Thank you for the question. Tara Oliver, Head of Industry and Manufacturing Division. A public consultation was recently held, and it was very well subscribed. We received 90 submissions as part of that process, and we've also published those submissions that we're able to, where we've had permission to release those publicly. So 67 of those submissions are now available on our website. We saw that we had submissions right across from governments and peak bodies and industries, as you would expect, including research and think tanks. Overwhelmingly, there was significant support for green metals and a recognition of the significant opportunity, particularly due to Australia's capacity to deliver abundant renewable energy resources into the future, coupled with our world-class research sector and world-class workforce and skills also. So in terms of the barriers and opportunities to green metals sector in Australia into the future, our consultation paper explored a number of areas, including what might the capital investment requirements be for our metals sector to sort of implement the technologies that might be required to produce metals without any carbon emissions. There was also a theme around the production costs of green metals into the future and to what extent there might be support required to bridge what we call the green premium gap, so the gap between producing metals with traditional fossil fuels and the higher cost currently of producing with renewable energy, which of course we expect to be temporary into the future as renewables come online. There is also a focus on innovation and the R&D requirements. So there is some technology available currently to green our metals sector, but certainly for example, when it comes to our hematite iron ore resources, which are very abundant, there's still a lot of R&D ongoing as to the kind of technologies that are required to transform in that area. So in terms of taking that forward, we've been exploring those submissions and working through it. It's quite a considerable amount of information that we're going through currently, but I might pause there in case there are other questions or I've sufficiently answered your question.
So really significant number of submissions indicating sort of a high level of interest, around 90 submissions, and then you've spoken there about some of the challenges that industry have identified, including things like capital investment and the green premium and whether there'll be support for that. Did you have, in addition to the sort of the written submission process, did you have stakeholder engagement with industry, and what are the people who are at the, maybe to use an apt term, the sort of the coalface saying about some of those challenges?
Yes, absolutely. So I might confirm that the public consultation ran from May to July of this year, and we've also been consulting bilaterally with a large number of stakeholders. We convened 25 bilateral engagements, for example, with a big range of stakeholders. We've also been benefiting from the advice of experts through the Industrial Decarbonisation and Green Metals Advisory Panel. Their role has been to particularly work with us to help synthesise what we've been hearing from stakeholders and to provide expert advice and input as we work through that and develop advice for government.
And those challenges that you identified, is there a real sort of interest and willingness amongst industry to work to, you know, to meet those challenges? Can they be overcome, and what's the sort of level of, you know, optimism in the industry, given your stakeholder engagement as well as the submissions, on actually being able to kind of push through and work through some of those challenges?
There's certainly a significant desire to be able to transform our metals making here in Australia. And of course, there are some current arrangements already in place that are assisting with the shift to net zero to 2050 for this sector. For example, the safeguard mechanism and other measures that are available through the Powering the Regions Fund that is administered by DQ. So one thing we've been talking with stakeholders and experts about is the current frameworks in place and the current supports in place. What might be required over and above those measures and frameworks, and in particular looking to deep dive with stakeholders about what their plans are when technologies are expected to come online, what their capacities are, what they're already planning, and really, of course, as you would expect, Senator, for us to be trying to get very clear on the role of government and what might be needed to incentivise and support that shift. It is a very large shift. It's many, many billions of dollars, for example, in capital investment that is required.
Yeah. And just to ask, I guess, a threshold question, why is that large shift and the billions of dollars in investment that will be required? Why is it such an important opportunity for us? I meant that in fairly sort of general terms, in terms of the transition to net zero and the markets that might be available to us for this industry.
Yes, absolutely. So green metals has been identified as a priority sector under the Future Made in Australia agenda, I should also have said right up front, in recognition of Australia's significant comparative advantage in this area. So earlier I mentioned our world-class research sector, our skills, our existing capability base here, but I didn't mention our huge abundance of metallic ores here in Australia. And so I suppose Australia has really all of the fundamentals, the tools here, and when you combine that with the renewable energy capacity here in Australia relative to other nations, it's a huge opportunity not only for our own existing metals sector to transition as they're required to net zero 2050, but also for Australia to attract investment into Australia. So green iron is particularly an area that was called out as Australia's biggest opportunity in green metals. And as I spoke to before, being able to transform our significant hematite, but also our magnetite iron ores into green iron in the future can be then used to decarbonise steelmaking, but it can also be used to assist our global trading partners to decarbonise by 2050, also using that as an export from Australia into their steelmaking capabilities. Steel is a significant contributor across the globe to overall emissions, and so for many of those reasons it's important. To go back to your question about capital investment, of course, the sooner that Australia can shift and position ourselves and invest in the capital that is needed, the sooner that Australia can look to take global share in this market.
Yep, great. And it's a fantastic body of work that you're describing that, as you say, is part of the Future Made in Australia agenda to make sure that we do harness all of the opportunities that are there for us and build our comparative advantage in these areas. What's next for you in your process here?
What's next for us is that we're developing and providing advice to government. And so really we're continuing to work with experts and right across government, and we are looking to advise government, and for ultimately a bit of the next step will be up to the government in this space. It's, I should say though, perhaps not necessarily a completely one and done process. This is a huge transformation that we are looking to seize, and as I said, the earlier that can occur, the better, but there'll be a huge transformation. And technology, some of the technologies are unlikely to come online and be at scale commercially until the 2030s. And of course, hydrogen will be an incredibly important input for steel and iron as well. So, and the government, through the Future Made in Australia, is also investing in hydrogen, as I'm sure you're aware.
Great, thank you so much, Ms. Oliver. Thank you. Going to you, Senator Pocock.
Thank you. Great.
Who are currently called Senator McDonald.
Am I?
On your nameplate. But,
don't want that confusion.
Yes, Ms. Quinn. Yeah, I got that. Thank you. Yeah,
so
Ms. Quinn.
I just wanted to clarify. Unfortunately, Senator Bragg is not here, but he suggested we hadn't answered a question on notice. I'd just like to draw the committee's attention to an answer that was provided, BI04, which answers the question that he raised around when the Office of Legal Coordination was notified of the department's work.
Yep.
So we had answered that question on notice.
Yeah. Thank you, Secretary. We'll pass that on when he returns. Thank you. Senator Pocock.
Great, thank you, Chair, and thanks everyone for being here. I wanted to go straight to the issues around the procurement by the Department of Services from the Entrepreneurs program from a company called i4 Connect. As you know, we are interested in, among other things, the payment of around $900,000 by i4 Connect to an employee of the department who, acting against the procurement rules, assisted i4 Connect to develop its winning tender for a contract worth over $30 million. What we're trying to get to is a plausible explanation of why the department is satisfied that that payment referred to here was never made. In your response to a previous question from this committee, question number S1-22, your answer stated the department was, quote, aware that i4 Connect was formed as a special purpose vehicle for the sole purpose of responding to the request for tender. In answer to the same question, you said the financial viability of this fledgling tenderer was considered during the assessment process, and presumably these decisions are documented with information relevant to the assessment criteria. You know, the point of that question, S122, was really about the possible conflict of interest where the owner of i4 Connect, Norm Jenkins, brought before the Entrepreneurs Program Committee an application for funding by a company, Smart Oyster, which was ultimately successful to the tune of $400,000. But as we know, his wife, Joanna Jenkins, was a shareholder in Smart Oyster, and he remained in the room while that application was considered. I don't think it passes any kind of probity test. It's not enough to declare your interest. You must absent yourself from the decision. You've said previously in answer to S120 that was a quan, that the original review of the i4 Connect procurement did not identify any indications of fraud or serious misconduct by departmental staff. However, and I want to table now a letter that I've received, been given a copy of, from Mr Ben Bucknell, which indicates that notwithstanding all of the discussions and the efforts we have made here in these committees to try and illuminate what's happened here and draw attention to these appalling practices which don't pass any kind of test around probity. And I just want to quote from the letter that was sent by you, Secretary, to Mr Ben Bucknell on the 4th of this month.
and it says that the department's referred this matter now to the Australian Federal Police and the National Anti-Corruption Commission. I just want to point to the incredible effort that someone like an ordinary citizen like Mr Bucknell has gone to try and get action on this matter. He's motivated not by any financial gain. He thought the process here was wrong. He was an applicant within these processes, and he has put enormous effort into trying to get action on this. I'd like to ask you then, Secretary, when did you refer this and what triggered this referral?
Ms Quinn, just before you answer that, the senators sought to... to table a document, and it is a letter from you to this individual, which I presume is not public. It doesn't look particularly problematic to me. Do you have any?
I have no issues.
Any objections?
It's a correspondence from myself to Mr Bucknell.
Yep.
It's his correspondence. If he chooses to provide it to others, it's within his gift.
His letter, and I've asked his permission.
That's okay. I'm just going through the process, Senator Pocock.
Yeah,
so the committee tables the document, and Ms Quinn, you have the call.
So I might just start and then draw in my colleagues with more detailed information on this matter. At the start of your question, you went through a series of statements. Many of those we would not, we have no evidence to support as part of our considerations. There have been accusations made. We do not have evidence to support them, despite undertaking several different processes over time. And so I'm happy for my colleagues potentially to unpack some of the claims that have been made where we have no evidence. As you've tabled the document, you'll note that some of the processes that we went through have been identified, that we have indicated that we have been unable to find evidence that supports the concerns that were raised. This is despite asking for evidence to be provided to us by those making the accusations. They have not taken up that opportunity, and so it is difficult to progress without any evidence of wrongdoing. We have undertaken all the steps that we thought appropriate. We are aware of the continued community concern about this issue. We have gone to the extent of our ability to track down and trace these issues. So, including, as the letter identifies, referring to the Australian Federal Police and the National Anti-Corruption Commission. We have received correspondence in recent days subsequent to the letter going from the AFP, and I'm happy to pass to my colleague to provide an update.
Could you, before you do that, would you mind answering my question? When did you make the referral to the NAC, and what triggered that referral?
So I have to take on... I'll pass to my colleague who's got the details.
Great.
Yeah, thanks, Senator. Neil Mason, Deputy Secretary, Business Enabling Services. Happy to expand, but in terms of your specific questions around the date of the referral to the AFP was the 17th of July, 2024.
And why?
So, Senator, as we've outlined in this committee on a number of occasions, we've done a number of things through the course of these allegations, including an initial piece of work, which we've talked about at length at this committee, to explore what was put forward in the allegations. We've spoken to a range of individuals, and through the course of reflecting on that this year, we've essentially exhausted the capabilities. We commenced a conversation and sought some advice as part of our referral to the AFP, through the course of making that decision and seeking their advice, we were looking to gain their assistance and expertise, given the expertise they hold that we don't when it comes to investigating criminal activity, which is what's being alleged, and that's why we took the decision to refer it at that point. We also had a preliminary conversation with the NAC and chose at that point to make the same choice to refer to them, and I think it was about the same date, or maybe within a day of the 17th of July.
And do you have any information about any actions taken by the AFP or the NAC since that date?
Yeah, Senator, I'm happy to, in terms of the NAC, obviously noting their role, and I don't have anything to expand in their regard. We've referred, and it'll be up to obviously them to make their choices in accordance with their legislation. In terms of the AFP, we have just in the last few days received their response. Obviously, I can't talk to the particulars of what they will do, but I can say that they have indicated to us they have done a comprehensive assessment of the referral that we provided. Based on the material, they aren't able to identify a level of evidence of offending that would meet their threshold to undertake an investigation, and that was put through their Southern Command's Capacity and Capability Committee for kind of part of that assessment. So they've obviously looked at it, they've taken it through their own processes, they've come back to us and said that they will not be proceeding with an investigation.
Do they make any comment about the amount of evidence provided, and do they seek any further evidence?
Senator, I wouldn't want to obviously speculate on the processes the AFP undertake. That's certainly something that they should take. What we have done through the course of the referral and talking to them has sought some additional advice, and as a consequence of that, we are also now undertaking some additional work ourselves. So obviously the AFP's concluded their matter, and we're now in the process of doing some additional work internally.
Are you confident that you've provided to the AFP every relevant document? The reason I ask is that we have an expensive experience in front of us as a community in relation to PwC, whereas a referral was made to the AFP in relation to PwC in 2018, and the evidence provided did not meet the AFP threshold. They determined within a 24-hour period, so they canned it, and here we are 5 years back with the police now knocking on the door and exercising search warrants for the whole week in PwC. Is there any possibility that the evidence provided to the AFP was insufficient, and that are you confident you've given everything you possibly can that would assist their decision making?
Senator, I wouldn't want to obviously make observations about other investigations. I'm not familiar with that. What I would say is that through the course of that discussion with the AFP, they've been very helpful in providing us advice. And as I mentioned before, as a consequence of that advice, we are pursuing some additional activity. If it turns out through that additional activity we uncover more information, then we would obviously in due course provide that back to the AFP.
And what's the nature of that activity?
Senator, I'm happy to talk in general terms, but obviously noting that the activity is a live activity, and we don't, as a general rule in public forums, talk specifically about how we may or may not be undertaking investigations. We are seeking a range of additional information from a company, which will include also some internal work that we're looking at based on access to systems and things that organisation may or may not have had.
Prior to making the referral to NAC and the AFP, did the department make an effort to look at the I4 Connect books to confirm whether a payment of $900,000 was in fact made?
So I think, Senator, we've canvassed in this forum before that we had at earlier have not sought that information.
But have you sought it now?
Yes.
And do you have a response?
We are in the process of engaging with that organisation around a range of information.
Are you using independent investigators at all?
We will be using an independent contractor to support us with that work.
Why has it taken so long to act on something which you had information? Why have you not looked at the books? We are years into this matter. We're wasting time here in Senate estimates. Estimate after estimates. I'm bored with it. It's incredibly important. It's a huge amount of money. Why have we waited so long to actually go and look at the books of I4 Connect?
Well, Senator, as I said, we're looking at a range of things. We're doing that on the back of some advice we've had following our own internal work, as we have previously articulated to this committee. And we've been working through that methodically, and on the basis of the additional advice we had earlier this year, we are proceeding down the path I've just outlined.
Ms Quinn or the Minister, Senator Ayres, this matter's taken a long time to unfold. How satisfied are you with it? I'm asking both of you with the timeline here, given the size of the funds and the elapse of steps that really would seem very fundamental, like check whether money was paid, when very clear claims were being suggested to you by whistleblowers and people external. I shouldn't have used the word whistleblowers. People who have given information to you.
My colleague wishes to.
So I just want to clarify some points around that, right? So there's been an allegation of a success fee payment made. We've canvassed in this committee previously about the fact that in the initial way that was presented, and you've talked to us about, there would not be anything prohibiting that payment. So I just want to be clear, we've yet not established that there is anything other than allegation on the table.
Yes, and conflict of interest issues clearly afoot here that are alleged as well. Very significant allegations, yes.
Which I think we have canvassed previously, and
yes,
I think the company has spoken to you also about that. They've written to you. Yep.
Can I just take a moment to formally welcome back Assistant Minister Tim Ayres, who is at the table as the Minister representing the Minister for Industry and Science and later the Minister for Resources.
It's all going so smoothly and then I'm back.
Indeed. And do you have a final question, or are you...
I wanted to hear a response from the Minister or Secretary on the delays here, the length of time, how you feel the department has responded.
So as soon as these allegations came to our attention, we have stepped through our processes methodically and carefully. I have previously said in this committee that I have an obligation and a desire to make sure that our processes are robust and efficient and at the highest order of probity. We take all allegations seriously. We have progressed through it. We also have an obligation to ensure that we're expending money appropriately. As we have gone through the process, at each point we have made an assessment based on the evidence before us. I will note we have sought additional evidence from people making allegations. They have not yet provided anything to us to be able to action. We continue to look at this as appropriate and based on the advice of organisations that have greater expertise in investigations, and we have done every step methodically as we've gone forward. I am satisfied that we have taken these allegations seriously. We're working through them. As we've mentioned today, there is still some activity ongoing. These things can take time and because they're serious matters and need to be taken seriously.
I think from the government and the Minister's perspective, this was a program that and I have to say I missed part of the questions, not an invitation to start the discussion again, but it's a program that the Minister formed the view needed to be replaced. Part of the backdrop of that, of course, was the Auditor General's report, but also making the program fit for its modern purpose and what the government wanted the program to do in terms of its support for industry and support for new industrial development. I'm satisfied that during this period the department's worked assiduously on these questions, and some of them do take time, and it's not been a straightforward process.
Can I ask one last small question, but significant? I just want to clear up something in regard to the issue of whether it's appropriate for a contractor working for the department to assist a tenderer with their bid. Is there anything in the procurement rules or the tender documents that prohibits an existing contractor to the department from assisting a tenderer in the development of their tender?
Senator, I'll talk to start with, and then I might refer to my colleagues if there's a technical element that that we need to drill into. Essentially, there wouldn't be anything preventing, a citizen supporting the development of a tender in this particular instance. However, if that person had access to Commonwealth material that was not accessible to others, then that would be an issue.
Anything to add?
If you like, Senator Janine Richards, Chief Counsel. So we have looked at the contractual arrangements with accelerating commercialisation advisors, and they would have prevented advisors from providing, as Mr Mason suggested, confidential Commonwealth information to a prospective tenderer. But to be clear, we have no evidence, there was no contractual requirement that advisors obtain approval from the department to actually assist prospective tenderers. So the unlawful conduct, if there was any, would have been the disclosure of confidential information, and we found no evidence to suggest that there was either inappropriate or improper access to confidential Commonwealth information, or that there was inappropriate disclosure to anybody of such information.
Will your independent investigator be looking at that question in particular and going back to review that process?
As I mentioned, Senator, I don't want to drive too far into the detail of the activity, just because there is ongoing activity, but certainly we will be canvassing a range of things that we have covered both internally within our own work, and obviously we've discussed through a variety of fora, including this estimates committee.
I look forward to hearing the outcome. Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Senator Smith.
Thank you very much. How much has been expended thus far? Also, before we go there, can you just name each of the external organisations that have been involved in the selection recruitment process for the Anti-Dumping Commissioner?
Yes, Senator. So in October, November 2023, there was an initial ad done, which was the one that I mentioned that specified Melbourne, specified Melbourne as the location.
Yeah,
and then it was followed by a second.
And that organisation
ad.
was?
That was Chandler McLeod.
Yes.
There was a second ad that made it clearer that it was open to locations, and also at that point we engaged Beaumont and Beaumont to support the recruitment process from that stage forward, and that was the first process that we ran. And as per my testimony last time, there wasn't a preferred candidate identified, and we subsequently re-advertised the role from memory mid-year, but I can get specifics, or my colleague can provide specifics.
Okay.
And that process has been supported by Derwent.
Are there any other external individuals or organisations involved in the recruitment selection process for the Anti-Dumping Commissioner?
So, Senator, there's not any other external companies. There are certainly, we have been very closely and engaged throughout with the Public Service Commission in terms of it being an SES appointment, and so therefore the usual merit-based processes apply. So there's not another external to government company involved in the recruitment process.
So Emma Alberici is not involved in
so
that?
That's she is works with Derwent, the recruitment company that has supported the second process for the role.
So how much has been spent with Chandler McLeod? How much has been spent with Beaumont and Beaumont, and how much has been spent with Derwent Search?
Great. So, Senator, Beaumont and Beaumont was $22,000 from my notes, and Derwent was $81,481,000, which did include an executive search piece in terms of the second process that we ran. I'd have to take on notice Chandler McLeod's involvement in the early stages.
The Derwent Search process, the application date, the close of application date was the 11th of August?
That's correct. Tara Oliver, Head of Industry and Manufacturing Division, that's correct, Senator.
Thank you. And how many applications were received?
So, Senator, as we've previously discussed and as per the question on notice,
thank you.
We can take that on notice.
Now, Secretary, did I hear you say earlier that the selection process is being undertaken that you characterise as a dual process?
So there's the decision for appointment is a dual process because the individual is appointed through the Cabinet and they're also formally appointed as a SES officer of the Public Service, which requires a decision by myself as the accountable authority. And
the policy approach or policy guidelines that govern that's the government's merit and transparency policy?
I have to bow to one of my colleagues, but it's the Australian Public Service rules that apply to all SES appointments.
Did Minister Husic write to Dr Armstrong to inquire or to advise whether he intended to reappoint or not reappoint or to advertise the position?
So we've taken on notice the process leading up to the end of Dr Armstrong's period. My recollection is that Mr Armstrong indicated his preferences to us, and that was the start of the consideration process, but we're happy to take it on notice.
But I've got the government's merit and transparency policy in front of me, and it says that the Secretary's role, I thought let's go back, reappointments, the Minister is responsible for advising the incumbent in writing at least 4 months before the expiry of their appointment that he or she will be reappointed, not be reappointed, or not be reappointed, or not be reappointed because the Minister wishes to test the field of potential candidates. It's quite explicit that the Minister responsible for advising the incumbent in writing. Does that particular guideline apply to this set of circumstances?
I just have to double check. Are you talking about the Linnell-Briggs kind of consultation process on appointments, or are you? So the happy to take it on notice as I have and exact dates, etc. But there is a general requirement to have a discussion or a process with the incumbent for to seek their views and considerations. That did happen in this case. In my experience, sometimes that happens formally, sometimes it happens informally. It depends a bit on who's doing what first.
I'd characterise these guidelines as setting out a formal process.
So I'm happy, as I said, I'm happy to take it on notice.
The guidelines also require the Secretary
Can you just clarify, sorry, the guidelines? Maybe I could find it and then I can follow along a bit easier.
These are the government's merit and transparency policy dated the 11th of December 2020. They may well have been updated.
Right. And this is for significant appointments?
This is? So this is a significant appointment?
No, I'm just saying your document is it for public service appointments or is it for government appointments?
I think this applies to statutory roles as well,
right. Okay.
Which is the matter that we're considering in regards to the Anti-Dumping Commissioner.
Senator, as the Secretary said, we have taken on notice the specifics, but from my understanding and recollection, Dr Armstrong had he indicated his intention to retire at some point in the second half of 2023, which obviously predated us starting the process to fill the position. So we've taken on notice the specifics of when, but certainly that's my understanding.
The same guidelines describe the Secretary's role as being responsible for overseeing the selection process for agency heads and statutory office holders. This involves, second dot point, 6 months before the expiry of each appointment, seeking the Minister's advice in writing of their decision whether to reappoint the incumbent or advertise the position. Did that take place, Ms Quinn?
So we've taken on notice this question already, Senator. Happy to expand just to cover that aspect of it. You had asked before about when the Minister was first engaged on the appointment process. So that would encompass that question as well.
How many other roles in the Anti-Dumping Commission have acting positions attached to them at the moment?
There are a few as a result of the acting of the Commissioner. There is a sort of cascading kind of consequence of that in the Commission. So there are a few.
And Senator, there has been an acting arrangement in place for another of the Deputy Commissioners who has had to take long leave for medical reasons. So I'm happy to provide further information I can provide on that as well, Senator.
Perhaps here you might be able to confirm for me whether or not Mr Williams is the Acting Deputy Commissioner for Investigations?
So at the moment it is Justin Wicks who is the Acting Deputy Commissioner for Investigations.
Thank you. And is Ms Harvey the Acting Deputy Commissioner for Strategy and Operations?
Yes, Senator.
And is Mr Brinsmead the Acting Deputy Commissioner for Legal and Dispute Settlement?
No, Senator. From recollection, that is Katrina Gunn. I just have to check the surname. That's correct, isn't it? Yes.
But acting in the role?
Acting in the role, Senator. So
I'm just wondering how Australia's competency in this very significant, important part of the government is being aided or impeded by an acting commissioner, at least 3 acting deputy commissioners.
So, Senator, as the Secretary explained, with Isolde Lukenhausen acting as the Commissioner, that therefore created an acting role in the Deputy Commissioner for Investigations, and that has been filled. The other Deputy Commissioner, as I've said, required a period of leave for personal reasons, and we put in place acting arrangements to support that body of work with appropriately equipped and qualified staff to fill that vacancy. As you'd understand, Senator, that can happen with senior leadership teams to make arrangements for people's circumstances, and that is what we did. Katrina Gunn has been a long-serving lawyer within the Commissioner, as have others who've filled the role, and we've also provided acting staff across to support the Commission and the Commissioner during this time.
Suboptimal is how I would characterise it, but we can explore this further when you provide that information on notice and at the next estimates. Thank you very much.
That may conclude the questions that we have for corporate enabling and...
You already excused corporate.
Oh, thank you. Whoops,
we're in 1.1.
Yes, I was caught juggling there. Thank you.
I have a different set of questions in 1.1.
Oh, you do? You have a different set of questions for 1.1?
A different line of inquiry, yeah.
You do too? All right. I got well ahead of myself and to the side of myself in general there. So I guess we'll share the call and give you a break, Senator Smith, and go to Senator Bragg. Senator Bragg.
Australian, you're doing Australian maths. Oh, this one, yeah.
I'd already turned the page.
Sorry. These questions are not about PsiQuantum. They are about something else. I might just need a moment to find the questions I'm looking for.
So, program 1.1.
Yeah.
Go to you, Senator Smith.
Oh, here we go. Yeah, I'm ready, yeah.
Senator Bragg.
Yeah. Minister, some of these are for you. So, are you the Assistant Minister for Manufacturing?
No.
So what is your title now?
I'm the Assistant Minister for Trade and the Assistant Minister for Future Made in Australia.
Okay, so what happened to the manufacturing component?
Well, all of that work at ministerial level has been undertaken by Minister Husic, and I report, I'm attached to the Prime Minister and, PMC.
Okay. And have you received a charter letter as an Assistant Minister?
Yes.
You have. And what are the main elements of that?
So I understand most of those documents, they're cabinet in confidence. I'm happy to take it on notice and come back to you the extent that I can.
Okay. And did you get a charter letter when you were in your previous role?
I can give you the same answer. Yes, those matters are normally cabinet in confidence.
But generally speaking, what was the main role in manufacturing?
It was to support the minister's work and to provide advice. You as an assistant minister, are occasionally allocated discrete bundles of work and responsibility to do, but to support the Minister for Industry and Science in his work, and of course to contribute where I could and where I can in relation to the issues that face the manufacturing sector.
And so did you work on particular things like the Rail Industry Innovation Council?
I certainly worked on that, yes.
Yeah. Was that at your discretion, or was that something that you were asked to do?
It's hard to say, Senator Bragg. It's certainly something I was very enthusiastic about. I'd seen in my work what happened when New South Wales Transport Ministers, like Mr Constance, I understand he's having another go around again and wants to run for federal parliament again.
That's democracy.
It's sort of the 9th time for this bloke. His last contribution to the manufacturing sector was to offshore thousands and thousands of blue-collar regional jobs, which ended up meaning that trains in New South Wales were delivered late, catastrophically over budget. It cost the New South Wales taxpayer hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars. Thousands of people lost their jobs. Hundreds and hundreds of school leavers missed out on the opportunity for apprenticeships, and it did incalculable damage to the New South Wales manufacturing capability, particularly in the Hunter Valley. So I was pretty passionate about delivering as much as we could to using the capacity of the Commonwealth to work with the states to do everything that we could to return rail manufacturing to Australia.
So, what did you achieve in your role as Assistant Minister for Manufacturing?
Well, that's I suppose for others to judge. Senator Bragg, I'm very.
It's a short answer for you, Minister.
Very confident about that work, and I know that work is going on, conducted by some very diligent public servants and experts on that rail industry committee with a very strong capability and DISA that's going to make a difference and has made a difference already.
So, is there a new Assistant Minister for Manufacturing?
No.
So that position is not longer part of the ministry?
That's right.
Okay. And do you know why that is?
It's a matter for the Prime Minister. Senator Bragg, you might make more progress on those in PwC estimates, but I doubt it.
Well, I don't think he comes to the committee meetings. He doesn't.
Oh, well, he has ministers at the table, but it's a matter for the Prime Minister to arrange the portfolios. There's a judgment there about work that needed to be done. There's a judgment again about work that needs to be done. That's the normal process of reshuffles.
Thanks for that, Minister. So, Secretary, has this ministerial change made any tangible differences to the operation of the department in terms of the reporting lines?
So there were matters that we were working closely with the former Assistant Minister that now the teams report through to the Minister for Industry and Science.
Yeah. What staffing changes have occurred as a result?
None.
No staff changes?
Not at the department level.
What about DLO?
So that's about ministerial support. So yes, we would have less.
That's it?
Yeah.
Has there been any transition costs associated with these changes?
Not that I'm aware of.
So where does manufacturing now sit at a ministerial level? Has that gone to Minister Husick, has it?
Yes, the Minister for Industry and Science is usually the Minister for Manufacturing.
Okay, but you, Minister, are now in the Prime Minister's department.
Yes, well, I'm an assistant minister, and I work to support the Prime Minister's work on Future Made in Australia, and you know, in the it's a job where I'm very responsive to what the Prime Minister wants me to do.
I'm sure you are, Minister. But you're no longer. Sorry, was that Chair? But you're no longer in this department. That's the point, isn't it?
That's right. That's right.
Okay. So thank you. So Secretary, then.
I thought you were about to offer a farewell card or something.
Well, I don't offer. I don't make any offers here. I just ask the odd question from time to time. So, what about this then, Secretary? So, do you have any? So, you have one fewer minister now to administer the department. Is that right?
Yes, we don't have an assistant minister.
Okay, so you've got one. So everything goes through Minister Husick.
Yes.
Yeah. And
in relation to industry and science, yes.
What changes has that made to? Do you provide less briefs, for example, or?
I've not observed any change in the processes. The work program that was in terms of implementing the government's election commitments around various elements of manufacturing continue. The number of staff allocated, the processes are ongoing.
Right. And what about the Future Made in Australia agenda now? So does that sit mainly in industry, or is it partly in Treasury?
So the Future Made in Australia agenda cuts across many aspects of government. It's got a very whole of government approach, given the priority that the government places on the agenda.
Right.
Some aspects are in Treasury, some aspects are in the Department of Climate Change, Energy and Water. Some are implemented through my department. So there's many sort of tentacles to the program. Depends on which aspect you're interested in.
Well, I mean, it sounds like part of it sits with the industry department, parts of it sits with Treasury.
So the legislation component in terms of the national interest framework and the single front door aspects are being led by Treasury. Aspects relating to hydrogen, for example, and is through the Department of Energy. Aspects to do with batteries and green metals that we talked about earlier, and aspects of innovation and clean energy. Clean energy manufacturing are related to us, and so the overarching intent of the government in the Future Made in Australia touches on many different organisations.
That's a bit confusing. Okay.
Well, it's not confusing.
Well, it is to me. I mean, maybe you're smarter than me.
Well, I don't. I'm sure that's. I'm sure that's not true, Senator.
Could be. We haven't done IQ tests yet.
Even the casual observer wouldn't reach that conclusion. But it is an agenda that cuts across government. There are elements of this program that are being delivered by Treasury, by Minister Bowen's department, Minister Husick's department, right across government. Minister King's department, the Prime Minister, Senator Farrell, right across government. And that does reflect the level of ambition of the government, but also the complexity of the challenges that are being faced here. The last government didn't have this approach, which maybe explains why it was so flat-footed on industry policy.
Thank you. Thank you for that answer. So the DISA website currently states a number of roles relating to the Assistant Minister for Manufacturing, relating to the operation of the Rail Industry Innovation Council, So apparently this website says that the Assistant Minister for Manufacturing appoints members of the Council, selects the chair, reviews the minutes, blah, blah, blah. So who's doing that now?
So it all flows through to Minister Husic.
Okay, so he's the Assistant Minister as well as the Minister, is he?
So as Senator
Got a couple of hats.
As Senator Ayres previously stated, Assistant Ministers work at the behest and under the responsibilities of the Cabinet Minister.
In this case, himself. He tells himself what to do.
No, Senator Bragg, as I indicated, there isn't an Assistant Minister for Manufacturing. If the website's out of date, I'm sure some duly chastened departmental official will go and, fix up the website, but you know what the answer is, and if you've got any serious questions, you should get to them.
Well, they are serious questions. I'm wondering who's being paid to do this job.
They haven't been very serious so far.
Well, who's being paid to do the job?
Minister Husic is responsible for, in his role as the Minister for Industry and Science, and for leading the government's agenda in relation to these issues.
So he's running the Rail Council then?
Indeed.
Okay. And how's that going?
Well,
is he liking it,
Senator Bragg? I'm sure it's going very well.
Okay.
If you've got questions about what's happening there, I can tell you what's not going on.
No, but I didn't ask what's not going on. I asked what's going on.
State governments aren't offshoring.
Going on.
State governments aren't. Yeah, you asked. I'm answering. State governments, led by people like Mr Constance, who let Australia down.
Why are you so focused on Mr Constance?
Aren't offshoring billions of dollars. Well, I'm interested in a character who let the people of the Hunter down so badly, let regional Australia down so badly that he offshored billions and billions of dollars worth of work and thousands of ordinary people's jobs.
I'm a bit worried about the South Coast.
And it had an impact right through the Hunter economy. Shops closed down, engineering firms closed. And for New South Wales commuters, their trains never arrived. When they did arrive, they were broken, and some of them didn't fit through the tunnels. Some of them couldn't fit alongside the stations. They weren't fit for purpose, and they cost an awful lot more money than they should have done, because former Transport Minister Andrew Constance, putative candidate for, as I understand it, Gilmore, couldn't work his way through the issues. Couldn't work his way through the issues.
You're a bit worried about marginal seats, are you?
I remember these kinds of things because they hurt ordinary people.
I think he's worried about the marginal seats.
I'm of a mind to share the call, and I will do that now. Senator David Pocock.
Thank you, Chair. Mr Quinn, I had some questions for the Department of Infrastructure early in the week, but they sent me your way. So I'm hoping someone on your team can help me. That they're regarding applications received for the Thriving Suburbs program and the Urban Precincts and Partnerships program.
So I'd have to check because our grants delivery services are part of our corporate team that were here earlier.
Okay.
So I think we are able to take.
Thank you very much. I've only got a few short questions, so I appreciate this. I understand the applications for the latest round of the Thriving Suburbs program closed on the 2nd of September. Does that sound about right? Ms Lee?
Thank you, Senator. Linda Lee, Acting Head of Division for the Business Grants Hub. That's correct. Applications for Thriving Suburbs closed on 2nd of September.
2nd of September, thank you. How many applications were received from the ACT?
There were 3 applications received from the ACT.
Were they ACT government? How does it work? Are they ACT government applications?
I don't have the detail of who made the actual application, Senator.
Okay. That's what I was asking infrastructure, and they said that you would be the person to know. Are you able to find that out on notice?
Senator, it's probably information that we wouldn't provide without the permission of the policy agency, and not until the assessments had been completed.
So you couldn't tell me if the ASIC government made a submission, an application?
I could take it on notice and check with the Department of Infrastructure as the policy agency.
Thank you very much. That'd be great. And then on the urban precincts and partnerships program, that's an ongoing program, or what's the sort of period that you're open for submissions?
So with regard to the urban precincts and partnerships program, it opened on the 29th of July this year, and there is no closing date for the program because it's being assessed in batches.
Great. Have you had any applications from the ACT government?
None from the ACT as yet.
None. Okay. Thank you. That's good to know. If you are able to ask infrastructure about whether they can just say yes or no if the ACT government applied to the other one, that'd be great.
Yep.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks, Chair.
Thank you.
Just on the same matter, if I may.
Yep.
How many applications for thriving suburbs were received from Western Australia?
For the Thriving Suburbs program, there was 39 applications received from Western Australia.
And the Urban Precincts and Partnerships program, can you give me a number of the number of applications that have been received from Western Australia to date, whether or not that they've been assessed? Or
Yes, there's been 4 received from WA to date.
And that opened in July?
That's right, 29th of July.
And have any of those been assessed or in the process of being assessed?
No, sorry, Senator, they're still currently under assessment.
Thanks very much.
And I think, was I just advised that you have further questions for 1.1? So, Senator Smith.
Great, thank you very much. I just want to turn now to the matter of product certification practices. Secretary, many comparable jurisdictions promote their products abroad as a premium product for being certified as being made in their home country. And of course, here in Australia, we have the Australian-made, Australian-grown logo. And I think in America, they might have made in the USA. How many countries use similar certification practices to enhance their products?
So I do not know the answer to that. Kind of happy to take it on notice. We have a part of the department that looks after some aspects of this that's situated in our trade area. So happy to take on notice that information. Those staff aren't here. Oh, yes, we have one person here. We may not know all the things that are happening overseas.
Yeah. So, sorry, I don't have my nameplate, but Donna Looney, I'm the head of the International Trade and National Security Division, and we don't have that information to hand, but I can certainly take that on notice, Senator.
Great, thanks very much. How important is it that, how valuable or how important are these certification practices in boosting the attractiveness of products to consumers or potential consumers? Perhaps in our case, when we think about the Australian-made logo, how powerful is that as a tool in attracting or building confidence around Australian products?
So I would say, Senator, that that's a subjective view, but obviously being able to communicate that something is made in Australia is definitely valuable to consumers, yes.
Is the Australian-made logo a registered trademark?
I'd need to take that on notice, Senator.
My understanding was that can any other officials help me with this? I was under the impression it was a trademark registered to the not-for-profit organisation Australian Made Campaign Limited?
That's correct. Yes, so they do have responsibility for it. Your question of whether or not it was a trademark, I don't have that information, but yes, your connection to that organisation as a not-for-profit is correct, yes.
And does the department maintain regular contact with the AMCL?
Yes, it does.
And how does it do that?
The department has regular contact via meetings, ongoing meetings, and previously via funding at various points, funding arrangements, and just understanding the work that they're doing with various organisations that seek to utilise the Australian-made logo.
Obviously, there's a funding agreement, and they report against that funding agreement regularly.
So I'm not sure of the exact funding agreement at the moment, Senator, but absolutely we can take that particular question on notice.
My understanding was that the coalition government awarded the AMCL with a multi-year grant to increase the profile and awareness of the Australian-made logo and strengthen the legal position of the logo in key export markets. Is my understanding correct?
I would need to take that on notice, Senator.
I do believe there was an arrangement. I'm aware of a historical arrangement. We can take on notice about the current status of such an arrangement.
It's a very onerous task to keep taking these questions on notice, then going back to the department and someone writes them and someone sends them up to the minister's office and then they get prepared. And then is there no one in the audience behind you, secretary, or sitting in another room that might be able to provide some information?
There's not. I can actually ask the department to see whether they can provide some information through the course of today about the current status of that. I don't have anything in my fairly extensive database here in terms of a current ongoing grant arrangement, but it may be that that's a gap. So we can check the current status. And
you are a proficient user of the database in front of you, if I've noticed that, Ms Quinn.
Yes, I do try to assist the committee, so we can check the current status.
I might also note, Senator, that it's not only our portfolio that may be connected to that, so we may need to look into whether that's actually a question for other portfolios, including through the trade portfolio.
Fair point. Secretary, do you know how much was committed?
No, but okay. I have sent the question as we speak.
It's probably right for me to assume that the funding has been effective in bringing greater awareness to Australian-made goods abroad?
Undoubtedly, having a label helps with the awareness of Australian-made goods. I might check whether my colleague Jane Urquhart can add anything.
So, Deputy Secretary, Resources and Strategy. Strategy incorporates enabling policy across the department, including international engagement. So $5 million was provided to Australian Made Campaign Limited over 4 years, from 1 January 2020 to 30 June 2023, to promote and protect the Australian-made, Australian-grown logo in Australia's key export markets, including Southeast Asia, China, India, the European Union, United Kingdom, the UAE, the United States and Canada.
Great, thank you very much. And that funding was up until last year, you said 2023?
That's correct.
And not been extended?
No, Senator.
Great, thank you. Is the Director General of IP Australia with us?
Yes, he is.
Michael Schwager, Director General of IP Australia. Senator.
Thank you very much, and thank you for your participation today. In a few sentences, Mr Schwager, can you explain to the committee the purpose and indeed the value of having a trademark? I like to start in the broad.
Very broad. A trademark lets you protect intellectual property that you put into your brand, is probably the short way of putting it.
And a slightly longer explanation?
A trademark is intellectual property that is a registered form of intellectual property that you register with us in order to protect other people from infringing on that intellectual property, so that the investment you have made over time into your reputation and your presence in the market can be protected against people infringing on the work that you have put into it.
Much better, thank you very much. How many trademarks are there registered in Australia at the moment?
I would say, well, there's several thousand. Let me just get the exact number for you. I don't have the Senator. There's 31,000 applications per year. So there's several thousand current on a trademark register.
And does a trademark become uncurrent or deregistered?
Yes,
it does.
It can if you don't pay. If you don't pay your renewal fee. Yes.
Does IP Australia have an investigative role?
No, I beg your pardon.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry, my colleague just corrected. Sorry, just if I could correct the previous statement, it's 84,000 trademark applications per year. I was reading from the patent number. I'm sorry. So just to correct that previous number, 84,000 applications per year. Sorry, so you asked if we have an investigative
role.
No,
yep.
We don't.
You don't have it?
No.
So how do trademark breaches, concerns, violations get dealt with?
That becomes a discussion between the two parties that are involved. So it's entirely a commercial matter between one party who owns the trademark and another party who is potentially infringing on the trademark.
Right, so that would...
Similarly, people can dispute if people apply for a trademark. You might oppose that. There is an opposition period to stop people taking out a trademark that you think infringes.
But if I've got a registered trademark and then someone comes and, you know, puts up double arches next to my
that would
double arches...
That would be up to the original owner of the double arches to take that matter into a legal discussion.
a legal process.
Yeah.
Anyway, okay. Mr. Swager, I note that the AMCL, which is the Australia Made Campaign Limited, has been in operation for over 35 years. Has its trademark been registered for that entire period?
Just checking the details on the Australian Trademark Register.
Oh, great.
Senator. To the extent that I can give you that information from that. It was entered on the register August 1987.
Great, thank you very much. Do you ever do any work to sort of...
I was 14 then, Senator Smith.
Sorry?
I was 14 then.
Great.
Yeah, thought it was helpful.
Senator Smith.
We might get to that, not.
Senator Stewart has advised she was born in that year, so you might have wanted to reflect on that statement, Senator Smith.
Do you... I don't have a comeback, so I'm lost, sorry.
I knew it had put you on the spot for a little while.
I did do the math quickly in my head. Does IP Australia do any work in terms of ascertaining the value of a trademark?
No.
Just the registration of a trademark. So when it comes to breaches of trademark, that is completely a private matter between the disputing parties.
Correct.
Thank you very much. I might just ask you to stay at the table.
Happy to, Senator.
I can feel the anticipation building. I hope this works.
For a little while, Senator Smith. Anyway, keep coming up with
Your turn, Senator Ayres. Your turn, Senator. Minister, what is the government's tolerance for breaches of intellectual property?
Well, that I think would be
As Mr Schwager said, of course, having a proper intellectual property regime is important. Defending Australian brands overseas, I think, is of interest to the government as well. I mean, essentially, as Mr Schwager says, it's ultimately a matter for owners of trademarks to protect their interests through the normal channels.
Through private negotiation, litigation. Do you believe that the Australian-made logo is a valuable trademark for Australian producers?
I think it's a value here in Australia, and it's a value overseas as well.
Do manufacturers pay a fee for the use of the Australian-made logo?
That is my understanding.
Do we know how much that fee is?
I mean, it would be a matter for the company that, not-for-profit, that maintains the trademark.
Mr Schwager, what is the annual registration cost for someone to renew their registration, given that in this case the Australian-made logo is a registered trademark, so they are renewing it annually?
I would suggest it's $400.
No wonder there's like 80,000 plus a year.
We provide an excellent service.
That's great. That is great value for money.
Yep.
Well done. Great. I now want to. I want to present just a document.
Senator Smith, I don't want to interrupt your train because I know you don't like it when I do, but we're scheduled to take a break in a couple of minutes. But then on the other hand, we would almost be in a position to conclude with program 1.1. So do you want another 5 minutes and then we'll conclude and then take a break?
I think we might just quickly take the break and then we'll come back here.
Ah, that's disappointing.
I know, sorry about
Chair,
that. But
if I might just add one further piece of information to my previous answer, there's currently 880,281 registered trademarks in Australia as at the 30th of June.
Thank you. So the committee will take its scheduled break and return at 4:05 p.m. with program 1.1 and IP Australia. And we are broadcasting, and we continue with Program 1.1 and IP Australia. Senator Smith.
Thank you very much. The moment you've all been waiting for. I know
The
you've
big
been waiting in
reveal.
great anticipation, Senator Ayres.
You might surprise me.
Ta-da! Here we have.
Yes.
Here we have.
Yes.
And Mr. Schwager, I'm going to require on your extensive expertise and knowledge. So two very similar logos.
Are they?
Two absolutely same. I might table a document.
Right.
You could have handed these around before the break, Senator Smith.
Two very, very, very similar.
You say so, Senator Smith.
One
Kangaroo.
green, use of green, use of triangles, use of similar colours, gold, green, use of similar font. The difference being, of course, that one is registered, the Australian made and Australian
Also, one's a
owned,
kangaroo, Senator Smith.
and one is not registered.
The committee tables the document. Almost past your
So, Mr. Schwager, can you give us a sense about what your professional view might be in terms of the potential trademark infringement?
Oh,
yes. Thanks.
I do think, I mean, I'm very happy for Mr. Schwager to answer the question because I'm partly sort of interested, you know, but I would say he did indicate, Senator Smith, before that it's not really IP Australia's gig doing
on this you can trust my line of questioning. I've
been trusting it for about 25 minutes.
We will get to the right spot. We'll get to the right spot. It is the most exciting thing that has happened at
I hope so.
estimates
I hope so.
today.
I hope so.
So,
Thank you for bringing
Mr. Schwager, could you just share with us some of your professional observations about whether or not they are suitably similar from your perspective, or the sorts of things that you might look for when asked to exercise some judgment over whether or not a trademark is too similar to an existing trademark that exists?
So the similarity or the deceptive similarity component of trademark law is something that our examiners consider when they are examining trademarks. And it's actually something that would raise concerns initially in terms of whether or not that could be regarded as deceptively similar. But it's actually a fine point of law, and I actually have trademark examiners who get trained for over 12 months to look at the finer points of what is or isn't necessarily captured according to precedent in common law to distinguish between what is deceptively similar and what might not be. So it's difficult for me to give you a definitive opinion on it.
The fact that it's not clear.
Senator Smith,
not clear is a statement.
Of the document, so you can put yours on the table.
For effect.
Yes, indeed.
So,
for the millions
Mr. Schwager, you'll be aware that Section 121 of the Trademarks Act 1955 states a person infringes a registered trademark if the person uses as a trademark a sign that is substantially identical with or deceptively similar to the trademark in relation to goods or services in respect of which the trademark is registered.
So, 2 points. I think you might be looking at previous legislation. The Trademark Act has been updated more recently, so there is a new act. But substantially, that point that you're making carries over into the new act. And that's the point. it hinges on what is the definition of deceptively similar, and that is a matter of considerable case law.
I mean, I would argue that it's not designed to be identical. It is designed to be deceptive. It is designed to trade off what you described in your opening remarks as that significant investment over time of a presence in a market.
That's a judgment that is usually made in the courts or in a commercial arrangement between the two parties.
Mr. Swager, the website IP Guardian states that the Act outlines harsh penalties for trademark infringement, including acts of counterfeiting and piracy. These are all considered to be serious criminal offences. In addition to any civil action or mediation, the court can opt to impose penalties of up to 5 years of imprisonment and fines of up to $99,000. How does that work? How does that interplay with your previous comments about parties in dispute going to private, pursuing a private mediation or...
I'm looking at a little bit confused, Senator, because that isn't something that I'm particularly familiar with in terms of criminal sanctions. I think IP Guardian is not a reference I'm aware of. And I'm not aware of that information being on our website with respect to how to enforce a trademark.
So I understand that there is a dispute between the body responsible, the AMCL, for the Australian-made and owned logo.
Senator Smith,
and
I mean, I'm only mildly concerned.
Oh, the prop consideration.
Yeah,
sorry.
Because
no,
I've
you're
asked
quite
a few
right.
times,
You're quite right. No, you're quite right. That's quite okay. Yeah. I understand that there is a dispute between ACML over the use of the Future Made in Australia logo because they are concerned that it's too similar to the Australian made and owned logo. Are you aware of that at all? This is an immediate. I think this is an immediate
dispute
report.
with whom, Senator Smith?
Sorry?
A dispute with whom?
So an ACM spokesman in the media has told an ACML spokesman has told the media that they were aware that the logo had been used by the LP, and that, I'm quoting now, the ACML has engaged with the ALP to resolve the matter. Are you aware of that, Senator Ayres?
I have. I've read the article, Senator Smith, and I'm delighted to have an opportunity to deal with some of these questions. That logo, of course, is I think something that a number of Labor MPs who were promoting the Future Made in Australia policy and suite of policies around budget time were argued that they had up on their socials, I assume. It's a matter of argument, I suppose, whether that's too close or not too close to this Made in Australia logo. There are a couple of things though that are unarguable. Under the last government, manufacturing jobs, less things were made in Australia as a result of the last government's maladministration and hostility to manufacturing. Under this government, more things will be made in Australia, and Labor MPs and senators are proud of the Future Made in Australia proposition because we're for Australia, we're for the future, we're for manufacturing, which is more than can be said for the Noalition show, which is talking Australia down, hostile to Australian manufacturing, and hasn't seen a car plant that it doesn't want to close down.
Senator Ayres, thank you very much for that. But you are right. You are right. Your colleagues. You are right. Your colleagues did see good sense and good manners and decide to pull down from their social media platforms the Future Made in Australia logo.
No. There's a Future Made in Australia logo which is the government is using. That is a matter for the government. And if you want to ask questions about the government's program in terms of Future Made in Australia, then as the Secretary of the department outlined, there's elements of that sit within the Department of Industry, Science and Resources, and you should feel free in the relevant section to ask questions, and they will be delighted, and I will be delighted to answer your questions there. Some sections of this, of course, you'd have to go to Treasury, which I think have already been in here.
They have.
And Prime Minister and Cabinet, you could ask Department of Climate Change, Energy and Water about their programs. This is a whole of government Future Made in Australia approach. If you want to ask questions about what a Labor MP might have shared because they are passionate about Australia and passionate about Australian manufacturing, well, you should wander down the corridor and knock on their door, I reckon.
What is the status now of this particular tile design tool for Labor MPs? They've been encouraged not to use it?
It seems to me that that's a question that you could direct. It's hard to see how I can be in a position to answer that question.
You're a Labor
now.
Member of Parliament.
Indeed,
the
I am.
esteemed Assistant Minister.
I'm a Labor Senator, that's right.
You're a luminary, no less. I put you in the intellectual class.
Yeah, yes. This is really going to collapse under its own weight, isn't it?
So but in all seriousness now, there was a media report, Senator, as you referred to the media report. What is now the status
Senator
of this
Smith.
in terms of Labor Party?
I don't know, Senator Smith. You'll have to ask somebody who's.
But you can be generous enough to take it on notice. You can be
socials.
generous enough to take it on notice.
Yeah, I'll take it on notice.
Great,
absolutely,
thank you very
just so
much.
that we can.
A luminary, statesman and gentleman.
Move on to.
Thank you very much. Thank
the
you,
next line of
Senator.
questioning.
Great. Okay. That concludes the questions we have for Program 1.1 and IP Australia. You go with our thanks. Thank you. The committee calls the Commonwealth Scientific and Industrial Research Organisation, and we'll briefly suspend while they come to the table. Resumes, and we are broadcasting, and we now welcome Dr Hilton and colleagues from CSIRO. Dr Hilton, I see you've got an opening statement for us. Would you like to speak to it?
Senator, if you'd like me to speak to it, I'd be delighted, but I'm also happy if it's tabled. Your call.
We'd be happy to have a few highlights from your opening statement if you're prepared to do so.
That would be a pleasure. Science has never been more important to Australia. We face profound challenges that become increasingly urgent and complex. And we think about those challenges. It is the energy transition, climate change, ensuring our security, tackling biodiversity loss, supporting health and wellbeing of Australians. All of those challenges require us as a nation to be able to do great science and trust in it. Our research in these critical areas faces criticism from time to time, and I welcome this. Rigorous conversation should be encouraged as a pillar of our democracy. But it's important to distinguish between debating the evidence and rejecting the scientific process. I've now had the privilege to lead CSIRO for just over a year, and in that time I've realised the importance of our role as the National Science Agency in bringing impartial and carefully considered research, evidence and data to inform our community and government about the challenges ahead. If we're to overcome these profound challenges confronting us, Australia needs a strong and vibrant National Science Agency. That's why we've begun work reshaping CSIRO to ensure we can continue to effectively solve the challenges that matter to Australia and Australians. 1 year into the role, I'm honoured to share some of the highlights and celebrate the work of our many dedicated scientists, researchers, engineers, technologists and economists. Last month, we hosted His Majesty King Charles III at our National Bushfire Behaviour Research Laboratory to learn about how CSIRO scientists working collaboratively with organisations across the country help us understand and predict bushfire behaviour, as well as help protect communities and fire crews during outbreaks. Our scientists have been working to reduce the impact of fire on Australia's people, environment and economy for more than 70 years. We're also working to protect Australians and Australia's valuable livestock and aquaculture industries from emerging infectious disease threats like bird flu, and I'd like to add that the ACDP facility in Geelong is an absolute national treasure in that regard. This high biocontainment facility in Geelong gives Australia sovereign capability to quickly control disease outbreaks, to keep control of trade-sensitive information and to conduct its own investigations into potential biothreats to the nation. Our team at ACDP has provided confirmatory testing, expert scientific advice to government and animal health working groups involved in the response to recent bird flu outbreaks in Victoria, New South Wales and ACT. I'm inspired daily by the passion and commitment of the people at CSIRO and our collaborators. I'm also deeply grateful to the Australian community and our elected representatives for their continued support and confidence in our work. And as I said in my first opening statement at Estimates, leading the CSIRO is an incredible privilege and the best job in the world. 12 months on, it remains so.
Fantastic. Thank you, Dr Hilton. We'll go straight to questions and I'll go to Senator David Pocock.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for your time and for waiting around for the Senate. I have some questions about the CSIRO's submission to the Chub review.
Senator Peter Mayfield, Executive Director for Environment and Energy Resources. Happy to answer those.
Thank you very much. Got some questions in particular into sort of the HR carbon credit method. And I've received various documents under FOI and through an OPD in the Senate. And I'd like to go through a timeline of what happened from these documents. On the 5th of October 2022, in the morning, the CSIRO submission stated, the integrity of HIR-based ACCUs is highly dependent on context. We should work on making this point clear. In the afternoon, a CER executive sent an email to a CSIRO representative that said, I just tried to reach you by phone. Can you give me a call? Later in the afternoon, the same CER executive sent another email to a CSIRO executive requesting a phone call to quote, to discuss a fairly urgent matter, re the ERF methods/ACCUs. So just to confirm, a CER executive contacted the CSIRO in relation to the submission. Is that correct?
Yes, they did reach out to CSIRO, which is fairly normal. We get a lot of inquiries about different things.
Mm-hmm. Earlier this week, in response to questions from Senator Sharma, the Clean Energy Regulator confirmed repeatedly that it was a representative of the CSIRO who initially contacted the Clean Energy Regulator in relation to the submission, not the other way around. I take it that that's not correct in your view?
There's probably multiple connections. So
Well,
I think the one you're referring to in yours
true,
really relates to one that came to my office, and that was around
CSIRO submission, and our response was that we would be making a submission and that they would be able to see it once it was been done and put up on the public website, which is how we approach that. There is ongoing work that's getting done in that area, so it's possible that we've had some of our researchers talking on technical issues, but not about the submission per se.
Sure. So who contacted who first? You said earlier that the CER contacted CSIRO.
So with respect to my office, the contact came from the CER to my office, and then I don't remember which day it was, but it was a bit of a gap before I did contact back, just to let them know that we were making a submission, but we didn't provide any insight into what that submission would have. That was done through the normal process where we put it through into the inquiry, and then they post it on a website. So that's how we've approached it.
Sure. So the CER's evidence is misleading?
I didn't hear the CER's evidence.
I just put it to you.
So I'll tell you about my experience in terms of what's happened in our office. But as I said before, there are ongoing contacts in all the work that we do around HIR and things like that, where we're having technical discussions.
No, I
in the
understand.
background, but not necessarily about the submission.
Sure. This is sort of about executive contact. And getting back to the timeline, the following day, on the 6th of October 2022, the CER executive sent a text message to someone at CSIRO asking to speak about the submission, which, according to internal CSIRO emails, was about CER concerns about the submission and its treatment of HIR methodologies. That's correct, isn't it?
So that would be the contact that came to my office, I believe. Yeah. And as I said before, we didn't actually have a discussion on what we were submitting, just that we were putting a submission in. And we've gone through our normal process, which we do every time. So we pull together our own submission, we edit that, we review that internally, and then we make it available to the committee or the inquiry, and then let the process take its way forward. So it's an independent submission.
So why internal CSIRO emails saying that it was regarding CER concerns about the treatment of HR methodologies, and you're trying to fob it off as just clarifying that you were putting a submission in? That seems two very different things.
In terms of how the actual request was made, I don't know. But in terms of the response that we made, that's the context in which it was made.
I'm not following here. So there's FOI documents of CSIRO saying that CER has contacted us with concerns about HR methodology, and despite that, you're just saying, no, all I chatted about was that we are making a submission.
So to try and clarify it for you, Senator, so we get lots of inquiries, but if someone makes an inquiry...
This is pretty extraordinary to have someone who has an independent review of them reaching out to someone who's making a submission to an independent review.
I won't comment on that, but what I can comment on, when we get an inquiry like that, we sort of take the position of being independent and we go through our normal process. So my response in that case is about maintaining that independence, and that's how we've responded. It doesn't matter what they've asked, that's how we respond.
Okay. That was what I was also going to say. It doesn't matter, we can't control what is asked of us, but what we can control is that we play a dead straight bat.
Sure.
And
I appreciate that.
That's I think the absolute nature of how Dr. Mayfield responded to that query.
I appreciate that, but I'll hopefully get to that. But did they ask about the treatment of HR methodologies in the CSIRO submission?
In the phone call I had, it didn't come up in the conversation. I just made our position clear. So I made that contact, and they waited till our submission went into the inquiry, and they saw it after it had been submitted.
Okay. So they didn't raise any concerns about the way that your submission was treating HIR?
Not with me, no.
No. Who did they raise that concern with then?
I don't know.
Maybe on
the
notice.
context of that. I'm not aware of that.
You're the boss here, though. It may be on notice if you could find that out, because the day after, on the 7th of October, there was an updated version of the submission described internally by the CSIRO as a now truncated version, and then a further conversation between the CSIRO executive and the CSIRO and the CER executive. Is that correct?
So any truncation that's going on is part of our normal editing process. So I don't think the two are related.
So there was no further conversation after that with the CER?
No, I didn't have any other conversations.
Who did then? Because these FOI docs show that there was a further conversation.
I'd have to look at those, Senator, but from our understanding, we've gone through a normal editing process. We've maintained the independence of what we do. We've made our submission. We haven't discussed our submission with the CER. So, whatever they've asked comes to my office, but it's a request. But we haven't complied with that request because we've maintained independence.
What was that request?
You've actually said it before in your earlier statements. So they wanted to talk about our submission, and the reply I've given is that we're pulling in a submission, and they'll be able to see it once it's been put up on the website.
Okay. Professor Chub described the submission that the CSIRO made as, to quote him, quite brief. Why was it so brief?
So with most of our submissions, we try to look at the terms of reference, work out where the relevant science is. We like to work with short, clear messages. We also like to work with information that's published.
Sure.
So we sort of draw it back to that. We don't make long submissions typically.
I mean, you are the nation's chief science body, and this is a huge area of not just our national sort of climate change policy, but of interest. And so it really strikes me as odd that the CSIRO is the one who puts in a submission that is quite brief. And
so in terms of those processes, we will typically highlight where we have relevant science and relevant work to the inquiry. Normally there will be a subsequent inquiry hearing that we will be invited to go to, and there's an opportunity for questions and answers at that point in time. And in this case, we did go to the inquiry subsequently, or at least some of our officers did. And that's the way we normally approach it, rather than put in information that may not be relevant to the terms of reference. So
HIR was very relevant to the terms of reference. And so I'm interested if significant parts were removed after concerns were raised by the CER about the part that they were most concerned about.
No, we go through a fairly standard process. We edit based on what we believe is appropriate for the terms of reference. It's not influenced by any outside influences. So very comfortable that we've gone through our normal process.
Okay, so just so I'm clear, what you're telling me is that you had a full and lengthy submission being drafted that had quite a bit to do with HIR. Then you were contacted by the CER about concerns that the CER had, and then just by chance it was cut down significantly and big sections to do with HR were removed from your submission. Is that what you're telling me?
No, I'm not saying that at all. So when we were contacted, obviously my office got a topic they wanted to talk about. We didn't have that discussion around the content of it. We went through our normal editing process as we start with a lot of information, we pull it from all of our scientists, and then we bring it down, edit it down to what's really relevant, what's been published, and shape the submission as to what CSIRO wants to submit. It's not you're making a connection there which hasn't happened.
Sure.
And that editing process is something that happens all the time with the number of scientists we have with relevant expertise. We often seek input from a lot of different sources, and that input is then distilled down into something that makes a more salient submission. So that process of going from a longer document with a lot of information to something that is briefer to the point is a very normal part of the scientific process and report writing and submission.
Dr. Hilton, I'm curious that you don't seem concerned about this, that there's an independent review into the Clean Energy Regulator. CSIRO is asked to make a submission. The Clean Energy Regulator contacts CSIRO. They're clearly worried about HIR. And within the space of 2 days, I understand it's an iterative process and things get removed, but the very bit that the CER is the most concerned about all of a sudden is removed from CSIRO's submission.
So we can't obviously prevent people from contacting us, but what we can do is to play, as I said, a dead straight bat in terms of how we internally edit and distill the data we have. And I have full confidence in Dr. Mayfield and his team that he did that in this case, and that the material that was presented was, in CSIRO's view, the material that was peer-reviewed, that was expert and would be of most use to the committee.
Yeah. Senator, if I could clarify, so some of the work that I think you're referring to that was removed, that was not published, so it hadn't been through peer review. That has subsequently been published and is now out there and available. But following our approach, which is work with the peer-reviewed information that we put into the submission, that would have been the driving force for removing that. I think the timing is not relevant.
Dr. Mayfield, in response to questions from the media, from what you've just said, the submission was not shared with the CER prior to its publication in any way. Is that correct?
So, just clarify. So we made this is the inquiry submission, went in without the CER seeing that.
Ever seeing it?
Yeah.
Why then was the CER executive so intent on speaking to you 2 days before you were due to make your submission if they supposedly didn't know that you...
I think that's pretty speculative, and I think that's probably a question
it's in the FOI.
For that. I don't think CSIRO can speak to the intent of somebody contacting the organisation. I think that would be speculative.
Pocock, appreciate that you have a line of questions and you can ask your questions, but I also note that you've asked a similar question in different ways and got pretty much the same answer 4 or 5 times, and there are rules and guidelines about sort of repetition in questions, but you have the call to continue.
An internal CSIRO email sent after that phone call with the Clean Energy Regulator, executive stated, and I'll quote again, "We need to actively manage this issue, including putting mechanisms in place for more senior level visibility and oversight in this relationship." I'm interested what was meant by that and what's occurred since then, what has been put in place.
I'd have to look at the specific context of that, but ultimately, when we're dealing with sensitive issues, we just need to make sure we're dealing with them in the right context, with the right level of probity. And I think that's what we have done in this exercise.
So, Dr. Hilton, as far as you're concerned, there's nothing to see here, despite the FOI, despite the ongoing integrity issues with HIR in particular.
Certainly from our viewpoint, I have full confidence in the way Dr. Mayfield's handled that query, and that he has played a straight bat, and that the report that was put in, the public can have confidence in.
Have
the
you
submission that...
Is that based on a review or just what you've heard today?
That's based on having discussions with Dr. Mayfield about the issue as it's appeared in the media and has been discussed.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
I'll share the call.
Sure.
Yep. So a number of senators have questions now, so I'll give you a call when it's time to ask the last question. I'll go to you, Senator Rennick, if you're ready. Senator Rennick.
Yeah, hi guys, how you going?
Good, Senator.
Yeah, good. Mr Mayfield, maybe my questions, or Mr Graham, might be for you. I'm just trying to track where we're going in terms of costs to get to 82% of renewables in the grid by 2030. Have we got what's the latest forecast for the cost of getting the grid to 82% renewables?
So just to make sure we understand the question correctly, Senator. So when you say the cost of getting to 82%, are you talking about a scenario?
Well, isn't that Labor's target to get to the grid to be 82% of renewables by 2030?
So I believe that's a policy, but in terms of the sort of work that CSIRO's done, so if you're referring to GenCost, GenCost looks at capital costs for different technologies. It looks at levelised cost of electricity. It's not necessarily looking at pathways to certain percentages of particular energy types or generation types.
Okay, sure. So, Mr. Graham, haven't you done a couple of estimates to get to net zero overall? One was originally $1 trillion and it came back to 500 billion to get to net zero?
Paul Graham, Chief Economist for CSIRO Energy Business Unit. We've done a number of modelling exercises over the years where you can calculate the total new investment to get to different emission targets in the electricity sector. None of the numbers mean anything out of context. The context depends on how much electricity do you need. So, for example, you could have an extremely expensive scenario which is to do with electrifying huge parts of industry, and that could look like a really expensive scenario, but it's actually not necessarily expensive on a unit cost basis. Equally, you could have a $1 trillion scenario where you've electrified a lot of sectors, and then you could have one that's only $500 million to get to net zero, but that could just be that you've got lower electricity demand. It doesn't mean that it's necessarily, on a unit cost basis, lower cost or high cost. So none of these numbers about the investment cost over time mean anything without context.
Okay, so the context is that both major parties have committed to getting to net zero by 2050. What does the CSIRO forecast the capital cost will be to reach that target?
Senator, to answer a question like that, we'd need a lot more information about the underlying assumptions of that scenario. So what's happening globally? How else are we treating emission abatement in other sectors of the economy, which might affect the amount of electricity demand? So I can't answer that.
Okay, and that's a fair point, but I guess the headline slogan that people get is that we're going to get to net zero by 2050. So I would have thought that we owe them, a detailed estimate of the cost to get there by 2050, and all those assumptions, obviously someone along the line has advised Prime Minister Morrison or former Prime Minister Morrison back in 2021, I think it was, when he signed it up to net zero, what the implications would be by signing up to net zero. So surely by now, this is a couple of years old, this agreement, we've sat down and worked out what assumptions, what's going to have to happen in order to reach net zero, and someone somewhere has had to model those costs, including the capex costs of, getting the grid and whatever else.
So, Senator, I believe there's a range of different exercises that are looked at that, but they're not electricity system only.
No, I accept
they're
that.
much bigger analyses, and they're viewed as pathways. Based on various scenarios. So there's some of that work.
But you're the scientist, and you also do the capex costing. What are the pathways? So, would you want to explain to the Australian taxpayer what exactly, and the Australian energy consumer, what are the pathways? What sacrifices are they going to have to make to get to net zero by 2050?
And you'd be aware of some of the recent work around sectoral plans that the CCA has been working on and things like that. So it's that sort of analysis. It finds a pathway to get the emissions down. It's not necessarily fully costed at the stage. There's economic analysis that goes with it as well. That's not CSIRO on its own. That's a range of groups.
I don't think that's a question that CSIRO can answer in isolation. I think there are a number of policy issues that those costings would be dependent on. We're not in a position to make those calls, and nor are we in a position to do that work alone.
No, that's fair enough.
I feel like it's not a question we can really answer, Senator.
But, well, I would have thought you could answer a large part of that, because through the capex and the actual science. So if we're not going to, so let's say we get to 82% renewables in the grid, what other sectors are going to have to reduce their emissions, and how will that happen to get to net zero? So we can split this into two questions now. So let's put the economic costing aside. What are the pathways to get to net zero by 2050?
So obviously, electrification is a big part of most of the pathways.
So let's take, for example, if we get to 82% renewables of the grid, electricity grid by 2030, what other sectors, so how much will that reduce emissions by?
I can't answer that off the top of my head, Senator, but we can look at that. But electrifying, you've got to look at each of the sectors. So if you're looking at transport, you have to find ways, do part electrification through EVs. You might do some hydrogen. You might do some e-fuels through hydrogen, building up other sort of hydrocarbons that have renewable carbon in them.
And when
so you've got to look at each of these. You've got the land use sector as well, land use forestation. So you've got to make a decision on how much carbon abatement you might get from that. You've got to look at things like CCUS. How much would you get from that pathway? But you'll have to look at a range of different scenarios.
No, that's right. So let's take transport, for example. When you say you've got to electrify transport, can you be more specific? So we can do some on electric cars. So what percentage of the fleet would have to become electric for the transport sector to, contribute its fair share to reducing carbon emissions?
It's a fairly open-ended question. So it might be better if we can provide you with some materials that relate to some of the existing other work around carbon pathways. Okay, and I accept, there's obviously going to be a lot of scenarios, and I accept there's other departments, but would you accept the CSIRO being the chief scientific agency is going to have provide a lot of input into this? Yeah, we have a lot of the relevant models, and we make them available and contribute, but other groups also part of that as well. So, and I guess some of the work that we just referred to before that's happening through the CCA, we've been contributing to that, but that's much bigger than CSIRO.
Sure. So I just want to narrow down a couple of things. So with that transport sector,
question, Senator Rennie.
Yeah, with the transport sector, is it just electrification of passenger vehicles, passenger vehicles, or is it?
Well, if you think of transport, it's it's road, it's rail, it's air, it's sea. Each of those segments will need a different solution or range of solutions, because I think our ongoing sort of view is that there is no one solution that solves each part of the problem. You're going to have to use a multitude of solutions. If you're looking at air, we do work with Boeing. We're looking at everything from Boeing's looking at using batteries in planes. They're using hydrogen in planes.
I've got that one.
And they're also looking at e-fuel. So
there's no clear pathway yet to 2050.
Recyclable carbon. So there's a multitude of solutions there. Rail can be electrified. We also got some people trying battery electric locomotives. So there's a range of solutions being trialled there. If you look at vehicles, you can have electric vehicles. I think for short range, it's pretty clear. For heavier transport or longer range, it may not be the right solution. That's still up for debate. But then you're looking at things like hydrogen fuel vehicles, potentially, or again, other e-fuels that you might be able to create. So each one has a different solution.
Thanks,
Senator Rennie. Thanks, Dr Mayfield. I've got a lot of senators on my list now. Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for being here again. Good to see you, Dr Hilton. My questions are fairly short. CSIRO didn't give a direct answer to my question on notice about the cost of Pioneer Burdick and pumped hydro, but I have the latest figure the CSIRO is using for the Pioneer Burdick and pumped hydro in Queensland, $12 billion. We now know the Queensland Government internally had the actual cost at $36 billion. Triple. Snowy 2 has blown out from $2 billion to $20 billion, and I forecast that in 2017. That's if you include the connecting infrastructure, everything to turn the power on. Why do you continue to tell Australians this is a cheap pathway to follow when every step we take proves you wrong, repeatedly wrong? Why?
So Senator, these numbers are sort of embedded in our GenCost report, and with every technology we're looking for, I guess, actual projects to base our numbers on. I don't believe we've been using the numbers for the Queensland project as part of that. Mr Graham can probably clarify that for me, but we update that on each cycle based on what's actually happening out there. The numbers are as up to date as they possibly can as get more project information.
So that worries me more they're up to date. Your gen cost is nothing more than a fairy tale. Considering the assumptions, when we include then all of the additional costs like pumped hydro that are needed to make it work in Australia, it's not going to have a cheaper energy system, are we, under gen cost?
So, Chair, could I just object to the use of fairy tale? I think that's a pretty derogatory way of describing what is a well-considered report that has opened itself up to input from a large range of experts over an 8-year period, and I think provides excellent guidance to the community about the levelised cost of energy.
As I said, when we go into the assumptions,
you've put that,
it's fairy tale.
Senator Roberts. Senator Roberts.
Yeah, and I just make a couple of comments about this. I mean,
assumptions have been proven wrong repeatedly.
Senator Roberts.
It's the kind of badgering of our key national scientific organisation that you should not do. You should not do. It's an organisation that has served Australia well for decade after decade after decade. It is composed of scientists and staff who work diligently on these questions. It is, of course, open to people, particularly people who've got some peer-reviewed scientific background, but it's open to people to ask questions and to criticise the findings of the CSIRO and any other research institution. I don't mind the scrutiny. I don't think it does your cause any good when you ask these questions, but I don't mind it. Okay, what I do mind is the use of derogatory language. The problem is it's not just a one-nation senator who does it. We sort of expect that. It's the Leader of the Opposition who said, on gen cost, it's a discredited report, let's be clear about it, it's not relied on, it's not a genuine piece of work.
Correct.
Like what is wrong with the Liberal and National Party that you allow a bloke to run the show who pours scorn.
Chair, this is taking up my time.
Who pours scorn on science
this is taking up my time,
and engineering.
All right.
It has got.
You're just taking up my time to shut me
up.
All
right.
But you're the one who applied the derogatory comments.
Minister.
It's got to stop.
It's my opinion.
It's got to stop.
Minister.
My opinion. It's got to stop.
Okay, Senator Roberts, can I just have a conversation with you?
Sure.
You still have the call. You've asked a question in a certain way. Dr. Hilton's put some comments on the record about that. The Minister's put some comments on the record about that. My job is just to make sure that you ask your questions in a courteous way. And you can ask questions about gen cost. I just ask that you put them in a courteous way.
Okay, let's move on to the next question. Can you guarantee the entire electricity system, from generation to poles and wires to the electricity bill to the cost of taxpayers, is going to be cheaper if we continue down your pathway? The Renewable Energy Electricity Act was passed in the year 2000 under the Howard LNP government. So for more than 20 years, government has forced an increasing amount of wind and solar onto the electricity grid. This is a graph of the cost of electricity over the past 20 years. It has tripled, largely under your guidance. Can any one of you experts here please tell me in which year on this graph putting more wind and solar on the grid has brought down the price of electricity?
So
I'm happy to table this.
Sorry,
Thank you, Senator Roberts.
So, Senator, we don't have a pathway. We provide data to our elected representatives for them to make policy decisions about our electricity system. We'll continue to do that through the Gen Cost report in a manner that is objective and that is open to feedback with each iteration of the report as it's been over the last 8 years. And it's up to our elected representatives to make the policy decisions about pathways as they've done over the last 30 years, as you showed in your graph.
So you can't guarantee a pathway?
Well, but are you aware? It's not up to Mr Hilton.
CSIRO's advises three pathways, Senator.
They don't run the energy strategy of the Commonwealth or the states. They provide expert advice on what the cheapest technologies are. in the Australian context. That's what they do. They are scientists. They provide advice. It's a matter for government to follow it. It's not their pathway. The government takes advice about, and the private sector too, takes advice about what the cheapest forms of technology are. And if you persist in supporting the most expensive ones, that's a matter for you.
Okay, thank you, Minister.
Let's take the word of the RBA Governor this morning. She said the key factor is supply and demand. When you add electrification to this, what the hell are we going to do to prices? Are you aware that higher electricity prices cascade and multiply throughout the economy, devastating manufacturing, devastating agriculture, devastating household bills when you remove the subsidies? Every nation, are you aware that every nation in the world increasing solar and wind increases electricity prices? The real world data shows that. And within you, does this fact about increasing solar and wind driving increasing electricity prices in many nations, in every nation across the country, across the globe, within you, does this fact raise any questions? And if so, what questions?
Senator Roberts,
I'm asking.
Yeah, well, I'm answering. I'm answering. If you'd approached this issue in a straightforward way, you would have explained that the graph that you waved around is the electricity CPI. Right, it's not the real it's not the real cost over time. It's got inflation built into it. If you were straightforward about it, you would pose the counterfactual. What happens if you put more expensive than the?
I just told you what happens, Senator.
Well,
around the world, every nation that increases solar and wind increases electricity prices.
Well, that's what Australia has to confront. Is there's our colleagues in the House of Reps going home.
After passing the misinformation, disinformation bill.
What the government has to do, serious government, is actually interested in the future of manufacturing. We will need more electricity, Senator Roberts.
The most important factor in manufacturing cost competitiveness is electricity.
We're going to build more
and you're
manufacturing.
Driving the price up.
And we're going to drive the price down by delivering more supply and a modern generation facility. Now,
when you add the demand,
you can hold up your silly graph as long as you like, but it doesn't alter those facts.
Okay, one
more question, Chair.
Hello, everyone. I'm about to share the call, but I take Senator Roberts' point that we've also had some long answers. So, Senator Roberts,
last question.
Thank you. Ask your final question.
Thank you, Chair. The federal government says it relies on the CSIRO for advice on energy and future climate. Do you take responsibility for destroying Australia's position as the cheapest supplier of electricity in the world to now being among the most expensive and hurting people and industries, while Mr Mayfield, during a cost of living crisis 2 years ago, was on a total remuneration package of more than $613,000? I'm thinking of people with a median income of $51,000, and half the Australian population is earning below $51,000.
Senator, I'm always impressed with the quality and influence of the work that our scientists do, but their capacity to directly alter cost of living for Australians, I think, is not one of those gifts our researchers have.
Thank you, Dr. Hilton.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I'm going to use Senator Cox online. Senator Cox.
Chair, can I ask some questions in relation to the National Emissions Monitoring Roadmap?
Thank you, Senator. I think that would be one initially for Dr Mayfield.
I can try and answer those for you, Senator.
And if we can't, we will, of course, take them on notice and answer them with the appropriate scientific input.
Great, thank you. The proposal that's been put forward by the Superpower Institute includes authors that were also from CSIRO. It talks about the roadmap intending for government to invest in the capability to accurately facilitate and inventory emissions data. This is really civil society trying to move ahead with measurement. Is CSIRO currently undertaking any work in relation to this?
So, Senator,
So with regard to emissions, so obviously we have a couple of facilities around the country. So we have our Cape Grim facility, Kananook, where we measure a range of gas concentrations, CO2 obviously being one of those, and methane. We have also done work over the years in the Surat, looking at emissions in the gas fields there. We do measurements in Melbourne. So we have expertise in those areas, and that's ongoing. In terms of the roadmap that you're referring to, an inventory measurement, that's done more through, at least the inventory calculations are done through DQ. We don't do those, but we do the science on how you can do some of the measurements.
Thank you, Dr Mayfield. I do know of the 4 monitoring sites: Cape Grim in Tasmania, Gunpoint in the Northern Territory, Aspendale in Victoria, and Wollongong in New South Wales. And I also know that the emissions, the National Emissions Monitoring Roadmap actually recommends 16 sites, and that we also have some very clear and very good satellite data that's going to show us, even before we start reporting, the emissions that are currently out there. In fact, it's been reported that internationally other countries know exactly what our emissions are, because we're actually not reporting, we're not measuring to the degree that we should be, and we're actually relying on industry to do that reporting. And from coal mines right through to gas fields, it's been reported that they're actually under-reporting. So if we're not measuring it, we're not managing it. Is that correct, Dr Mayfield?
So in terms of the inventory sort of measurement, as you say, it's done through reporting by industry and other mechanisms, and that's done through DQ. And I would refer to them if you want to talk about the existing methodologies. In terms of alternative methodologies, CSIRO has looked at some of those at different times, but I would argue that there's still, you require some development, because it's not about measuring concentration, it's about measuring fluxes. So if you don't do the right type of measurement, then you can't actually quantify what the emissions are. So doing satellite measurements at the moment will give you concentration, but it won't necessarily give you flux. So there would have to be science done to enable that. We have done that on small scale. So you might be familiar with the Arcturus towers that we had up in the Surat. We're using a couple of point source measurements trying to then infer a flux from that. So we do have expertise where we've tried to do that in the past, but that would have to be refined and developed.
Well, Mr Mayfield, can I give you an example? I'm here sitting in WA, and what I know is that in 2022, Chevron released 16 million tonnes of greenhouse gases, including methane, into the air from the Gorgon project here in Western Australia. And that company said that it wouldn't actually do that amount of emissions during the approval process. I mean, what is stopping and encouraging us to talk about green steel and hydrogen production, and actually, making a much more inroads into using science to, make sure the data reflects the important emission targets that we've now legislated here, but also that for 40 million, I think it's pretty cheap as a start-up, that the government could actually contribute much more to that, and 6 million in the forward estimates. And I don't know if the Minister wants to provide any more information, but I believe that if the government, using the amazing scientists that you have at CSIRO, but also our international partners to learn from, we are going to see data being shared more openly, which we could get in front of if we actually make the investment.
Senator Cox, I'm delighted that you asked, because I was going to intervene anyway. Just made me seem more polite. The truth is that these questions were agitated in energy in DQ estimates the other day. I know that because I was there. It's not something that the officials can really answer. Australia does. I can tell you, though, that Australia, along with 150 other countries, has signed up to the Global Methane Pledge. That does mean that while our overall approach to emissions is governed by the broader emissions targets that we've signed up to, we are aware as a government, and the other participants in that Global Methane Pledge are aware that in the short run, the impact of methane emissions is something that we ought to be paying attention to. There is, as I'm aware, some work going on on the measurement side, no doubt supported by the CSIRO. Those hydrogen projects that you talk about are very important for a low emissions green iron and green steel and green minerals processing for Australia. The thing that you might not like, but is the truth, is that all of those projects require gas at the first instance. You don't get to green hydrogen except through gas, is the truth. And if we want the world to move to green hydrogen, the truth is that in manufacturing terms, that is going to require some gas as we accelerate the amount of hydrogen that those projects can take and that we can produce. But I really reckon further questions on methane emissions probably should be directed towards DQ unless there's something on the technologies themselves that the officials can answer.
Sorry, Minister, do electrolysers use gas?
No, in production processes that I've seen, no, electrolysers don't require gas.
They can make green hydrogen, though.
If you are heating iron ore to turn it into, in the volumes that are required to change the dial in steel, you can do very small volumes. But if we're going to make big progress, that's going to require a transition from one form of technology to another, and that's just the fact of it.
Senator Cox, you've got a couple of minutes left there, so if you want to conclude your questions.
Thank you, Chair. The other question I have is in relation to a recent survey regarding public attitudes towards mining in Australia. What were some of the most interesting findings of that report that was recently released? If members of CSIRO could share.
Yes, Senator. So you're referring to the work that was launched on the 29th of October?
I am. Thank you.
So, and it's the third survey in a series. The previous one's been done in 2014 and 2017. I guess key findings that came across was that there has been an improvement in public trust in the mining industry in the time, but there are some nuances to be worked through. So 73% of respondents acknowledge that access to critical minerals is essential to achieving net zero emissions. 71% agree that mining is important to the Australian way of life. 72% believe that mining will support Australia's future prosperity. And then despite that strong support, 61% agree that mining has negative environmental impacts. 32% of the respondents believe that Australia should reduce mining activity even if it delays the transition to net zero emissions. And the economic contribution of mining and its importance in supporting the energy transition are widely recognised. And then I think ultimately ensuring that actively engaging communities, fair distribution of benefits are key to maintaining industry social licence, with 52% of participants agreeing that mining communities receive a fair share of the benefit. So I think those are some of the highlights. There's obviously more to it than that.
Thank you.
That's what I'll share with you.
Thank you, Senator Cox. I'll share the call and I'll go to Senator Hodgins-May.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for being here. Dr Hilton, CSIRO announced at the start of this year that there would be a restructure earlier with cuts of $100 million to operations. Can you confirm the reason for these cuts for us now, please?
There are a number of different factors that led to us making those changes. They include increasing in operations costs higher than inflation, and we've seen that with ICT and with our property portfolio, but also the ending of the time-limited COVID budget measure.
Thank you. And is it correct that it's around 25% cut to operations, 500 jobs being axed, and approximately 200 enterprise services contract term positions at risk?
So we need to make a savings of about 25% in enterprise services, and we have a estimate of the potential affected staff numbers, but we're still consulting, and as you would appreciate, one of the things that we're keen to do is mitigate those potential cuts with other types of operational savings. So it's hard to give you an exact number of potential reductions in staff in enterprise services. If you could hand to Mr Munyard if you have kind of more detailed questions about that.
Yeah, perhaps not exact numbers, but estimates would be useful. Thank you.
So Tom Munyard, Chief Operating Officer. So Dr Hilton's right, it's about a 25% reduction that we're expecting across our enterprise services, and we are targeting where we can operating cost savings. We have announced that we are expecting a reduction of FTE of around 375 to 500 in our enterprise services, and we're working through that. But as I said, we're trying to focus on some operating cost savings there. We have seen significant increases, as Dr Hilton said, in property. We've seen some contracts increase by around, or costs increase by around 25%. In ICT, around 35% in terms of some of our licensing costs, etc. We are looking at opportunities to reduce and merge the number of platforms that we use in order to make sure that it's operating savings we're able to generate instead of labour. Over the past few years, we've been able to harvest some savings in relation to property, including some years ago being able to vacate off our North Ryde lease, which was around $20 million per annum. We've done ACT consolidation within our ACT sites, such as Yarralumla and Crace, and we're in the final stages of being able to vacate Crace in order to maintain some operating savings there as well. But as I said, the operating costs that we're seeing increase were beyond what we expected to see, and are starting to, and we're looking into those to see if there's further savings that we can make in order to reduce those labour savings.
Sorry, in that response, did you provide an estimate of how many enterprise services contract term positions are being?
So we've announced to staff and that we expect the reduction to be around 375 to 500 FTE in our enterprise services. But as Dr Hilton said, we're still in consultation in relation to that.
Thank you. Dr Hilton, in the last Senate estimates, you told me on the 1st of July that CSIRO has known for a long time that the budget measures during COVID would come to an end and that you would need to adjust your spending, and that no additional requests for funding were made to the government. Dr Hilton, can you provide just a brief timeline of when you found out about the conclusion of the safety net funding provided during the COVID-19 pandemic? The conclusion of the safety net funding provided during COVID-19 pandemic.
I would defer to Mr Munyard.
So that measure that you've referred to was $454 million provided in the October 2020 budget, and it was highlighted at that time that it was a terminating budget measure ending in 23-24.
And so, thank you. And Dr Hilton, did you find out when you started your role, essentially, that was the predicament, that there was a funding cliff?
Yeah, I think the team was aware, and I was aware coming in as Chief Executive, that there were changes that needed to be made in order to be able to reshape the organisation at the end of that time-limited budget measure.
And that was around October 2023? Was it when you started?
I started on the 29th of September 2023.
And it would have been soon after that, presumably?
Yep.
I'd like to table the document sent to the Secretariat, please.
I've been given a copy of that, and that the committee tables your document.
Terrific, thank you. CSIRO's 2022-23 annual report, page 144 to 147, shows CSIRO's board members, CEO, management team, senior executive staff and other highly paid staff received over $3 million in benefits and allowances. They, minus the board, also received over $263,900 in salary at-risk payments, which we understand are well known to be bonuses. When you announced to staff CSIRO's $100 million budget cuts, how did you explain that hundreds of jobs would be lost, I suppose, while bonuses of around $260,000 and other benefits and entitlements worth over $3 million were going to the highest paid staff at CSIRO?
So that occurred prior to, you're talking about an annual report that was some years ago, and we would have to go back to our communications, but I would be happy to take that question on notice, Senator.
Thank you. So perhaps if one of your colleagues wants to answer, is that correct? Were bonuses paid to CSIRO's senior leadership while you knew that that funding cliff was ahead and that hundreds of staff were going to be laid off?
So there is only one salary at risk payment that exists now, and that's the Chief Executive's in accordance with the Remuneration Tribunal's assessment of his remuneration arrangements. All other salary at risk or bonus payments, as you referred to them, no longer exist, as far as I'm aware, in CSIRO now.
I'll check that in a moment. Dr. Hilton, as CEO, you were paid a base salary of $588,800 for the 23-24 financial year. Did you receive a bonus payment on commencement of your term in September?
Yeah, I had the same arrangement as through the Remuneration Tribunal, and for the record, I didn't negotiate my contract at all, and would be very happy should the board and the Remuneration Tribunal move my salary to a set salary. I don't.
Thank you. And have you continued to receive any other benefits or allowances or salary at risk payments since your commencement?
I don't believe so. I have a contract that has a base salary and an at-risk component, and that was the one I was offered and didn't negotiate it.
Okay, so that initial payment was the only one that you're aware of when you first started?
I didn't get a sign-on payment.
Okay.
At all. No, I don't think that would be appropriate. I was privileged to take the job. I didn't require any convincing.
Has the acting CEO received chief bonuses, salary at risk payments?
So in accordance with the Remuneration Tribunal in the last financial year, yes, the acting CEO did, and that's outlined in the financial table that you've tabled into this committee as well. Other benefits and allowances that you're referring to there, Senator, are in relation to items such as a motor vehicle allowance, which is provided to a number of senior executive staff and reasonably consistent across the public service as well.
Yeah, I was going to ask that. So that comes under that $3 million, like that benefits and allowances.
Other benefits and allowances is what that would be classified in the and just to be clear, in relation to my answer earlier, I would like to take on notice the answer in relation to bonuses. It is my my view that, or what I think is that Dr. Hilton is the only one entitled to, but I would like to take that on notice just to double check for you.
Thank you. And perhaps also on notice, I'm just curious, it's a significant amount of money on benefits and allowances, $3 million, at a time when you knew that there was a significant funding cliff that was imminent. Is it possible to get some information around what that was made up of, that $3 million of allowances?
Can I just check the figure that you're referring to, Senator?
Remuneration.
I can't see the $3 million. I think what you're talking about is the total remuneration that Dr. Hilton pointed out. I can't see a figure in the document that you've given us that adds up to $3 million for other benefits and allowances.
I think it's $126,412 for other benefits, and a total remuneration.
Yes, so $263,961 of
That's salary at risk, other benefits, 550. Yeah, sorry. So in terms of the other benefits of 550,914, is that something that there is information available around what those sorts of allowances?
So again, if you can just be exactly clear which columns you're referring
so
to in the table, we'll take that on note.
Yeah, so I'm looking at the annual report now.
I have table 3.2 on page 144.
Yeah. So salary at risk, $46,000, and in those other benefits and allowance, $130,000.
Yep.
Superannuation, and then I might put that on notice.
Yeah, that might be helpful.
Yeah,
and if you're at time,
am I?
so
okay, I'll just finish.
just
May I
a last
briefly finish
question.
these questions? Thank you. Data 61 is the globally recognised and award-winning data and digital specialist unit, the CSIRO. According to the CPSU, in March 2024, staff were briefed by Data 61 management, who warned that a funding shortfall would result in an operating reduction of up to 20%, which would mean significant job losses. Staff were told that 120 jobs would be cut from Data 61. In estimates on 5th of June this year, you stated that there were no planned staff cuts for Data 61. Later in June, CPSU staff said they were engaged in meetings that were the start of early engagement meetings outlining and asking for feedback on managing announced shortfalls in Data 61 budget, which was in deficit of $1.6 million. These meetings were to address budget deficits and proposed cuts that we were told weren't going to happen. Can you confirm if any jobs are being cut from Data 61, and if so, how many you're expecting?
I can confirm that CSIRO won't make any further changes beyond the ones we discussed, which were in health and biosecurity, ag and food, and I think a few in manufacturing. They were the ones that were planned for last year that I briefed I think I briefed you on the last question at the last estimates hearing. We don't plan to make any further major changes to research, but I would say in this financial year, but we always look to strategically reshape our research portfolio to ensure that we have the capability that we need to address the questions the community expect us to answer, and that does require over time some changes. So, but this financial
year, would have been told that then?
Just one final question.
Yes, final question for now. So, do you know why Data 61 were told that there would be cuts?
I expect the research unit leaders in my teams to be looking at their budget projections and to understand their external revenue, and to be considering plans for ensuring that they balance their budgets. As an organisation, we're going through a major reshaping of our research portfolio. We're putting together different ways that we make investment decisions and prioritise what we do, and it was the organisation's view that it was important to retain our research capability while we did that, and therefore we would find ways of ensuring that there are no additional cuts to research capacity this financial year. I should also say we also recognise that there's a lot going on in the organisation. We're undergoing enterprise service reform, and I think being able to retain our research capability through that process and through our strategic look at how we make investment decisions is the prudent way forward.
So
Senator Pocock.
Senator Ayres, it really strikes me listening to Dr. Hilton talking about the changes he's having to make and the cuts, that at the same time that we're talking about a future made in Australia, the value of research, you clearly share my love and respect of the CSIRO. We're giving them less money. I'm interested, what's the government's thinking there, making the CSIRO at this point in time, given the huge challenges we face, make cuts to their research?
Well, as Mr. Hilton's set out,
he's only doing that because he's got a $100 million hole in his budget. I'm sure there's plenty of areas where scientists would love to do more research.
Yes,
so
and
I'm interested in the government's view.
You've got a minister who
support science and public science and research and development. But a government that is absolutely behind the CSIRO and our other research institutions more broadly, there has to be budget allocation. As Mr Hilton set out for you and for Senator Hodgins-May, there was a terminating measure which was to provide additional funding, which I think everybody in the Parliament would have supported, additional funds during that period. That has come to an end, so that is the first set of issues. As I understand it, I've listened carefully to the evidence. The second set of issues, of course, is that the CSIRO's research priorities will shift over time. Right? And my expectation, the government's expectation, is that the CSIRO, that Mr Hilton and his team will work with the staff and the trade unions that represent them at the CSIRO in an open and careful way. It's gone. I've been watching from a distance. It's gone over the course of several estimates, so that is quite some months as the CSIRO works through those issues. That's our expectation, that the CSIRO manages that process well.
Sure. I'm sure Dr Hilton would be like to spend his time on doing other things than having to restructure and cut jobs. And I guess my question to the government is, why, when we have in our history a record low research and development spend, when you have scientists and researchers doing more with less, are we happy for the CSIRO to have to cut $100 million? And why are we at a record low in R&D, and the only thing we've seen from the government is a review to potentially look at increasing it?
Well, the CSIRO is part of the public effort in R&D for the country.
And their budget's being cut.
It is part of it. It is, of course, not the only part of the public effort. So that is the states and territories, the Commonwealth, the university sector, the CRCs, all of the architecture that sits there to support publicly funded research. Some of that is more commercially focused, some of it's deep public research. Then, of course, there is the private sector.
But none of them are getting extra money from the government.
Well, I think...
So you're saying they're part of it, but it's not like you're allocating millions of dollars to other research areas. Like we're at rock bottom, 0.5% of GDP.
I think what you'll find is that this government is, in terms of all of those, in terms of the publicly funded component, providing a lot of support, not in the order of millions of dollars, but billions of dollars across the system for the publicly funded component of that research. I want to see, and I think the Minister wants to see, the private sector lift its contribution on those questions as well. The big, I have to say.
Your last question, Senator Pocock.
Yeah. So that's so of course that is. You've heard the Minister out there on these questions in terms of the R&D review. There's a high level of interest in how we focus and amplify public research in the public interest.
I mean, I don't remember a science minister who cares more about science, to be honest. Clearly, Minister Husick cares, you care. This is a question for your government and priorities when it comes to Treasury and the budget. There's a CSIRO report quantifying Australia's return to innovation. It highlights that for every dollar invested in research, Australia receives an estimated return of $3.50, with a 10% average annual return. Seems like a damn good investment.
Yes, and that's...
So when are we going to see Treasury and the government back up Minister Husick and yourself and the CSIRO?
Well, the government believes, all of us, that we have to maximise the impact of our research and development capability, including the CSIRO. That's why the strategic review of R&D has been undertaken. The truth is that the last time, we are languishing on the proportion of GDP
that's contributed.
And that hasn't gone up under your government.
It is. The last time that investment peaked was 2.25% of GDP was when Labor was in government. The truth is, what is required in order to lift GDP is long-term Labor governments that invest in science and research and encourage the private sector to invest. That is the truth. It's not something that's achieved in 5 minutes or 2 years. It's achieved in a sustained way with a government, with prime ministers and ministers who support public research and don't denigrate it like Senator Roberts just did, or the Leader of the Opposition spends his time, clowning around, pouring scorn on public science institutions.
Thank you very much, Minister. Thank you, Dr. Hilton. Thank you to the representatives from CSIRO. That concludes our questions. You go with our thanks. Thank you.
Thank you, Senators. Thank you.
Thank you. The committee now welcomes representatives from DISA for Program 1.2, Investing in Science, Technology and Commercialisation, and Australia's Chief Scientist. We'll take a brief recess while they come to the table. The committee resumes and we are broadcasting and we welcome Program 1.2 and we welcome Dr. Cathy Foley, the Chief Scientist, and understand that this would be your last appearance before Senate estimates. Is that
That's correct. My term finishes on the 31st of December.
So can I take the opportunity on behalf of the committee to thank you for your appearances before us and more importantly to thank you for all of the work that you've done in your role, and we wish you all the best for your future. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Walsh. It's been a great honour and a pleasure.
Thank you.
Can I just indicate on behalf of the government too that Dr. Foley's brought an enormous amount of energy, enthusiasm and capacity to this role. Her tenure is ending this year. It has been a record of quite some achievement. She's led the national conversation to inform the new national science and research priorities, led the development of the national quantum strategy, increasing the understanding of quantum in Australia, in the community broadly, but also in the private sector, undertook important work across other critical technologies and made important contributions to the use of research metrics and championed open access to the scientific and academic literature. She's made a real contribution across the chief scientists who come from all of the states and territories, and she's led discussions about women in STEM. It's a substantial legacy and we're very pleased to have had her. It's probably a I wouldn't even describe it as a bittersweet moment, the last estimates, Dr. Foley. It's probably not the thing that you'll miss the most, but thank you.
I've had a pretty easy run.
Thank you, Minister. We'll go straight to questions and I'll go to Senator Bragg.
Yeah, thanks very much. Thanks, and I'd like to associate the coalition with the remarks of the Chair and of the Minister, and I'd like to wish you all the best in whatever is next for you, Dr Foley. We did use your name in vain yesterday at the Treasury section of estimates. We were wondering what your view was about the PsiQuantum matter. I think it was put by the Minister at the table that you had outlined some concerns, but then you had perhaps expressed some different views after receiving more information. Would you like to put on record your view on these matters?
Well, my role is as Australia's Chief Scientist to provide advice to the government, and so my views are probably not that relevant, but what I can do is step you through the process of providing that advice and then what I've seen as the consequences. Would that be appropriate? Okay. So I suppose the way to look at it is there were 4 phases of the engagement of providing advice to government about the opportunity for PsiQuantum to be invested in, to set up a fault-tolerant computer in Australia and bring their business into Australia. It actually started with phase 1 in around March 2022 when you were in government, and it was an introduction to PM&C via a program which was undertaken, which was an initiative from your government at that time, initiated by Austrade. And there were several meetings looking at the opportunity as, and just an introduction. So that went for about 3 to 4 months. Then there was the next phase, which was in July 2022. And that's when, with the new government, there was, again, seeking information, more meetings, and I prepared information or advice based on publicly available information. So it's things like research papers that are in the public domain, patents, websites, grey information, things that come from different people's reports and so on. And also information I gleaned from the different meetings with PsiQuantum, noting that there were no confidentiality agreements. So as a good business would do, they don't share their secrets and their commercial advantage with anyone until they've got a confidentiality agreement in place. So any information they gave us at that time was several years old. And so at that stage, it was very hard. My job is evidence-based, and so the evidence did not look like there was enough there to say that they could make and manufacture a quantum computer in the time frame that they were suggesting they could. So that was the next stage, and so I provided one report. Then there was a third stage, which was when Minister Husic received authority to be able to look into this more, because remembering that I was just one person providing advice on the bit that I was an expert on, which is quite a narrow part, or some subsections of of what makes up a quantum computer. And with that, we were able to sign. There was the first stage where a bit more information, we got a little bit more deeper into some of the information. I provided 2 reports, one on photonics industry in Australia and one on the actual areas of single photon detectors, which is my area of expertise.
Right.
And then we got to the point where the government set up a technical expert group, which I was invited to be on, and that's when we did sign confidentiality agreements. And then I was able to ask questions and get to that point where it's probably a politically incorrect, but that's often used in terminology when we're dealing with industry, is that there was a trust there, there was a conflict, the signed confidentiality agreements, so that the business felt that they could open the kimono, so you can actually see everything that is necessary to truly understand where they were at. And it was when we got all that information and also the range of different things that were undertaken under the technology advisory group, where we saw advice from other countries. We had one of the people from the TAG went to visit the site and then all that information was put together as advice, and then it went into the government to make those decisions. One of the things which I've noticed, though, is since you were asking what I thought about this, was that the quantum is an amazing opportunity for Australia. We've had several opportunities for technologies in the past. Photovoltaics were invented in Australia, and they're used, the ones invented by Australia, manufactured in China, are used in 97% of photovoltaics around the world. That was a missed opportunity for us for manufacturing in the 80s. And then in the 2000s, I guess it was, the invention of Wi-Fi. Again, in this case, we had a spin-out company, Radiata, but we didn't have the ecosystem, and so that ended up being commercialised in America. Australia, over the last 20 plus years, has been developing and investing in research, which has got to a point where we've got many startups, and we needed to make the ecosystem. And so the ability to bring in a big company, which was at Series E level of funding, a $3 billion business based on Australian research, started up in Silicon Valley because at the time when they were starting it up, they didn't have the level of investment here. They came through the different programs of different governments, were encouraged to come back into Australia and be considered. And now that this has happened, what we've seen is a real opportunity for Australia, because it's the first time we've done something like this. We've got end-to-end investment from the Australia's Economic Accelerator, the Industry Growth Initiative, and also the National Reconstruction Fund, helping businesses here. We're seeing current businesses in Australia getting the highest ever Series B investment. We're seeing new startups happening. Just in the last 6 weeks, I think there's been 2 startups that have been created. Increase in number of jobs being advertised, which is a really good measure. And the 2 companies coming in and setting up overseas. And every week, or nearly every day, I'm seeing some new initiative happening in Australia relating to quantum. So what we're seeing is this amazing collection of all this, ecosystem development coming together to fruition. I've never seen that before, and it's pretty exciting. And I think we should be really pleased and doing everything we can to make sure we support it so that we don't have another Wi-Fi and another PV situation and miss out on a really big new industry opportunity for Australia.
Okay, so in the advice you gave government, did you say you were concerned about PsiQuantum's use of patents?
So in the early days, I'm not sure how much you know about the way you transition from research into starting up a business.
Oh, I have a general idea, but you probably have more knowledge than I do.
Well, first of all, you publish lots of papers, and the people from PsiQuantum, when they were at different places, whether it was at University of Queensland, Griffith University, or at Bristol University, all the founders published lots of papers with lots of collaborators from all around the world. They get to a point where they spun out a company, and then they go. Companies then go stealth when they've got something special that they don't want to share anymore, so that they can keep their commercial secrets to themselves. But what they do is publish. They do patent things because you've got to protect your IP.
Yeah.
And but we've got to remember that patents are just protecting your IP. They give you a license to sue, as we heard about previously today. And they're not peer reviewed in the sense they're reviewed for novelty, not for correctness. So generally, when you're looking at whether the technology is correct or not, you don't use patents. So I raised that as an issue, but then since then we've been given the information by being able to get into the depths of the organisation. I'm an editor-in-chief of a journal, Superconductor Science and Technology, which publishes in this area. I have published myself in several areas, so that we were able to see this information, and the people on the tag were of equal eminence in their different fields that make up equivalent of a quantum computer, the capability. And so therefore we were able to say that the information we saw was of the quality that was publishable. But since then, I think I'll forget the date.
So effectively, sorry, I don't want to overtalk you,
right.
but I just need to clarify. So just to use your expression, there was a point where PsiQuantum opened the kimono, was there?
That's correct, and that was part of the. And that doesn't happen straight away when you're talking with businesses. They take some time before you get the trust, you get the all their contracts in place, so that therefore you can see the absolute secrets of their commercial advantage.
When did that happen?
Let's see. So that was when we were in the TAG system, which was from July 2023.
So sometime after July 23.
The TAG was actually, yes, July 2023 was when the TAG was formed, and those things. It didn't happen immediately because you've got to build up that trust, and also you ask questions, and you've got to create the ability to have the dialogue and the information you're looking for, so that you're able to get an ability to assess and be able to make, a report that is able to give the advice to government as to what the technology is telling us.
Okay. All right, thanks, Dr. Foley. So I guess we'll come back to the department then in relation to the matters that we talked about earlier today. So I guess my main question here is going to what exactly was the status of the engagement with the Commonwealth and PsiQuantum, and what was the story with the risk and control framework that we talked about earlier today? Is there someone here that can talk to some of those risks and some of those conflicts of interest?
Yes, but once again I'll just note that you use a phrase that is not one that we've used.
Which one am I using that you don't like?
Well, as I said, we use the language of a probity plan.
Oh, what did I say?
Risk and controls.
Oh, sorry, I'm a long-suffering internal auditor.
But it's similar in concept. And so, as I said earlier, we had probity advice in place throughout the entire kind of sequence of events. And we had a dedicated probity advisor on this, in addition to the department's usual frameworks and operational requirements.
I understand that. So I guess the question is, what were those conflicts of interest?
We went through at a high level the types of conflict of interest. Just to be really clear, there was, you asked earlier, and Dr. Foley has talked about the commercial and confidence requirements and things like that. That was part of the discussion. So advice on how to craft those agreements, what they cover, what they don't cover, back and forward, and arrangements. So that's part of it. But I'll pass to my colleague who can, we've got some detailed information about what sorts of activities were covered. I went through a high level this morning, but we can go in more detail.
Thank you, Secretary. Helen Wilson, Deputy Secretary of Science and Technology Group. So the conflict of interest declarations that were made to the independent probity advisor that we had were mainly related to personal relationships with other stakeholders in the project, including other quantum computing organisations, immaterial financial interests such as shareholdings and investments in quantum computing organisations. They're the main types of declarations that were made to the probity advisor. And if I can just add that the probity plan developed by the advisor did include a risk and controls document matrix.
So,
and just to put this in Senator, just to put this into context, at different times, some of the staff that we were drawing on were also involved in other aspects of quantum policy, and so we needed to manage conflicts between those different processes, because the government was developing, with the assistance of the Chief Scientist, quantum strategy through 2023. And we also had, as I mentioned, the Australian government has got a shareholding in a prior company, and there are other processes. So we were very conscious of the ability and requirement for us to manage commercial information, but also the tight-knit community of the quantum fraternity, to make sure that we were very appropriate and above board at all points in the process.
Yeah, no, so I understand that. So I guess two of the categories you identified there, Ms. Wilson, were personal interest and then immaterial matters. I imagine the latter are small shareholdings people might have and those sort of things, right?
That's right.
So what about the personal interest? I guess, I'm not interested in going through all the legal issues. We've been through that. People can form their own judgments. I'm interested in whether there's any other conflicts of interest here. When you say personal interest, you mean interest that may be connected to the minister or the office of the minister?
Senator, any conversations and disclosures between the probity advisor and any person involved in the project are confidential. What I would add is that the probity advisor assessed that any of the declarations as not representing a material risk of actual or perceived conflict of interest, whether it was a conflict of interest declaration related to personal relationships or those immaterial financial interests.
So the personal conflict of interest, can you just give me an example of what it might be? It sounds like it's linked to particular relationships people might have.
Senator,
business relationships, personal relationships, those sort of things?
All I'm able to acknowledge is that the types of declarations that were made to the probity advisor, some of them were related to personal relationships with other stakeholders in the project, including other quantum computing organisations.
Was one of them related to Blackbird?
I have mentioned before that Blackbird was not a party or connected to this process, and so I'm not aware if there were. It would be a strange necessity to declare anything to do with something that wasn't related in any way to the project.
Okay, so these relationships were not to do with Blackbird or any other investor?
So we had confidential arrangements in place, as you do in such matters, tightly controlled commercial arrangements, both in relation to ourselves, parties in the EOI process, PsiQuantum itself, our commercial advisors, not to have discussions of a commercial nature with people outside appropriate channels. We did not have detailed conversations with investors in this company or other quantum computer companies for the reasons that we wanted to maintain very tight controls over the information. And so there are a range of investors in PsiQuantum, and we also had the concurrent investment in the Silicon Computer Company. So we were very conscious of those sorts of issues, and we did not have conversations with those investors.
Yeah. So did the minister's office raise any conflicts of interest?
Parties in the minister's office were briefed in not just Minister Husick's office, but other offices were briefed by the probity advisor. Parties did provide conflict of interest declarations to the probity advisor. There were conversations, if needed, as judged by the probity advisor. The probity advisor then put in place appropriate treatments as judged by their professional capacity, and they were then managed through the use of the probity plan and communicated as necessary to other parties in the project.
So I'm just not clear whether there are staff in the minister's office who had a conflict of interest declaration made.
So staff in the minister's offices did provide conflict of interest declarations.
To the probity advisor, which was Spark or was
Sentian.
To Sentia. Okay. And how many staff in the minister's office?
I don't have that information.
Okay, but isn't this captured somewhere in a master document? I know you don't like my matrix terminology, but isn't this captured somewhere?
So the necessity to change or adapt or put in place controls is definitely captured, and that is based on the declarations made by all parties in the project and then the judgment about what was necessary. And we have advice for the probity advisor. We had real-time advice all the way through. We've also done an assessment at the conclusion of the project, as we do with lessons learnt. That probity advisor has assessed that declarations were not represented as a material risk or of actual or perceived conflict, and they're not aware of any deviations from recommended treatments through the process.
So, but obviously, I mean, we've all worked on these things before, so if a member of the Minister's office, but I'm not sure how many, but at least one of them has provided a COI declaration, then that's been managed with the control, right?
If necessary.
If necessary. So, does anyone know how many staff provided COI declarations?
I don't have that information. I'm not sure that we would have been provided that. We made sure that all those people with access to information were provided with probity briefings.
So who has the information?
The probity advisor.
Sent here?
Yes.
Well, can we get it from them?
Happy to take it on notice. I think you will find quite a lot of this is covered by confidentiality and privacy applications.
Well, that's maybe the case. And
I've taken it on notice.
If you need to file a claim, then there's a process for that.
You, oh, sorry.
Did you want to...
I was about to share the call, yes.
Oh, okay. Well, would you like me to stop here and come back, or...?
Sure. Yes, I was just going to just ask one question myself. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off there, Senator Bragg, but I'll
Collegiate person, happy to be cut off.
Secretary, Ms Quinn, you said earlier in the day you described what the result of the probity process was that the company that was retained found. Can you just remind us of that finding?
So the overall finding is that the probity advisor is satisfied that any potential perceived or actual conflicts of interest with any individual who was involved in the project was appropriately managed with adequate controls in place.
Thank you. Senator Reynolds.
Thank you very much, and good evening. I've got one short series of questions related to the Australian Space Agency and launch permits. Good evening.
Thanks.
Good evening. My questions relate specifically to the launch permit process and also the time frame it's taking, because I've had reported back to me that it's now taking up to 2 years for launch permits to be granted, which, again, I've been advised is the time is presenting challenges with collaborating with international partners like Japan and South Korea. So I'm wondering if you could tell me what the process is now and whether it's similar to the FAA process.
So Enrico Palermo, Head of the Australian Space Agency. Senator, the Australian Space Agency administers for government the Space Launches and Returned Act 2018, and as part of the Act, in ensuring the safety of space launches from Australia and encouraging entrepreneurialism is not an either-or proposition. It'd be good to talk specifics on which permit you'd like to get details on, because we have issued several authorisations under the Act in the last
So how many have you got? How many different types of permits?
So I've got the head of the Office of the Space Regulator here, Ms. Christopher Lewis, who can outline the various authorisations.
Good evening, Senator. Excuse me. Christopher Lewis, General Manager, Office of the Space Regulator. There's several different types of permits under the relevant legislation. I think probably the two key ones are what's called an Australian launch permit and also a high-power rocket permit.
And so what's the process for both?
I'd say they're similar. The Australian launch permit applies for orbital space launches and also launches that obtain an altitude above a certain level. But generally speaking, the process is fairly similar. And as Mr. Palermo said, the legislation focuses mainly on safety as also an element of security. So the application process requires the proponents to submit an application that details various various aspects about the launch vehicle itself, the type of operation, the type of flight path, and then obviously in relation to security aspects, how those matters are managed, and the like. And as I said, they're similar for high power rocket and Australian launch permit.
Is there a cost associated with the application?
There is no cost for an application.
So can you just give us an idea then for both of those types of permits, how many applicants you have and what the average time frame is from submitting the application through to approvals or denial?
Yeah, certainly. If I could take the question on notice regarding the number, just because there's some complexities about how they're counted, so I prefer to provide that back in writing.
Are we talking like a handful, or are we talking? I mean, I imagine we're talking handful, not hundreds.
Correct, a handful.
Yeah.
Yep. And sorry, Senator.
No, please go.
So the timeframes very much vary on the complexity of the proposal. The Australian Space Agency Office, the Space Regulator, has, through the Minister, has issued the first high power rocket permit earlier this year, and also, as you'd be aware, the first orbital space launch for Gilmour Space Technologies. They're probably at the either end of sort of the complexity level. An orbital space launch is very complex.
Yep.
And in terms of timeframes, they really do vary. We don't track an average number at this point in time, just due to the low numbers.
Okay. So how many staff do you have working on these?
Within the Office of the Space Regulator, there's 28 staff, but that covers the whole range of the regulatory spectrum. And what I mean by that is sort of on the legal side, administering the law and making recommendations for amendments through to assessments.
So with the assessments themselves, apart from the legal assessment, does it accord with the law, with the Acts, do you need specialists? Presumably you need specialists. Are they Australians? Do you use contractors? How do you do that technical assessment?
Yeah, that's correct. We do use a contractor base. We have a panel. We use a various number of Australian-based aerospace engineering companies.
Okay. And is the process that you've adopted, presumably there's an Act and some regulations,
yes.
So the regulations guide how you do it?
Yes.
More like, the process?
Yep. There's an Act and rules, yep.
Yeah. Is that modelled on the US FAA or anyone else?
Generally speaking, I'd say the relevant standards, the sort of the quantitative standards in terms of the safety target is what we call it, is similar with the United States. There are different processes, but generally speaking, they're reasonably similar.
Okay. If you then take on...
Just to clarify, the legislation doesn't have mandatory time frame in it, but the guidance provided is subject to all the information being provided that the agency aims to do something within 6 months. Is sort of a self-imposed kind of aim, and that's the resourcing provided. One of the issues is clearly in the first stages of implementing a regulatory regime, applicants don't always necessarily know what all the information is needed, and so you can get a bit of back and forward between the proponent and the regulator. We would expect in general for things to speed up as the industry becomes more mature and it becomes clearer what information is required. But it's always, if people put in an application and it doesn't have enough technical information, there might be an iterative process.
So are you looking at, given that, like, put it this way, given this is a highly competitive global business, slow approvals obviously are going to be a real hindrance to new Australian companies or more existing companies. So is this something you're looking at, working out how to speed up the process? Perhaps, Secretary, by providing more information up front, or actually having someone talk through the application to make sure they get everything in right first time?
So, I mean, clearly the team are looking at lessons learnt, having gone through the process for the first time. There is, and so yes, in the short answer, and we're aware of the desire to reduce regulatory burden on companies. Any regulator has to be careful, though, about how involved they are in the application process. because the ultimate purpose of the regulator is to ensure that things are safe and secure.
No, I understand that.
And so if
it is complicated,
yes, so
and if people are not putting the right information in up front, I would have thought that the regulator could work out where the deficits were and ensure that they, not to say what to put in it, but to be clear on what needs to go in it.
Yeah, and that is a process of regulatory maturity for both the industry and the regulator.
Okay. Did you have anything more, Mr. Bullion?
Yeah, if I could add, Senator, we do hold, I beg your pardon, a process called a retrospective. So we're committed to working with the sector, noting the risks associated with being too close to the sector. After each application process, once the activity is finished, we sit down with the proponent to talk through the whole process and look to identify areas of improvement. I think if you talk to anyone that's gone through the process, they will agree that we're very forward-leaning in that regard.
Okay, look, thank you. I won't take up any more time on this, but could you just take that on notice? And if there's anything more in terms of what you're doing to, as a new organisation, to speed that up, obviously not compromising safety, but not killing the industry before it really takes off. Thank you.
Happy to do that.
Thanks, Senator Reynolds. Senator Bragg.
Thank you, Chair.
So I guess where we are on this is that there were disclosures made, there was a process to manage those potential conflicts, and everyone was seemingly satisfied with that process.
Yes.
Okay. And your evidence is that the conflict of interest disclosures were made to the third party and not made known to the department.
The information necessary for the department to put in place arrangements was made, obviously, known to the department, because we put in place various kind of controls and various kind of processes to make sure that we were implementing the probability plan. So the outcomes of any concerns or risks or anything raised that were turned into mitigable actions and controls. It's an iterative process. So I am certain, for example, that in some of the conflicts of interest discussions I had, an approach about probity that resulted in certain activities, and so everyone involved in the project went through that iterative process. So I'm not saying whether categorically 0 was shared or 100%. It was very much dependent on the necessary assessment, with the aim being that there was a high level of integrity maintained around this complex commercial negotiation.
Okay.
And other commercial parties, including the expression of interest process.
Yeah. So in relation to the COIs flagged by the Minister's Office, you don't know the contents of those?
Not in detail, no.
Do you, Ms Wilson?
No, and Senator, kind of any disclosures to the probity advisor, they do relate to individuals and their personal circumstances, and they do share that information on a confidential basis to facilitate the appropriate mitigations and controls. Well, individuals have to have confidence that it will be treated in confidence to allow that independent probity advisor to put in place the right mitigations and controls.
Of course, and I think everyone respects that idea, but we also take great care in protecting taxpayer funds from conflicts of interest, right?
Every action was taken in this process.
So, do you know whether the Blackbird was raised in the COIs?
Senator, as the Secretary said, Blackbird had no involvement in this process.
Okay. That's unequivocal, thank you. So, can I ask you then, what about these non-disclosure agreements? Have there been non-disclosure agreements signed?
Which non-disclosure agreements are you talking about?
Between the government and PsiQuantum?
So we have legal documents and deeds in place about protecting the commercial information that was provided to us, both from PsiQuantum and other parties through the expression of interest process.
What's the expiry date of the NDAs?
I don't have
I'll take that on notice.
Yeah.
I don't have that.
Does
the NDA start from March 23, do you know?
I'd have to take that on notice as well. My sense is that it really only kicked in a significant way when we were approaching them to provide us with non-public information.
Okay, but
but I'm happy to take it on notice exactly when it happened.
I think your earlier evidence this morning was that the department made the legal notification back in February 24.
That's right, and we did provide that on notice to you, Senator.
And then, that's right, you did, and then the public judgment was made known in April 24.
Yeah, so there's no... So just
and then, so what you have taken on notice is when was the Cabinet judgment?
And I'm happy to take it on notice, but obviously Cabinet deliberations aren't always revealed.
I understand that, yeah.
So I'm not... And it's a straightforward kind of... The connection between the requirement for us to notify of a significant legal matter is a very separate discussion from appropriate probity arrangements in this matter. There is no connection between those two. You heard this morning from my Chief Legal Counsel that there was nothing connecting. The reason to provide the advice to government, the centralised legal services, was around the negotiating of the contract, nothing to do with probity or any concerns
I understand
on that front.
Secretary, but the point I'd make to you is if the government has signed an agreement with one organisation, a quantum computing organisation, but is separately undertaking an EOI, some people might look at the EOI and think, well, that's a sham process.
So as I said, as part of the process of moving to a stage of considering the proposal to a level that of additional scrutiny, you've heard Dr Foley talk about the phases, you've heard the lawyer Janine Richardson this morning talking about legal phases. This was done in phases as the government considered it. There was an opportunity through a market testing proposal to seek information from other participants in the system about what opportunities they had. And there was an EOI process that ran over a month. That was assessed by the same technical advisory group that assessed the PsiQuantum.
It was a slightly different
very high overlap.
With advice from the technical advisory group.
High overlap. There was the working up of the EOI was a cross-agency effort, drawing on technical
I understand
and commercial.
that. I think you've provided evidence.
So I do not accept the characterisation, as I said earlier.
Yep.
The EOI process was an integrated part of the assessment. It was the information provided was assessed seriously and with due diligence, and there was every opportunity, if one of those companies had provided information, that there might well have been a different outcome in this process.
Okay. So what does the NDA restrict PsiQuantum from doing?
So from a government perspective, I'd have to double check. It was more about protecting their IP from inadvertent disclosure to other entities.
It didn't seek to restrict them from telling other people, such as investors, that they were going to get this contract?
So we certainly were maintaining. We certainly had discussions around them, and I have to take that on notice. We were very conscious that they could not characterise anything with the government unfairly. And so there were discussions about how they engaged with investors.
So they're not. They just want to be expressed about this. So was one of the arrangements that they weren't to be telling investors or prospective investors that they had a contract with the Commonwealth Government?
There was no contract with the Commonwealth Government until the 31st of May 2024. And so, yes, there would have been an exclusion from them saying something that doesn't exist. We certainly had, and I'm happy to take it on notice, but we certainly had discussions with them about how they were managing their information set to other people, because we were very conscious of the need to protect both the integrity of the government process but also the integrity of the company's process, noting that they had board considerations, we had government considerations, and other regulatory agencies were involved.
Senator Bragg, I'll just do some time management here and say that we're due to go to the dinner break at 6:35, which is in just under 20 minutes, and we plan to do that, and the committee's agreed to move to program 1.3 after the dinner break. So I do want to go to Senator Hodgins-May, who's got questions. So do you have one last question, or do you want me to come back to
so why don't you,
Senator Hodgins-May?
Thank you, Chair. Can you please explain what the timeline is for the strategic examination of R&D?
So the government announced in the budget that it was intending to undertake a examination, and it is still considering various options. But I'll hand to Dom English.
Dom English, Head of the Secretariat for the Strategic Examination of R&D. Senator, at this point, the terms of reference for the R&D Strategic Examination, sorry, it's a long phrase, remains under consideration by government. We expect that the timetable that it will set will be in excess of 12 months, but that's to allow time for the considerations that need to be taken, but that's a matter still with government.
Were they originally was the panel planning to deliver an interim report by early 2025? Or?
Well, there isn't a panel at this point, so in the planning that I've been doing to think about how a panel might do its work for the government on this strategic examination, we have considered interim reports or final reports, but of course the final timetable and the need for the various steps in the process will be part of those terms of reference when they're settled.
How will the strategic examination of R&D connect and relate to the forthcoming National Health Medical Research Strategy, which has also been announced but doesn't seem to have commenced?
Senator, we are in discussion with the Department of Health to ensure that the issues and considerations that should inform our work taken from the work they plan to do. Obviously, the strategic examination is going to consider the whole of the R&D system, so the considerations coming out of the health review will obviously inform that, but then the strategic examination will need to take that into a broader context.
And can you provide any details around why there's been this hold up with the terms of reference interim panel, and perhaps what details of stakeholder engagement that you've planned for that?
Senator, in terms of hold up, that's your characterisation, not mine. The government didn't commit to a start date when the arrangement was announced. So I think, in the fullness of time, the arrangements will be settled and released through the usual processes. In terms of stakeholder engagement, however, the Secretariat that's doing a range of preparatory pieces of work to help support the panel to do as good a job as it can when it's appointed, has been doing a lot of reaching out to stakeholder processes and trying to inform the way we think about the data and analytics we might do, the pieces of research we might commission. I personally have counted, I think, at least 70 engagements over the last 4 or 5 months with stakeholders from across the academic and the business research communities to try and make sure that we're fully aware of all the issues that should be taken into account. Once the panel's formed, my advice to them will obviously be shaped by those discussions and the sorts of things that the panel wants to explore for itself, but the usual course of events for a review like this would be a discussion paper, roundtables, opportunities for specific meetings with stakeholders and the like, and I can see no reason why we wouldn't do that in this process once it gets going, but clearly that's a matter for the panel once it's actually appointed.
And would it be possible to provide on notice perhaps those stakeholders that you've engaged with, the 70 or so that you referenced? That'd be great, thank you. And is it sort of similar around the timeline and details for the National Health Medical Research Strategy? Do you...
I would have to refer... Sorry.
Yeah, that doesn't matter for them. But we are aware of all the activities going on in this space, and as Mr English has said, trying to connect it together efficiently.
Thank you. According to the government's own analysis, the Australian government's R&D expenditure in 2023 is forecast to be 0.49% of GDP. This is below the long-term average of 0.6 and is the lowest level since the beginning of the data series in 1978 to 79. What the report doesn't point out is that this alone is one of the lowest levels of R&D spending in the OECD, although it doesn't
does note that our GERD as a percentage of GDP, 17.79, is well below the OECD average. Perhaps this from the Minister. While the government acknowledges the R&D problem, and Senator Husick has talked about the challenges of increasing R&D expenditure, we're going backwards, not forwards. Minister, what are the government's forecasts for R&D expenditure over the forward estimates?
Well, I think the first point to make is that the total R&D expenditure is not just contained in the budget statement. The Commonwealth contribution across the system, as we were discussing before with Senator David Pocock, does go. CSIRO is important, but it's spread across the universities and the health sector, the CRCs. You know, all of those elements of the Commonwealth's contribution. Then, of course, you've got the states and territories in areas like agriculture. That is a very important part of the national research and development capability. And then, of course, there's the private sector. What we've seen, of course, in areas of R&D intensity, like the auto industry, is previous Conservative governments push large manufacturing firms offshore. That has done more damage to our research and development capability than anything else. So I just make that point to say it is that the purpose of the review is to have a strategic look at the whole R&D capability, it will, I think, offer a bit more transparency too for not certainly the community, but also the R&D community. You know, those scientists who are engaged in that kind of work, to be able to see what the rest of the system looks like, and for the government to reach some conclusions about what the best way forward is. It means everybody's got to be part of a national effort to lift R&D, and it's not just a public sector equation.
Do you have an idea of what that would sit at a percentage level for government, not for private sector? What?
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing the review. I don't know whether the minister's reached some conclusions about that, but I'm looking forward to seeing the review. I think that's its purpose, and that'll be a good platform for future decision making.
Thank you. That's all. Jeff.
Oh, thank you very much, Senator Bragg.
Thank you. Back to PsiQuantum. So, if there were, sorry, let me start again. Were there any breaches of the NDA?
Not that I'm aware of.
No allegations of.
Not that I'm aware of either.
Were reported to you?
Which NDAs are you
NDA with
talking about?
PsiQuantum and the Commonwealth Government.
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay.
I am aware that there were some concerns around the EOI process.
Yeah, okay, we'll come to that. So, but basically, if PsiQuantum approached other firms seeking investment and said something like, we're in advanced negotiations with the government, would that breach the NDA?
It would depend on the circumstances, because we did have conversations with PsiQuantum at various stages about how they could or couldn't characterise various activities. Happy if you've got some more information, or we could take it on notice. But I'm not aware of any any concerns.
You're not aware of any. Okay.
I can confirm there were no breaches of the NDA, Senator.
That we're aware of.
So none were raised with you, Ms Wilson?
No.
Okay, so if there was someone who did have such concerns, who would they report them to?
They certainly report them to the department.
Okay. When exactly is the computer supposed to be built by? Is it 2027?
That was the statement that the company provided at the launch, yes.
And will customers be able to use it?
Yes. The PsiQuantum has committed to providing opportunities for Australian researchers and companies to access the capability.
Okay, what happens if they don't meet this timeframe?
It would depend on the reason why. Technology paths are uncertain, and we are highly aware of the technology nature of this project. And there are various kind of in terms of the obligations through the contract, there are various milestones and both technological and engineering and financial milestones that they have put in place in terms of structuring the financial support from the Commonwealth Government. We're very alive to the need to protect taxpayers' money and to ensure appropriate kind of steps in that process, which is why we took the detailed commercial legal advice that we were talking about earlier. And so it would depend a little bit on why there were, if there were to be any delays, why there were any delays.
Yep.
Some of the activities they need to do are outside their control, such as, you know, building works and the like.
Senator, I do meet monthly with senior people from PsiQuantum, and one of the things we do discuss is progress against technology milestones.
And in terms of the commercial terms and the payments, this is something that I think is being managed by
EFA.
Yep.
Export Finance Australia.
So do we put our questions about this to them?
If it's around the detailed technicalities of
about the convertible note and all that sort of stuff.
That is in the contract with EFA, yeah.
So that goes to EFA. So then what about the EOI? Can I ask you something about that?
Yes, you can.
So how many organisations submitted?
21 companies were invited to respond to the EOI. Actually don't have,
I have the number.
Check the number who actually submitted.
21, is it?
21 were invited. Just checking facts on how many. Just want to.
And while you're doing that, I mean, what was the main feedback you received from the Australian industry about this process? Did you receive any constructive feedback about the quality of this process? Timetable, anything else?
So the
transparency, anything like that?
So some companies were uncomfortable at the requirement for confidentiality around the process. They asked questions about why that was the case. We explained that it was important to protect all the companies involved in the process.
Yeah.
Some have subsequently asked why it wasn't longer than 4 weeks. We took advice from technical experts and others on how long we thought people would need to provide the level of information that we were being asked, noting that we weren't asking for documents or information that would require them longer than that to provide, because as I said before, if the initial information provided by the EOI had suggested something, that the government could well have made a different determination on the path forward, because it was an open discussion within government at that point. And so it wasn't the case that if there had have been a different assessment on the EOI, we would have been on a different path going forward, which likely would have required more due diligence and details for other companies. So I have heard a characterisation that it was unfair because there'd been discussions before with the company and the EOI process wasn't as deep in due diligence. Okay. That in itself is a characterisation that doesn't nest the EOI requirement. If people had have hit and met certain capabilities, then there would have been a second or third phase with those companies as well.
And Senator, it's probably worth noting the list of companies, the 21 companies that were invited to participate, that list was prepared on the advice of the Technical Advisory Group, and I can let you know that 6 responded to the EOI and 5 made a submission.
6 responded and 5 submitted. Okay. Okay, and so at the announcement, which was when?
In
sometime after April, sometime in April.
April, yeah.
It was the 30th of April.
Yeah.
So it was promised that it would be built by 26, 27. Is that right?
I have 27 in my recollection.
It's 27.
Okay. And what exactly will be built by 27?
The world's first fault-tolerant quantum computer.
Okay. And where will that be?
Brisbane.
Okay. And how many, is it qubits?
That's where I'm going to turn to the lovely
How many
Dr.
qubits will it have by 2027?
So
qubits?
I don't.
Qubits?
Qubits.
Qubits.
Qubits as opposed to bits.
How many will
Quantum
have?
bits.
As you can see, I'm an expert in this matter.
I don't have that information at hand.
Can you take it on notice?
We can take it on notice.
Okay. Got it. And just finally, so I just want to come back to you, Secretary. So you're taking on notice, just for the record, the question I had before about the conflict of interest disclosures made by the Minister's staff.
Are you asking specifically about Minister's staff, or are you asking about
Well, I'm asking
all staff?
for all of them, to the extent you can provide them.
As I said, I'm happy to take it on notice, but it's highly unlikely that personal information that's covered by the Privacy Act will be provided. But I'm happy to take it on notice.
And you're not aware of the substance of those declarations?
No, so but usually, as we know the nature of them, which is to do with financial holdings and personal relationships.
Okay, well, we look forward to seeing those answers. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Bragg. Thank you very much to Program 1.2. And again, our thanks to you, Dr. Foley. The committee will now suspend for dinner and resume at 7:20 p.m. with Program 1.3 and related agencies.
What time?
The committee resumes and we are broadcasting and we are with DISA Outcome 1 Program 1.3 Resources, and we'll go straight to questions unless there are any procedural matters, and I'll go to you, Senator McDonald.
Thank you very much, Chair, and hello again. At the May-June budget estimate, Secretary, we struggled to nail down any detail on how the critical minerals production tax incentive would work. I note that the answers provided highlighted that consultation was yet to occur, and this would provide insight into how the program would operate. This consultation's now been completed, so hopefully you'll be able to shed some light on this $1 billion announcement. What are the parameters for processed? For example, would nickel concentrates count, or granulated nickel or nickel briquettes?
So I will throw to my colleagues for the details.
Thanks, Senator. Jane Urquhart, Deputy Secretary, Resources and Strategy. You're correct. There was just recently a consultation process. The consultation paper, as I'm sure you're aware, gave a lot of detail about eligibility but didn't get into the specifics of breaking down processing and refining in the way that you're asking, seeking to glean that sort of information through the consultation. You'd be aware too that Treasury has been the lead on the critical minerals production tax incentive. We've been working very closely with them on that. Excuse me. And so we anticipate being able to speak in more detail to the specifics of the eligibility that you ask about soon. But in the meantime, I might ask my colleague, Mr Chesworth, if there's any insights he can bring.
Senator Peter Chesworth, Head of Division Minerals and Resources. Just to build on what Ms Urquhart was saying, only to indicate that it's expected the production tax credit will be applying to those minerals listed on the critical minerals list, and the feedback from the consultations is being taken into account and assessed as part of the policy process at the moment.
So is the consultation paper, that's been distributed, but you've not yet sat down and heard from people, is that right? You've not had responses?
No, Senator, there's been broad consultation and that has comprised submissions that have been received. I think there were over 49 submissions, as well as face-to-face meetings. And we are now at the stage, Treasury is now at the stage of drawing that feedback down into the design of the production tax incentive. And there's no need for me to say that the design elements are critical, because the design elements are the determinant of the size of the tax expenditure.
Mm. That will focus their attention, won't it? So as the subject matter experts, being resources, you haven't provided any specific advice on what the processing might look like or might be for your content that it remain with critical minerals being processed?
It goes to your previous question, Senator. There will be parts of the tax incentive that will apply to processing, or the other way around. There are certain processes that will apply to the tax incentive. They specifically are to be determined, but certainly it is the case that there are a range of processes, a very large range of processes. I think there could be in scope more than 60, so there is a lot of detail in that, and we have to sort of essentially determine what is able to be claimed under the tax incentive, and that's a significant piece of work.
Okay, so there's about 60 processes that you've considered. That will now go into the consultation process, feedback for Treasury to try and whittle down to try and capture how much they might be up for.
I don't mean to be disrespectful. In simple terms, the construction of a tax measure is a very complicated thing. Certainly Treasury are working on that in consultation with us and also with the Australian Tax Office as well, because the administration of the tax incentive when it comes into place will be done with the Tax Office and DISA in a sort of a cooperative arrangement, not unlike that applies to the research and development tax incentive.
I guess, you know, your focus, or I'd imagine the resource part of the department's focus, is to ensure that this maximises the success for miners and processors in Australia. So I hope that you'll be given the opportunity to ensure that it's not just the tax hand or the dollar hand that drives what the outcome is, because, you know, the tax department may not necessarily be focused on what's good for the mining industry.
No, I certainly would not wish to convey that impression, Senator. This is a strong and robust announcement from the government to really back in minerals processing in this country.
That's terrific. I'll just leave it then that I hope that the Resources Department will be able to drive what's good for the mining sector. It's not left to Treasury or the Tax Department, that will not be their priority.
I think, Senator, part of the point of these measures is it's a whole of government effort. So this has been led in this department, but it engages a whole series of questions that go to future industrial capability, national security and economic resilience, that goes to future energy use, future employment. So it is a whole of government effort, and I think that the way that you're characterising the way that different bits of government might have interacted in your experience is not the way that it's working here. This is a whole of government effort to bring big manufacturing capability to Australia.
Well, let's hope that that's right, because my observation is that nobody's fighting for the resources sector apart from this department. So I think that's why it's important that of the 60 processes that are currently in scope, that it is actually what's good for mining and the supply chain and not what's good for dollars.
Well, it will require that kind of advocacy, and it will require a Labor government, because at the moment the Liberals and Nationals are opposed to the future and making things in Australia.
Look forward to a very long night with you, Minister, if this is the way we're going to do it. Ms Urquhart, will the PTI only apply to new projects that start after the commencement date, or will it be retrospective? Go ahead.
Senator, will it apply to existing projects as well?
It will. So it will apply to all currently operating processing facilities?
Depending on whether they fit within the criterion to be determined. But I recall you raised this question at the last estimates. In the intervening period, in the discussion paper, I think there is the assertion in there that is expected to apply to existing processes as well.
And just the design of the production tax credit is to be paid on production. So it will depend on what production is actually occurring over the time that the tax incentive is available. So production from new or old, it just has to be producing in the window.
In that period. I'm delighted to have been able to assist you with the consultation parameters, so that's terrific. Imagine that I'm a junior player seeking to use a larger company's processing facilities. Does the junior receive the credit for actually producing the mineral to get processed, or does the processor itself receive the credit for having done the processing?
Senator, that's a detailed question that I'm not in a position to answer at this stage. If I could take it on notice and see if there is an answer available.
Thank you. Can you outline how much this program will cost? At the last estimates, Senator Ayres says the project was worth $22.7 billion. The consultation paper release said it would be worth $7 billion over a decade. Which one is closer to what you think it will be?
I might just clarify that the larger number is the number that refers to the Future Made in Australia package, and the $7 billion number is the one that applies to the critical minerals tax incentive component of that.
Right, so that was just an expansion of the...
So there's the whole subset. Yeah. The whole Future Made in Australia is 22 point something billion, 7.7, and then the production tax credit, there's other elements of the Future Made in Australia agenda.
Right. Is this incentive an untaxed tax concession? An uncapped tax concession, I'm sorry?
That is the intention of the design. It will be designing the production tax credit such that people will know in advance of production how much they get per unit of production, and if they produce more, they will get more tax back. If they produce less, they'll get less. So it's designed as a rate, and then it's uncapped.
Is it difficult to estimate the dollar amount if it's an uncapped facility?
Most tax measures into the future are difficult forecasting exercises because you have to take into account the shape of the economy, the prices that might be paid, the levels of output, etc., etc. So it is a complicated exercise putting together the projections. Treasury is responsible for doing so at every budget update, and they draw on information from others across the system, including DISA.
There's been some media commentary about the potential of bringing forward the critical minerals production tax incentive. Is the department aware of any plans or proposed plans for this?
So the final design is still being considered by government. There have been discussions about the timing. I think some of that goes to the arrangements, the really technical detailed arrangements about what would be paid when, that is part of the consultation process. So that's all in the mix for the government to consider.
Minister, when will this legislation be brought to the Parliament? Will it be before the election?
Well, the current lot of legislation you voted against.
That wasn't my question, Minister. My question is, when will this legislation be brought to the Parliament?
And I'll finish my answer, if that's okay. The government will advance legislation when the government decides to advance the legislation.
So no confidence it'll be before the election then?
Well, all of this, the biggest risk to future manufacturing in Australia is Mr Dutton and the Liberal and National parties.
Well, not if you can't bring it forward to the Parliament. We can't vote on anything that's not before the Parliament.
There's plenty of good ideas you've been voting against so far, and you've voted against the Future Made in Australia legislation that's been presented to the Parliament thus far, which included a national interest framework which provides some discipline for future government spending, which is a wild and reckless thing to do, and misunderstands the risks and opportunities for the future Australian economy, particularly in regional Australia.
So we don't know how much the production tax incentive is going to cost. We don't know which processes it will cover. We don't know whether juniors or the senior processor will receive the incentive payment, but, Minister, you'd like us to vote on this legislation that's not yet before the Parliament.
Well, you voted against the legislation that's been presented to the Parliament. The legislation
which has
in
no
relation the
which has no clarity.
Well, when it arrives, it'll be crystal clear.
Ooh, good.
And what you've already voted against is future manufacturing in Australia's regions. In Western Australia, Senator Smith's state, where the resources industry is very strong and very important to the future economy of that state, Mr Taylor and Mr Dutton are out there campaigning against the resources industry and against future manufacturing jobs. If that's the political decision that you've made, it's very hard to understand, but that's the position that you're locked into. I understand you've recently said that it's proceeding too slowly as well. You're opposed to it, but you think it's going too slow. It's very, very hard to understand.
Minister, how can we hope to support it if there's still no details?
I don't hold out any hope, really, for your side of politics.
I don't think there was
supporting
any hope that there
supporting
would be
good policy.
detail, and we'll ever get to vote on it.
There is a process that the officials have outlined.
I'd like to turn.
It's a good process.
If you're turning, I'll share the call. Sure. And I will go to Senator Pocock, and I'll come and chat to you, Senator Pocock.
I've got some questions about the gas-fired recovery. If there's... Sorry, future gas strategy. Future gas strategy, apologies. Hi, Mr. Yaremenko. Good to see you again. I'm interested if the Japanese government had any input in the development of the future gas strategy.
Robert Yaremenko, Head of Division Oil and Gas. Thanks, Senator. Along with hundreds of other submissions to the future gas strategy, yes, the Japanese government contributed to the consultation period that lasted effectively a year from launch to finalisation of the strategy in May this year.
What did the Australian government ask the Japanese government for input, or did the Japanese government approach the Future Gas Task Force?
So it was you may recall, Senator, that it was a very public announcement that the government was working on a strategy, and so there was a consultation paper that was prepared, and that was publicised widely as part of our ongoing engagement as a government with key stakeholders. Those stakeholders do include a number of the key customers of Australian gas. So our ongoing interactions with governments, including Japan, would have included us speaking about the consultation that was underway at that time about the formulation of the strategy.
Thank you. That's useful. So did they reach out to you, or did Australia reach out to them?
Look, the actual specifics of that, I would need to take on notice.
It's actually a little hard to know with precision. We certainly told people we were doing the process, engaged with interlocutors. Our DFAT colleagues as well were aware of it when they were talking to customers and colleagues in country. So we sought input from lots of people. Did we specifically ask specific people to put in submissions? It's not generally how we approach these things.
Yeah, and that's why I'm asking.
Yeah, so we don't generally go and ask people, can you please put in a submission? That's not...
Maybe just on notice if you did ask.
Yeah, we can. It's not our usual process, though. If we wanted some specific technical detail, we would ask that through a different process other than the submission process per se.
And so did they provide a written submissions, or were there meetings?
There were definitely discussions that were held directly by us with members of the consular corps here, as well as through our post over in Japan, in terms of talking about the sort of things that we were thinking about putting together for the government as part of the early days of the strategy. Yeah, I'll leave it there.
Thank you. And maybe just on notice, if you could provide any written submissions or notes from those meetings, please.
And I should add, Senator, sorry, I forgot about that second part of your question, that all of the submissions that we have permission to publish, some people want confidential submissions, will be up on our website. I just can't recall whether we actually have a public submission from a Japanese company or government.
Thank you. Given there were other meetings, if there are sort of minutes or recordings of what was discussed, that would also be very useful, please, on notice. On I'm interested if the Japanese input to the future gas strategy was facilitated by Santos, Woodside, or any other company operating in Australia. Is there involvement from?
No, Senator. I mean, we obviously maintain contact both with the Japanese government, but also with Japanese companies. We don't feel we need to be supported or assisted by other firms.
Okay.
But we also can't rule out joint venture parties having discussions and exchanging information, and so there are a myriad of joint venture opportunities between Japanese investors and Australian companies. So we didn't work through Australian companies, but we can't rule out them working together.
Given there's a little bit of wiggle room, can you just check on notice whether or not some of those meetings were facilitated by Australian gas companies? I'm interested if the government sought or received input from Pacific Island countries on the future gas strategy.
I don't have that information to hand, Senator, but I can check whether we did.
Okay. And can you confirm if any other foreign government officials provided input into the strategy? And if they did, which countries?
Well, the answer is yes.
Yes, there definitely would have been. The specifics, I mean, again, a good, and we can take this on notice and give you the specific answer, but in terms of the key buyers of LNG from Australia, I would guess, not guess, but I would put a very high probability on the fact that Korean partners were spoken to, Taiwanese as a couple of examples.
Mm-hmm. Maybe just on notice, if you could give us the list, please. I mean, it seems like the purchases of gas were consulted and spoken to. This is probably one for the Minister. But the countries that are going to suffer the most from going against scientific advice about opening up new fossil fuel projects in a climate crisis doesn't seem like they were consulted at all.
Well, I don't have any more information than the department does, except to say this, that the government certainly deeply engaged with our Pacific partners around all of the issues, including climate security issues in the Pacific. It is a very stark contrast to the previous government, who thought it was funny, who made jokes. Mr Dutton made jokes. He said, time moves slow when there's water lapping at your feet. He thought the position of the Pacific Islands find themselves in was funny. This government takes that question seriously because it matters for the Pacific and it matters for the region's health and welfare and security. It is definitely the case that our partners in Japan and Korea and Taiwan, who are customers for Australian gas, are of course active in engaging with the Australian government and the Australian private sector about those issues. And they do that because it's essential for their future economic security, for their production processes, and for their transition to net zero themselves. All of these economies, there may be an argument that can legitimately be agitated, that we want to speed up the process of moving from fossil fuels in those big industrial economies, but the pathway through to that is through gas, and the proposition that somehow that denying energy security for these economies would do anything but damage regional security, damage their capacity to achieve emissions reductions. That is the truth of it. It's an inconvenient truth, but it is the truth of it. And there are some real challenges in the gas market. but that's why they are so active on those questions.
Last question, Senator Pocock.
Thanks, Minister. I mean, I take your point about the coalition, and I'd agree, but there's at least an honesty about the coalition. You kind of know that they're not serious about the transition, and they're fairly upfront about that. But we hear great things from your government, and I'd commend you on your engagement in the Pacific. But it seems to me when it actually comes to the transition, one of my big concerns with the future gas strategy is we're in a situation now where we have Japan, who is exporting as much gas as we send them now, saying we need more gas to keep the lights on, even though we've turned this into an export market for ourselves. And I feel like we're getting hoodwinked, and the ones who are going to cop it the most are our Pacific neighbours, who we talk so much about. We talk about the Pacific family, but anyone who's spent time with Pacific Islanders or people from the Melanesian Islands, you know what family actually means and looks like to them. And I find it so hard to cop to say Pacific family. Yes, there is. Pacific family, and yet we unveil a future gas strategy, which seems to be driven a lot by Japan's desire for more gas to keep on selling our gas. That's not a transition.
Well, there's a number of assertions
so
there.
why are we blindsiding our Pacific Island nations with a future gas strategy in a climate emergency?
There's a number of assertions there that just aren't right.
Which ones?
Right, that aren't right. Firstly, that Japan is on-selling Australian gas at the same rate as they are consuming it. That is just not true. It's also not the case.
Which evidence do you have, Minister?
It's also not the case.
You can't make assertions like that.
Well,
I've just been in Foreign Affairs and Trade.
It's also not the case. Let me finish.
Let the Minister conclude his answer.
It's also the case that adopting the approach that you're implying undermines the cause of climate action. It's the idea that by pushing up costs in our partner economies, by denying access to Australian gas, that is a recipe for going backwards, not going forwards.
The drug dealers are an excuse.
And no. It is about being clear instead of sloganeering about these questions. Like, no new coal and gas is as much a slogan as whatever the last government slogan was. Being honest with the...
Tell that to the climate scientists.
Being honest with the community.
Tell that to your kids.
About what the future risks and opportunities are, and getting it right so that we move fast on climate action.
Just on notice.
It is just not right.
On notice, please could I ask for the evidence that they don't export as much gas as we do?
If I may, Senator, I might be able to shed some light on this. I think you're referring to the Institute for Energy Economics and Financial Analysis, a report released in 2024, where it was suggested that Japan on selling of LNG cargoes could be in competition with Australian LNG exporters. And the reporting suggested that the volume of LNG Japan on-sold to third-party countries was equal to or more than the amount of LNG Australia exported to Japan in the same financial years. The references in that report were to annual survey data produced by the Japanese government's Metals and Energy Security Organisation, and that organisation acknowledges that double counting may have occurred, including in cases where multiple Japanese businesses were involved in the sales processes. Now, it's important to note that sales of LNG to Japan do not put East Coast gas supply at risk, which is obviously in sharp focus for the government, given emerging shortfalls reflected in 27-28. Gas and LNG is often traded swapped to balance seasonal demand, so that could see Japan import more gas in winter months when demand is high, and export gas in the summer months when demand drops, or in the intervening period if there are ups and downs. I hope that's helpful, Senator.
Sure, it's helpful, but I don't think anything you've said means that it isn't true.
So we're happy to take it on notice.
Sure,
I
thank you.
have seen more detailed analysis that suggests that there was double counting.
That'd
so
be
we're
great
happy,
because
happy to take it on notice.
Yeah.
Senator McDonald.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'd like to go back to the recent granting of 2 production licences in the Otway for the Artisan and Labella fields. When was the tenure originally put out for offer?
We'll just get appropriate officials to the table.
Thank you.
You might need to restate the particular projects you're after.
Thank you very much. So I want to talk about the production licences in the Otway for the Artisan and Labella fields. I'd like to know, when was the tenure originally put out for offer?
Cliff Weeks, General Manager, Offshore Resources. I'll try and find an answer to it, Senator, but I'm not sure if I actually have it in my notes.
It's probably a media statement at the same time, or a...
No, sorry, Senator. All I have is, in late September, the Minister for Resources announced the grant of the 2 petroleum production licences. The production licences will produce gas processed at the Otway gas plant for domestic use only. The Otway gas plant has a supply capacity of up to 205 terajoules a day, and the supply capacity is equivalent to 15% of Victoria's total current supplies.
Terrific, thank you. Could I ask you to take on notice when the tenure was originally put out on offer, please?
I can, yes. Thanks.
Thank you. I would also like to know, when were the 2 applications initially made?
I'll have to take that on notice as well, Senator.
I'd like to know, when did these applications reach the State Minister's desk for approval? And the different dates for the 2 different tenures, please.
I'll take that on notice. Thanks,
Thank
Senator.
you. I'd like to know, how long did the Victorian Government wait before making a decision? Take that on notice, please.
I will, yes.
Thank you. I assume that they had to secure both the state and federal ministers' approvals before being granted. They weren't done concurrently, they were done sequentially?
Generally, that's the way that the process works, Senator. So it will go to the state or the jurisdiction initially. They will make a decision and then it will come through to the responsible Commonwealth Minister.
Right. So if you could identify then how long it took for the Victorian Minister to make that decision, please. I'd like to know when the applications reached Minister King's desk, please.
I'll take that on notice.
Thank you. So the applications were not considered concurrently with the Victorian Minister? That's just confirming that that's what you said?
Generally, I'll have to get actual detail on this actual application, but generally the process is that it will go through the state or territory, they'll make a decision and then it will come through to the responsible Commonwealth Minister as part of the joint authority decision-making process.
How long did the Minister King take to approve the licences?
I'll have to take those timeframes on notice, Senator.
So,
I don't have that in front of me.
With all respect, Mr Weeks, this is your department. I assume that it was you signing off on the brief to send them up to the Minister to sign?
We will have that information, Senator. I just don't have it in front of me.
So, in preparing for estimates, and you know that this has been a topic of much discussion, I am really surprised that there's not somebody in this room that doesn't have that information, and that you would come to estimates without the information, I think surprises me. Let's say that. Is there anybody else in the room who would have that information?
There won't be, Senator, no.
Secretary, are you surprised that we don't have this information to hand? This is a really It's a gas crisis. We've got a looming gas shortage coming, and yet we don't have any information. It's almost as if somebody decided not to bring the information with them.
Well, I don't think that's an accurate characterisation. I'm not aware of these level of detail questions having occurred in my time as Secretary, so, but we're happy to take it on notice. The precise dates and things in ministerial decision-making are matters for governments to release.
Well, what I'm trying to understand is that the Minister's media release talks about the urgency of needing new gas to the market. I'm trying to understand, if it was so urgently required, why it took so long to be approved, and you know, it doesn't make sense. We know that it was over 100 days. I suspect it was closer to half a year that the approval sat on the Minister's desk. So this is a national emergency. I'm just trying to understand what's going on.
So the officials have taken it on notice, and we will take it on notice and see what we can provide you.
Okay, so at estimates, it is the purvey of senators to ask questions that relate to the expenditure and the budgeting. This definitely falls within that. I think that to come unprepared with this sort of answers for the Resources Department is, we're missing a big bit of information. So, Chair, I'll keep going, but I do want this information.
These are very detailed timeline discussions on regulatory decision making. We come prepared with the arrangements for how things work, specific details, but we don't have all the details for all the regulatory decisions made for all circumstances across the portfolio. That has never been the stance that we've provided estimates. This level of detail, I'm not familiar, having been asked. We've been asked various other questions related to the layers. We will take it on notice and provide what we can.
Okay. Can I ask when the decision to approve the two applications was made public, please, Mr Weeks?
So, Senator, the Resources Minister on 27th of September issued the press release announcing the granting of those production licences. 27th September 2024.
Did the Minister or the Department determine the timing of the media release?
So the ordinary course of events is that we will provide advice and assist with information for the Minister's office and the Minister in terms of content of a media release. The timing is ultimately up to the Minister.
Okay, so the delay between the approval date and the decision to make it public is the Minister's decision?
Well, I'm not sure that, well, I'm certain that nothing that we have said here has given any evidence that would support a statement that there's been a delay. We've taken it on notice.
So what I'm trying to get to is the urgency of getting this news supply online. The Minister's publicly outlined it. There was a delay in the approvals date and the publishing of the media release. I take what you say at face value. Thank you. Does Minister King receive oversight of the ACCC's gas inquiry report prior to its public release?
Yes, there is. The ACCC is given the go-ahead to release that publicly by the Treasurer, but it is provided to the Treasurer and relevant ministers ahead of that.
How long in advance of release would the Treasurer and the relevant ministers receive that report?
There is a statutory time frame set down. If I can sort of switch it the other way, once the ACCC provides it to government, there is a set number of days, and I don't want to mislead you by picking a number that I'm not certain of, but I'm thinking it's around the 15-day mark, but I'll take that on notice.
Thank
Senator,
you.
if I may.
I'm just trying to clarify that the ACCC's interim gas report was released on the same day as the media releases to the approval of the gas licences, which I believe had been sitting on the Minister's desk for months. I'm just trying to understand if there's any correlation between the two things.
Well, I can't speak to that, but certainly, as I've said, the relevant ministers do have the detail of the ACCC reports before they are ultimately released.
Okay. By how much has gas production in the Bass Strait declined in recent years?
So I might, I'm not sure whether our analysis and insights colleagues have data to hand in terms of the specifics, but there has been a significant decrease, that is for sure, and that is one of the challenges that we face in terms of making sure that we do have appropriate supply to meet the demand as we transition to net zero.
Senator Crystal Ossolinsky, the General Manager of the Energy Transitions and Industry Insights Branch. I was involved in the analytical report for the Future Gas Strategy. Unfortunately, I think we may have that information, but I might need a second to locate it within the document. Obviously, we published a lot of material in the Future Gas Strategy, so I'll need to find my page.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
Did you want to go to another question and then come back?
I think that's a good idea, thank you. What I'm trying to understand is, has an equivalent supply of gas from onshore or offshore Victoria come online to replace that decline? So I'm trying to identify how much is the decline and how much new gas is coming on from those fields.
At a high level, the answer is no, because the overall production has fallen.
Yes, we wouldn't have a shortage, would we? Thank you. If you could provide those numbers, that'd be great. The Victorian Energy Minister claims that there is some fairy tale notion that there are all these reserves of gas yet to be tapped in Victoria. Is that the case? That there's a fairy tale notion, or is there still onshore gas reserves existing in Victoria?
So I don't know how much data we've got about onshore gas, given most of our regulatory activities relate to offshore gas. So I don't know how much knowledge we have of the onshore reserves.
Would that be a good question? Would geosciences know the answer to that?
They would be better placed to answer that, yes.
You're the Resources Department. I know you have an interest in these things. We have a gas shortage. We have...
we don't have any regulatory oversight of what's happening within the onshore components.
I appreciate that.
No levers to kind of pull.
I have just the knowledge of gas is what I'm looking for.
So I think Ms. Ossolinsky has some information for you.
I can say that in the Future Gas Strategy, we did look at the available supply of gas in the southern states. So that's looking at South Australia, Victoria and New South Wales. And there is a consistent decline predicted in the supply of gas from those states as the offshore gas fields around Gippsland area gradually deplete over the next 8 years or so.
But that's more about known supply.
That is more about known supply. There are when we do the forecasts for available supply, and when I say when we do these, we rely on a range of sources, in particular the Gas Statement of Opportunities, which is published by AEMO. There are assessments of the available supply that could come online, and in producing the forecasts, they take account of what is known. That is uses that full state of knowledge in order to produce the declining forecast for supply that we see.
But no numbers?
I can't provide numbers immediately today.
So on notice...
Yeah, I'll share the call up to you put this on notice, yep.
On notice, I'd like to know what the decline is from offshore, what is the production that's coming online from Victoria, what onshore gas reserves exist in Victoria, given that you've used those to model the future gas strategy, what current producing operations are in those basins, their capacity, and what's preventing the development of those basins.
Senator Cox, online. Senator Cox, you have the call.
Thanks very much. Can I ask some questions of the in relation to the Tipper Calipper case from the DISA officials, please? Right, people at the table? Sorry.
Yes, you do. That's right.
Okay, great. On September 21 of 2022, the Dennis Calipper case, who is a senior lawman from the Tiwi Islands, won a resounding victory in the federal court against the gas company Santos in the Barossa gas project. Is it true that only a week after the decision on the Tipper Calipper court case was received, that DISA officials were meeting with Santos and asking for suggestions on how they can get around the decision by changing the offshore gas consultation regulations?
Senator, I'm certain that is not the case. What was occurring and what continues to occur in terms of trying to provide certainty is to provide detail that would expand upon and give greater certainty to both First Nations peoples and industry as a result of the requirements for consultation set out by that case.
Mr Jeremenko, can you provide to me what the correct timeline of events is on notice, please?
Thank you, I will.
Thank you.
Can I just
it's been suggested that the department actually...
Sorry, I just want to clarify what timeline for what? Are you wanting the timeline
when
between...
the consultation was around any conversations with Santos in relation to changes to the offshore gas consultation regulations.
Post
so
the federal court case.
Sorry, Ms Quinn, I hadn't finished speaking. What time frame that actually occurred in, if it wasn't within the week that has been suggested.
Okay, thank you.
It's been suggested also that the department was working with Santos, in particular around options to circumvent the possible win by the Tiwi Islanders before the judge had even made his ruling. Is that true?
I will echo Mr Jeremenko's comments before. I'm certain that the department was not canvassing options with Santos in the way that you describe, but we will certainly, as part of answering your previous question, go back and look at when meetings occurred with Santos and come back to you on notice.
Okay. I'm about to table some emails and I'm hoping that they're already with the committee, but some emails that were released under the Freedom of Information Act actually show DISA officials discussing this case and circulating a PowerPoint entitled Regulatory Strategy Reg 11A Option as a PowerPoint on the 21st of September, which is actually the morning of the Tipper Calipper decision. Regulatory 11 was the regulation that was relevant to this case. In fact, it was regarding relevant people. Can you please disclose what was actually in the PowerPoint?
I think we would need to see the information you referenced to be able to assist.
Sorry, I couldn't see who was doing that because the broadcasting hadn't put there.
Ms Quinn, I think we would need to see the FOI, what items you're referring to be able to assist you further.
Can I just check with the chair and the committee that they have been received
They
yet?
haven't been tabled. We've just received them. We're printing them now as we speak so they can be distributed and we can decide to table them.
So I'm happy to just outline quickly the timeline. 20th, Santos emails DISA requesting a meeting to brief you about presumably the Tipper Calipper case. 21st, DISA's acting general manager of the oil and gas branch sends an email noting that she's recommended that they agreed to meet with Santos once the decision has been handed down and had a chance to consider those findings. At this stage, the at this stage, having a discussion on amendments is premature. Attached is a PowerPoint that was regarding those regulations. On September 26, Madeleine King's Departmental Liaison Officer requests a briefing on the case, including legal advice, policy advice, next steps and possible timeframes. 27th of September, Santos appeals that decision. On the 29th of December, DISA provides a briefing to Madeleine King's office. The briefing advises that the department will work with NOPSEMA to assess the implications of the decision and consider any potential policy or regulatory responses are required. Attached is that document. And on the 29th of September, DISA's manager, the Offshore Safety Branch of Security, Offshore Resources Branch and at least one other person met with Santos, and the officials advised that we will consider whether the relevant person's definition could be clarified either by a minor regulatory amendment or policy guidance, and invited Santos for suggestions on how this could be done. The definition of relevant persons, as I said, was relevant to this case and remarkably appeared in the bill that Minister King provided to the Parliament on the 15th of February 2024. So is this a stitch-up? Is this Santos telling the Minister for Resources office, even before a federal court outcome, that this is what they wanted to change and worked out the options, even before all of this has happened?
So, Senator,
we now have the documentation to prove that.
Why
is the Minister's office meeting with Santos about these outcomes before they're even given and made public?
So we'll need to have a look at the documents. What it does, from what you just spoke to, what it says to me is that there was active consideration by government to make sure that there is clarity as soon as possible as a result of the decision. Now, as for the timeframe you outlined, I understand what you're putting forward, but we need to have a look at that. But the government has never shied away from being very open about the fact that there needs to be further guidance and clarity around relevant persons as a result of the decision of the court.
With all due respect, Mr Jaramenko, meeting with lobbyists from Santos about a policy guidance or a suggested amendment to regulation which they are subject to is just downright unacceptable. It is unacceptable for the lobbyists from Santos to be meeting with the Minister's office and DISA officials, ensuring this up to ensure that they're watering down the rights of First Nations people. This was a very serious court case, the Tipikalipa case, and was brought before the federal court, the full federal court, in order to hear their concerns, and they were successful in that win. And yet, during that week, your officials took it upon themselves to meet with Santos, your oil and gas branch, your resources branch, and those representatives. The work with NOPSEMA hadn't even started then. And we'll get started on them later on tonight. But you have to think seriously once you see this evidence.
Is there a question, Senator Cox?
Yes, is the Minister going to respond to this to ensure that the Tiwi Island people are actually spoken to and considered, and stop meeting with the lobbyists who are the ones who are dragging the chain here to make sure that they don't have to answer any regulations?
I think we've got your question there, and I've just distributed the document.
I might just note that in the FOI documents, you've mentioned that the federal court case was on the 21st of September. Haven't got all the way through all the documents, but quite a lot of the correspondence in the FOI all post-dates the 21st, to the extent that there was engagements before. There's a suggestion that you'd have to wait for the court case to occur before there was any detailed consideration of matters. So, happy to kind of go through the timeline a bit, but there's certainly nothing in this that I've just quickly looked through that suggests that there were detailed discussions about options prior to a court case.
Ms. Quinn, the proponents had a revolving door into the Minister's office during this case, and now it's evident through the FOI documents. they still haven't been able to and refuse to meet with Tiwi Island people. We are still trying to get the minister to meet with people who actually brought this case forward, and for them to listen, to the minister's office to listen, and the department and those that are shoring up those regulatory changes, to not just listen to Santos, to listen to First Nations people who are bringing the full federal court along in these decisions. And these will continue to happen if you don't fix the regulation, because the regulation is the thing that's hampering that. Is the government going to fix that? Are they going to listen to the black people's voices on the ground who are saying, stop offshore gas drilling in these parts of our country that is causing damage to our spirit? That is what the basis of that is.
Senator Cox, it's Tim Ayres here. I'm not sure whether you can see the screen or not. I've only just got this, whatever it is that's being tabled here. I'm happy to review it. I'm sure the Minister's office is happy to review it. Nothing I can see on the face of it sustains an argument that there was anything improper or unbalanced about the way that the Minister's office has approached these questions.
Well, maybe the Australian public might think differently, Minister, that it wouldn't pass the pub test if every Australian in this country had a runway into a Minister's office every time there was a regulation or a law.
We'll just let the Minister finish his...
You've made a series of assertions. I just don't think they can be sustained on the basis of what I've got in front of me. If there's more questions about the detail of all of this, that's fine, but I just can't... I mean, just producing a document and making the assertions doesn't add up to making the assertions correct.
Well, I know I'm going to get cut off in a minute because the chair will probably cut my time. So I've got one more question about future gas, if I can.
You have the call, Senator Cox.
Thank you, Chair. In an address to the Australian-Japan Joint Business Conference in October 2024, Resources Minister Madeleine King said she appreciated the input from the Government of Japan and Japanese industry leaders into the future gas strategy. Since there's no official submission to the future gas strategy consultation paper listed publicly, can the government confirm that the Japanese government did provide input into this policy, and if so, through what lines of communication was that received?
Senator Cox, there was quite some evidence about this 15 minutes ago when, or 25 minutes ago, I suppose, when Senator Pocock asked, Senator David Pocock asked a series of questions about the consultation process for the future gas strategy, and indeed the department confirmed that there had been some engagement with customers, including Japan and consumers in the North Asian markets as well. That's a pretty normal thing to happen. They've taken on notice whether or not there's publicly available submissions, and so no doubt there'll be more details about that, but we traversed that pretty thoroughly about 25 minutes ago.
Yeah, I'm sorry that we can't be there on every single question, and I'll have a look back through the Hansard. Was this input solicited by the Australian government officials or by the Future Gas Task Force?
That was just your last question. I was just trying to jump in there, so that was last question. Did you get the question?
Yeah, I did. Look, there was plenty of evidence about that a little while ago, and I think I'd be very happy for the officials to just précis that, perhaps, if it assists.
Senator Jane Urquhart, we've taken on notice the specific details, but as you would expect, there was a consultation with Japan, including through engagement with a number of diplomatic missions here in Canberra. So there were discussions, but what we've taken on notice is, the specifics of that.
Thank you. Senator Rennick.
Yeah, hi guys. I've got a question for the diesel storage program. Is that something you can answer?
That is a program for the Department of Climate Change and Energy.
I was told that was in this program.
It's not
So
something, I'm fairly sure
the
it would
fuel
be...
storage facilities, it's not something you can answer?
No, it would be in the energy portfolio.
In the energy run, right, okay.
Apologies, I think
Okay.
the Secretariat did share information
Yeah,
with you.
yeah.
I'm not sure
Anyway,
what that information
no worries.
was, but thank you,
Sat here
Senator
for an hour.
Rennick. Senator McDonald.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to ask the department, perhaps this is what Senator Rennick thought it could have been, any work on the availability of using depleted reservoirs in the Bass Strait for gas storage? And some work on that, please.
So
I have had an inquiry, Senator. I took a phone call from Victoria on that question. I would need to go back to my notes to refresh my memory.
the Victoria Government has changed some of its regulatory legislation through their Parliament to allow for storage, but it's a state-based kind of regulatory activity. So I think from memory we got asked questions about was there any interaction because of the issue about what's offshore and what's onshore and the cut-over between the two arrangements. So I think there was some consultation on those proposed changes in Victoria at the time. But if that's what you're referring to, is the Victorian Government's change in their arrangements so that they can put more storage into their geological sites close to the land.
Sure. I was actually looking for the offshore.
The extra bit.
Yes, exactly. The Bass Straits depleted reservoirs.
I know that certain companies that have arrangements in that area are looking at the possibility of those. So we've certainly had discussions with companies who are interested in that opportunity.
Yeah, sure. That's been publicly discussed, hasn't it?
Yes.
Secretary, I'd like to go to the scientific advice behind seismic testing. How effective is seismic at discovering or proving offshore gas reserves?
That's a technical kind of question which I'm not qualified to answer. It's one that NOPSEMA would probably be better placed to answer, given that they need that expertise in being able to assess the regulatory approvals that they examine. It's not a sort of technical question that we would have expertise in. We would draw that in from scientists and the like. But NOPSEMA definitely have that requirement.
All right, I'll come back to NOPSEMA on that. Can I just turn back to those approvals that we were talking about before, the two offshore approvals? How many approvals has the Minister done this term?
Specifically acreage approvals?
Yes, this style of approval, and I'm just looking for my specific words, two production licences in the Otway. How many production licences has the Minister approved in this term?
Senator, I can give you details for decisions made this calendar year so far. So I can go through them individually. So the decision-making process is shared between the Minister and myself as the delegate. So since 2020, start of 2024, the Minister has made 12 decisions and I've made 8.
What sort of decisions? Are they production licences, EPs? What are they?
It's a combination. So it's offer of petroleum exploration permits, grant of petroleum exploration permits, renewal of exploration permits, suspension and or extensions, variations of exploration permits, cancellations, surrenders, declaration of location, retention leases, renewals.
How many production licences?
Three.
Which was the third one? We've already discussed 2 of them.
I just have a high-level granular table. Senator, I'll have to take that on notice to find out exactly what that was. I've just been told it was Dorado.
Thank you. Okay. Last estimates, we discussed the next steps for reforms for the offshore regulatory regime. How is that progressing?
So, Senator, sorry, could you just give me a little more detail in terms of the offshore regulatory regime?
The consultation process. It's probably further to what Senator Cox was raising.
Thank you. And the environment management regime, certainly I didn't have the opportunity with Senator Cox's question to add that there was a formal consultation period that started in January this year with a paper that we put out on behalf of the government to make sure that we investigated the best way possible to provide that clarity as a result of the court case. What that resulted in as a first step was the government presenting the Offshore Safety Bill to Parliament. That contained the first step that was required as Schedule 2 to ensure that streamlining was maintained in the event of a further change that would clarify the rules around the relevant persons.
These were the reforms that were in the amendments to the OPGGS Act that were withdrawn in the Senate in May. That's correct?
That's correct.
Has there been a discussion paper, exposure draft or similar drafted to further that work?
No. So what the government made, pardon me, what the government made clear at the time that amendment was moved in the Senate is that it remains committed to making that happen, and the reason that is the case is because there needs to be the certainty as well as not another layer of approvals processes should streamlining be broken without that amendment. So there's further work that has been undertaken in the department, and we're in a process of providing advice to government on a potential way forward to provide that certainty to both First Nations and industry.
So you have a draft or a working document or changes that you are providing to the Minister?
Well, I wouldn't classify it as a draft of a particular document, but there is work underway to examine all the complexities around how this might be achieved, and in a way that doesn't derogate and take away the rights that the court did make clear that First Nations peoples have for consultation.
So it's been nearly 2 years since the Tipper Kalippa case threw the industry into turmoil. The future gas strategy identified these reforms as an immediate action. The amendments that passed the House and that the coalition sought to provide support to, but were withdrawn before we could vote on it. Was there a problem with those amendments? I'm just trying to understand. I thought we had a neat solution and why that's not been progressed.
Is that a question to the Minister?
I'm sorry, I was looking at you, Mr Jeremenko, but you're probably right that is a question to the Minister.
Yeah, I think the case is. I actually don't remember the ins and outs of that particular.
Oh, don't you?
Bit of legislation.
I'm sure you don't want me to go into the dirty deal between the Greens and the government.
Time flies when you're having fun.
Pass the PRRT legislation and the vehicles emissions legislation.
There is,
and in return you withdrew this critical amendment.
There is a particular approach that the coalition has taken on sensible economic reform.
Yes, we provided a guarantee of supporting this legislation to pass, and it was withdrawn, and we have been unable to support the sensible changes that were proposed and passed through the House of Representatives.
Well, it's certainly the case that the opposition has been
in the way of sensible economic
to support
reform.
this legislation, I think, is the words you're looking for.
There's a first time for everything, isn't there?
The
government is going to continue to consult to make sure that we get this piece of reform right. It is important in certainty terms for the sector, but I think it is also important for Indigenous Australians that we get this reform right, and I think that you'll find that there are mixed views across the sector about some of these questions, and we're going to keep consulting to get it right.
Okay, so Future Gas Strategy says that it's urgent. It's been 2 years since the case. The community is exhausted by consultation that nobody seems to know when it will end, but the government will continue to consult. I think that's where we've landed on that. Is that correct, Minister?
You can characterise it whichever way you want, Senator
I'm just reflecting
McDonald,
what the community's telling me.
If that's a matter for you.
Has industry prepared or provided any potential changes to the offshore consultation regulations?
Well, as a result of that public consultation that started in January this year, there were many submissions.
106.
106, Ms Urquhart adds very usefully at an appropriate time. Thank you. And as part of those, there were many suggestions. And that's what that was what we went through. That, as I said, resulted in the government taking as the first step of clarifying and achieving that legal certainty and clarity in the regulatory reforms, that bill that you speak of that ultimately didn't pass the Senate in that form. So since that happened, I should say, not the case, since the bill was changed, the department has continued to work on various options that we will present to government to make sure that we achieve the government's stated policy aim.
Minister, dare I ask you if we will see that before the election?
Well, I suppose that there's a range of variables in there, isn't there, Senator McDonald, including when it is
I've led you into that.
When it is that the Prime Minister trundles down the hill and calls an election. It's not something that I know.
Okay. I'd like to dig into how mining projects access support through the government's critical minerals program. In order for a project to access, say, the critical minerals facility, the resource it produces must be on the critical minerals list. Is that correct? Sorry, just let the staff change over. Thank you.
It is correct.
Thank you very much, Secretary. Does the primary product of the project have to be a critical mineral?
I'm not sure I understand the question.
So what I'm trying to understand is that for a project to access the critical minerals facility, the resource it produces must be on the critical minerals list. So we're all in agreement there, that's correct. Yep. But what I'm trying to understand is if the primary product of the project has to be that critical mineral. So let me give you an example.
I understand where you're coming from, Senator.
Copper and something else, yes.
Indeed. I do not know. I'll take that on notice.
It's fair to say that the intention of the facility is to support the 31 minerals, and so the policy intent is to support those minerals, and so we can take on notice the exact kind of component, but it is the assessment of whether a project is supported is it has to be in the national interest and under the critical mineral strategy. So the logic of that suggests, yes, it would have to be the predominant output of the production facility, the mining facility.
So, as you know, many critical minerals like rare earths are a secondary product. And so if it's a secondary product, it does make it ineligible for those critical minerals support program. There are a number of examples of commercial operations that produce a primary mineral to make them commercially viable, but through the process can then produce the critical mineral or the rare earth, can these operations access any form of critical mineral support from the government?
Senator, yes, they will be able to support, access support in relation to the production of critical minerals. We can envisage that when the production tax credit comes on board. But again, I think that adding to the comments of the Secretary, I'd prefer to provide a comprehensive answer to you because there are also quite a few bodies involved in this, for example, Export Finance Australia, ourselves as well. We have both grant programs and other sorts of programs. So I think we could provide a comprehensive answer to you on notice.
Okay. Look, where I'm getting at is I think that there is, under the current critical mineral strategy, there is a big gap here, because I've had a number of projects come to me and say because that is a secondary product, they are ineligible for the sort of support that would then make that production process viable. So I will wait for you to come back with a more detailed response, but I'm flagging that this is a gap in the critical mineral strategy.
Senator, just conferring with my colleague Ms Pullen, it's not an issue that has come before us to the best of our recollection, but we will go and check our records.
I shall direct the proponents to you then.
Yeah, we'd be very happy to have conversations. I mean, I think it would be a matter of degree because the intention is the 31, and if it was sort of 2 versus 98, that might be different than it was, 60-40. So it hasn't. I've certainly had conversations with some proponents who've mentioned they're working through this, and the answer is there needs to be conversations.
Further to critical minerals facility that's administered under Export Finance Australia, can you provide a breakdown of the funding currently allocated, committed over the forward estimates and medium term, if applicable?
From the critical minerals facility itself?
Senator, we can provide that. We will take it on notice because we would also like to confer with EFA on that answer.
Oh, do you want to? We could just talk through. Maybe if I could
Ms. Pullen,
just take.
Hi, how are you? My name is Victoria Pullen. I'm the General Manager of the Critical Mineral Security Branch. So in terms of, I just want to make sure I got your question right. So you're saying in terms of the total critical minerals financial support, currently right now we're at about 2.15 billion. So that takes into consideration 5 projects, which is Iluka Resources, Ecograph, Renascor, Arafura Rare Earths, and then also Alpha HPA.
Can you break that down over the forwards and the medium term?
So I don't think it would work that way because each specific loan contract will have different milestones at each stage. And so in terms of the breakdown, I think we'd probably have to go to EFA, who I think I think they might be up next in the foreign affairs portfolio.
Oh, another room. So can you outline the process by which funding is administered to the facility? Does it come from the Department of Industry, the Department of Foreign Affairs? This is for the Critical Minerals Facility.
So the Critical Minerals Facility does sit under Department of Foreign Affairs, yes.
There is also some funding available through the Northern Australia Infrastructure Facility, which is administered by NAIF.
$500 million?
Yeah, yes.
Is all of the $4 billion in funding allocated?
It's not, no. So it's been, so it's that 2.15 billion that's been allocated.
Can I clarify how funding decisions are made? Does Minister King or Minister Farrell have final authority over any loans or financing provided by the facility?
So it actually depends, because there's two kind of separate facilities under the broader umbrella. So there's under EFA, you have the commercial account, and under the commercial...
I'm sorry, could you say that again?
The commercial account.
The commercial account.
Yeah. But then an EFA assesses all transactions first off to see if they're eligible under that commercial account, which they go ahead and would administer on their own. But where there's a potential transaction that might pose a specific commercial risk, and we notice a number of critical minerals projects come under this, EFA will then come to us and other areas within DFAT in particular, and we'll do a technical assessment of the project, and then it's a decision for government.
And the final decision,
and that's the
the final decision maker on the national interest account for EFA is the Minister for Trade, after broader government consideration.
Right. So if it doesn't get to that risk assessment, is it Minister King?
No, that's the board of EFA under the commercial account.
I'm sorry, I just didn't quite hear you.
So that if Export Finance Australia decides it's feasible and appropriate under the commercial account,
yes,
any funding is actually from the board of the Export Finance Australia.
Right.
It's only if it's on the national interest account that ministerial discretion and authority is called into play.
And that's Minister Farrell.
Yes, but all processes go through cabinet consideration.
Right. So Minister King is not the authority on any of these critical minerals.
But the consideration by government has always been co-sponsored through cabinet processes.
How many projects are currently pending decision on funding?